going on, everybody? Welcome to today's broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifiers for the Spring Promotion Tournament. We are coming at you live with the final day, the final best of five to determine who the final two teams are going to be heading into that promotion bracket. We're going to be covering the lower side of the bracket here with Cupid Esports taking on UCI. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Shibby on the cast today. Shibby, thanks so much for hopping on short notice, brother. It's good to have you on.
I heard NACL OQs and I had to respond. The Superman, the chest came through. I was like, all right, let's get some OQs in. And I'm super excited. I've been loosely paying attention to OQs this time around. There's just so much other League of Legends happening at the same time. It can be kind of tough. We just had our CLOL weekend. Recently, we had a couple weeks of CLOL that was going crazy. We had Watch. Obviously, we had the LTAN playoffs, all that stuff. There's so much league going around, but I think OQs is always a special time because you get to see the next generation of players, right? And you get to see who may or may not make it into next season's NACL season. And I think there's a lot up for grabs considering how the first season of NACL went this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So waiting in that promotion tournament, of course, Apex Mission Impossible and Pulsar relegating from the NACL proper, and then already waiting for promotion are Dorado Esports and Citadel from the upper bracket. We got two more teams to qualify today. Over on some other streams, you will find Jolly Rogers taking on Esports. But right here, right now, we are checking out Cupid versus UCI. Let's introduce the teams to start things off. Starting on the blue side is going to be University of California, Irvine. This roster is going to be Strumpist, Rosethorn, Xiao Danny, Gorica, and Cerulean from top to bottom, Shibby.
Yeah, UCI Esports, the classic underperform in CLOL into the overperform in OQs. I mean, these guys, they tug at the heartstrings, Gordo. I can't even lie. Like, this team, you said it best. We talked about it a little bit offline. They can lose to any team, but they can also beat any team. It's very interesting because they had a close series against Citadel. They went 3-2, or sorry, they lost 2-3 to Citadel in the upper bracket. Like, they can hang with the best of them.
Yeah, they took a 2-0 over DIA up there as well. But in the same breath, I mean, they just got knocked out in 13th through 16th over an ACL, and they got taken out of CLOL by the University of Health Sciences and Pharmacy at St. Louis. So, look, you can have your ups, you can have your downs, and you got to wonder which one of those you're going to get to see from UCI Esports today. Meanwhile, facing off against them is going to be Cupid Esports. Let's introduce that team here. That's going to be Barrick, Maddie, Lycamaz, Nightstar, and Pika Pika.
Yeah, a couple of CLOL representatives here. Obviously, Maddie's from St. Clair, SCC. Nightstar, obviously, from GVU. And Nightstar had a very historic, I would say, last OQ promotion tournament, however you want to call it, run that he had, right? And now he's back again, once again, sniffing that promotion. And it's really interesting because the way we described UCI is that they could obviously beat anybody and they can lose anybody. Well, with this Cupid Esports roster, Gordo, I can kind of see their floor, and I'm not going to completely say it, but you can kind of understand where their ceiling is going to be and how they're going to play. One of my favorite players, Pika Pika, coming back from the Morningstar White days. I mean, this is a roster that's aimed for my heartstrings. You've got GVU, you've got Morningstar White, and you've got SCC. I mean, that's a Shibby packaged roster if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and it's dog fans too, right, man? I mean, for anybody coming in from the last OQs, Barrick, Lycamaz, and Nightstar all just one game away from direct qualification to the NACL. They could have taken the spot that Apex Mission Impossible have held throughout the entire season had they just won one more game of League of Legends up against them in that 5-game series. Or had it just been a best of 3, right? Lower bracket qualification matches are best of 3. There was a point where dog fans were up 2-1. If things about format or just individual games have been a little bit different, these 3 could have been in the NACL already, and they've retooled the roster a little bit, swapping one CLOL jungler for another, bringing in Maddie, and getting Pika Pika down here in support. And I think that has been the biggest difference from what I've seen from this squad. I think Pika Pika is such a playmaker, brings so many fantastic picks, like these range selections into the bottom lane. His Bard, his Nico have been huge for the run so far. And I think that's the edge that has at least me pegging Cupid Esports as a team that should be able to win today and make the promo tournament.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you, but I think UCI is just one of those teams that I think everyone hates facing, right? Because of how
Oh
volatile and
my
how
God.
variable their, form is. They could show up and absolutely like play lights out, right? We know what Cerulean's capable of. We know what Strumpus and Rosethorn and these kind of guys can do when the lights are brightest at points, right? It is the classic tale of UCI, and it just depends on what version Cupid plays, right? It is literally a coin flip. Do you get the UCI that, like you said, got eliminated in ACL, that got eliminated early in CLOL to the U Tactics, UHSP, like you mentioned, or do you get the UCI that is now, like you said, one series away from the promotion match? We could possibly see a second, maybe I'll say second university that officially qualifies into the NACL. I know Winthrop's in there, but they kind of bought their spot, right?
Yeah, absolutely here. And you could put Supernova in that category as well, but they kind of have the same deal. Yeah, they pick up the whole Ole Miss roster. So they at least had made a promo tournament before, as had Winthrop, but not quite making it through. First step, of course, got to be making that promo tournament and joining a long line of collegiate teams contending in that final six for competing for 2 spots would be UCI. And you brought up how tough it is to draft up against UCI, and Strumpus' addition this year has just made it much worse, man. It's so hard to deal with this team. Strumpus, longtime St. Louis mid laner, coming into the top lane here for UCI. And the first thing you notice when you look at this guy's top lane champion pool is that it looks like a mid lane champion pool. He's playing a ton of Azir, ton of Cassiopeia. He's gotten some Varus games in there, some Vladimir games in there. He's playing the Ryze top. There's occasional bruisers and stuff thrown in there. He's liked the Udyr post buffs, but it's so difficult and so different to draft against versus anything else that Barrick has had to play against thus far.
Yeah, it's nightmare. I mean, Strumpus is the Ryze guy, right? Like, he made a whole video talking about, guys, the Ryze changes are really insane. It's gonna make this champion absolutely busted. I think he's still on that right now. He's like, regardless of what happens, this champion is Thanos level 6, the way he could wave clear, everything like that. Yeah, it is always interesting when you have these kind of players that were previous mid laners now shifting over the top lane, the Xiaohu effect, we'll call it. Now, granted, Strumpus not playing Lucian and stuff like that. He's, like you said, playing the more traditional mages, but a lot of those mages have some really good matchups into what has been the champion pool for top lane at the moment, right? Like Mbessa, you look at Gwen, you look at stuff like Sion, the tanks. Azir loves that. They love playing into those hard scaling matchups. Ryze as well. You said he's playing a bunch of Cassiopeia. I mean, these are all like late game scaling champions. So if Cupid Esports decides to pick something like a Sion, if they decide to pick something even tankier like that, like an Ornn, you are essentially saying, I'm giving Strumpus a free lane to scale, and then you're going to have to deal with that come later into the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And, we've seen Cupid Esports sometimes do go for those kind of scaling-y matchups, right? They love to get Nightstar out of Tristana. They love to play for a later game situation where they can get front to backs off really effectively. And it's been something that's been really core to their identity, I think, thus far. Like Amaz loves a Victor, loves to be able to play on some of those scaling up mages. He's shown a real deep champion pool throughout this OQ, though. He's got a couple of spicy picks to bust out as well, both for what we got to see last OQ as well as this OQ. I mean, he busted out a Mel yesterday. That was really, really effective as a Hwei counter. Starting to see more and more of those interesting Hwei counters as time goes on. And then the other thing to keep in mind is how contested some of these picks are going to be, especially the ones that Strumpus is willing to flex to top lane. The Azir going to be a big contested pick. The Jace going to be a big contested pick. That's been a huge pick for Xiao Danny in the mid lane, but it's also been a big pick for Barrick in the top lane. And you know that Leica Moz and Strumpus are both willing to flex that one around as well. So when 4 different players are all fighting over particular champions in a full fearless format, it's going to be very interesting to see how both teams try to contest for those picks with the time allocated to them.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you look at Cupid, because like, you've got 2 players, I would argue, that have been playing a very long time, right? Lycamaz and Nightstar. These guys having a sort of renaissance year, right? OQ1 being, like you said, 1 series away from that qualification into the NACL. Now they're again 1 series away from the promotion tournament. It's really interesting when you have players that have been playing like Lycamaz for almost 10 years now, that's coming in and just absolutely showing that he can still do stuff. Old Dog's got new tricks, kind of stuff, like you mentioned, expanding his champion pool. Guy's been playing a long time. Granted, UCI also, they've got a lot of veterancy, we'll call it. it's been interesting, these OQs, when you've got all these like hard veteran teams coming in and really just showing their stuff. And I'm very excited to see how Cupid Esports, like you said, navigates this draft, because like you said, UCI, one of the more nightmare teams to draft against. I think in the collegiate format, because you have the ability to ban stuff out and it's not fearless, UCI maybe can sometimes struggle a little bit, but because it's fearless, UCI, I feel like just aren't affected by this format. Like, they are completely fine, one and done in champions.
Yeah, completely agree. And I love that you bring up Lycomaz there as well, because I don't know what's gotten into this guy in like the last calendar year, but he's leveled up quite a bit in his old age, as you illustrated to there. He's he's my age, so I know we're getting up there. He's definitely since that Reluminate roster, I feel like put together some really solid performances. And obviously way back in the Harrisburg days, he was making deeper runs at CLOL and stuff. But as far as attempting to qualify for tier 2 level competition, that Reluminate roster was really good. I like the Nanos Noobs roster. He played on an ACL. He had that Dog Fans run in the last OQ, and now here he is competing for a promotion tournament slot once again on Cupid. I mentioned it yesterday, and I'll mention it here again. This is a player that people have got to start kind of slotting in their short lists of just OQ mid laners who should immediately elevate a team that they're on to being contenders, to be able to make promotion tournament, to be able to make deep runs in these kinds of events. As the first rounds of bans are through, and UCI going to snap up the Volibear. This pick was near permabanned at CLOL Championships up against Rosethorn. He will grab it for the third time in the OQ here right now.
Yeah, really strong pick. Good clear. We are on live patch, and Gordo, I don't know. I know you know this, but maybe the greater people don't know. One of my favorite champions, arguably my favorite champion in the game, has gotten buffed, Udyr, and I want to see him either piloted back into the top side or in that jungle. These fast, clear characters, Diana as well. A lot more selfish of a champion, and maybe won't be picked in this more competitive mindset. As you see the Sejuani coming in, which is a very non-selfish jungler, right? I'm very interested to see mage items as well. Those getting buffed in the past 2 patches, it feels like an indirect buff to UCI, considering they've got some very savant mage players here. But we're going to see that Corki locked in for Cupid. There's one more thing I got to tell you, Gordo. That Reluminate roster, there's been a specific player. There's a couple players, right? Lycomaz and Nukes have made it into the upper echelons of OQs and near NACL OQs into the promotion match. There's one guy that they're linked to. One of those Reluminate rosters, Gordo, I'm going to say it's the Gorilla Jones effect, because he actually played with them. And that hard work, that determination has rubbed off on these guys.
You know what? That's definitely a fair point there. I think of X-Royal when I think of those Reluminate rosters, but Gorilla Jones was definitely there, so I can't take that away from him. The Victor gonna get snapped up here. That's going, I would presume, into mid lane for Xiao Danny. It's been his most played throughout the OQ, but I'm never going to look at a mage on a UCI draft and say that can't be flex top lane, because Strumpus will prove me wrong every time. So it could go into either. I think most likely you would assume it's going to go to mid for Xiao Danny, and he is going to get his 5th game on it throughout this OQ, which is a full Fearless format. Definitely something to speak of. And Gorica has been all over this buffed Senna. It's broken. He's happy to snap it up.
Yeah, that crit Senna, I'll call it crit Senna, farming Senna, whatever you want to call it. It's really interesting, right? Because of how fast the identity of that champion has changed. It has like a really good early game spike. That mid game is kind of tough. And then once you start roaming around with your jungler again, start picking up camps, start picking up souls here, you can start getting maybe not to the fasting Senna that we're so used to that has a 100,000 souls, but you can get to that 80 soul, 60 soul breakpoint and really start carrying towards the latter half of that game here. And UCI, I feel like, have drafted themselves a very nice composition. Like you said, Victor, you can go top or mid. I've really been liking the tech that a lot of mid laners have been busting out with the grasp of mid lane for Victor. Gives him a lot of sustainability. The Comet, the Airy, all the other mage kind of blue tree effects isn't as good as just getting that extra HP, getting that extra regen, and surviving the laning phase. Because fundamentally, the items are what makes Victor like so dominant, right? Getting that 3-item breakpoint. It's not the runes. It's not no specific rune combination here. So going grass, getting the regen, and kind of just playing the safe mid lane style of Victor really pays dividends once we get to the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. And the other thing about these Senna buffs is they just gave her extra crit chance on the souls for no reason.
Yep.
I don't know what inspired it, but the effect of it is that you can now kind of set yourself up to, as you start to get towards that 100, 120 souls mark, since you get 2% more crit for every 20, you get 10% per 20 now total. You get that, you get 1 or 2 zeal items, and you're at 100% crit before you know it. You start hitting those thresholds really, really quickly, and it really helps some of that upfront burst damage in kind of the mid-game stages where Senna sometimes would start to struggle a little bit because that lack of attack speed and lack of upfront damage. There's going to be the Bard locked in here for the side of Pika. The other thing to note, this Yone is a flex pick for Cupid. Eric has already played it top lane in this tournament. He will move it up there again if he sees the opportunity.
Cupid do have that red side counter pick here. I love the Bard as well. Already into Victor and Senna, two of the more immobile characters. UCI has to be a little bit more hesitant on what they're drafting here, especially with Cupid knocking out a lot of the popular support picks. I was maybe under the suggestion that UCI would lock in an orange support potentially, but again, this is not fasting Senna. This is going to be farming Senna. So they're going to lock the Rel in for Engage here. Again, another immobile-ish character. I think Bard actually feasts on these kind of melee supports, right? Nautilus, not as much, but like Rel, Alistar, Leona, Bard just absolutely just destroys these kinds of picks. And this Senna Rel lane is going to have it tough, especially if this Corki is going to be thrown down in that bottom side. We'll see where it goes. Like you said, the Yone could go top, Corki could go mid, but I suspect Cupid's going to throw this down in the bottom lane so they can get that double melee solo laner for this Sejuani pick. I'm not a big fan of just Sejuani plus Yone. I want to see maybe like a Silas or maybe something else here that can really get the Sejuani going and give him 2 winning lanes.
Yeah, I would love to see something like that. I mean, Barrick still has plenty of his more traditional top laners to go for as well. He's facing down a more traditional Gnar matchup, so I feel like Strumpist has kind of undermined all the hype we've given towards him here for game number 1, but he'll have plenty of other stuff to show us as the series goes on. He'll go for the Rumble, so gonna give them a little bit of extra power there. They've already got plenty of lockdown between the Yone, the Bard, and the Sejuani. They can capitalize on that, get a little bit of additional magic damage up there with the melee AD mid laner, and get themselves into a spot where Equalizer can just start to really toast through some of these more immobile carries. I think it's a solid choice for them.
Yeah, and Cupid kind of flipping the script on the narrative that we kind of built for them, right? You mentioned they like to go for these late game scaling compositions. Gordo, this team spikes very heavily around the mid game, right? You've got Rumble, you've got Yone, I mean, Sejuani at 2 items. Like, they are going to be scrapping you very early on here. While on the side of UCI, kind of expected, right? Okay, Senna, Victor, Gnar is a very stable, safe laner. It's going to be up to the Volibear to really get things going and kind of be, I would say, play babysitter and kind of play maintenance on, all right, where is this Sejuani going to be? I just have to make sure I'm there to counter every gank. Because then the 3v3s, UCI should be completely fine because the skirmishing power of this Volibear, depending on what version we see, whether it's the parry jungle version or if it's going to be more of that Frostborn Gauntlet, more utility focused Volibear, just needs to be there so that the Sejuani cannot get any kills for their solo laners, right? Either the Rumble or the Yone. As long as Strumpus and Zhao Danny have Rosethorn in their back pocket, they should be okay here. Gorica and Cerulean should be in no relative danger until Pika Pika hits level 6, because that's when I think the plays can really start happening, both in the bottom lane and around the map. My focus for Cupid, and I really want to see Pika Pika get active on this Bard. This is a pick where you have to make it work. You cannot sit idly by, twiddling your thumbs in the bottom lane, dropping just these charms here so that your Nightstar AD carry can eat those up. You've got to be active and roam with Maddie, your jungler, to make things happen on the map.
Yeah, and this is a pick that it feels like all of Cupid Esports have kind of coalesced around, is the Pika Pika Bard. I was really impressed with how they executed on it yesterday, because it's a pick that really takes a lot of team play around, right? What's the classic donkey quote is, you know, in Mario Party, that spot you land on that gives all your stars to the other players, that's Bard, right? Because you need every single member of your team playing together to make this pick really worth it. Nightstar needs to be able to hold his own in 1-on-2s occasionally, while Bard is going around, having influence on the map, collecting chimes. You need Maddie and Lycamaz to be able to follow up on plays that Pika Pika is setting up, and they did that really, really well in their Bard game yesterday. Was really impressed with their ability to all link together on these plays in and around the Bard, as well as Nightstar's ability to play out the 1-on-2 appropriately, safely, not give anything away for free, while Pika Pika is making stuff happen elsewhere.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how UCI kind of weathers this storm in the early game, right? I feel like roaming supports as well has gotten nerfed, obviously with the grubs changes that happened a couple patches ago. I mean, you really like hard laning in that bottom side until that first spawn of grubs that happens, the only spawn, and then you start seeing the supports kind of roam up to that top side, whether they're level 5 or level 6, depends on how much exp they're down there absorbing. Like you mentioned, Nightstar's gonna have to 1v2 a little bit here. Gorica and Krillian don't really have a lot of kill threat as long as Nightstar isn't getting overzealous, doesn't get caught by Senna stun into like the rel combo of CC. He should be completely fine here. Maddie, like I said, is gonna have to really get Lycamaz and Barrick going, because Strumpus has the ability to just stonewall this lane out in the top side in that ranged form for Gnar, where Barrick won't be able to get the lead and the results that he wants on this rumble, and will have to solely play for those mid-game team fights and have to land some beautiful red carpets here onto UCI Esports, so that they can actually win some of these mid-game team fights. Objective control in the mid-game is what I'm expecting from Cupid, while UCI, I'm expecting to drop the first 2 dragons, maybe the grubs here, and then really start fighting once they hit their power spikes come later into the game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this Gnar is really going to be, what does Strumpus look like on it, right? It's usually when you have these kinds of top laners that play all the off-the-wall picks, the narrative is like, oh, this guy plays everything, right? This guy, he's a top lane main, but he's busting out Azir, he's busting out Cassiopeia, he's busting out Vladimir. He'll play everything, no matter what it is if he thinks it gives him a good matchup. But when you're a role swap mid laner and you're playing all those champions, it's kind of like, well, does he really play the top lane champions? How does he look when he's on something more traditional like a Gnar? We'll see how he's going to be able to execute here. He's definitely been around town a fair bit of times. He definitely has plenty of experience on a wide variety of picks, but it'll be interesting here to see early on in Fearless, when you've already got some big priority picks for the rest of your team, wanting to play more traditional, wanting to play more safe. I want to see how Strumpus is going to be able to do in that situation.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Goro, you said you could expect Cupid to kind of take this victory, whether it's like you said, a 3-0 or you know, anything like that. Again, I feel like UCI just have the ability to just turn on the jet boosters and just completely stomp out any team. Like I said, Cupid Esports, you can tell their floor, you can tell their ceiling. You mentioned Maddie and Pika being the new X factors of the jolt that Cupid Esports needed for this dog fans roster, right? Barrick, Lycamaz, and Nightstar. And I think they've done very well. I've really liked Maddie when he competed in the SCC. I think St. Clair, one of the best universities out there right now. Obviously, we know how CLOL has went for them, and I think they've been dominating the East for a very big reason. It's because of Maddie. I think I've loved the way he's played jungle. Pika as well, like we said, part of that old Morningstar White roster, had a lot of expectations for them. That roster has kind of broken apart here and there. Some of their members have been playing in OQs, right? Their top laner playing in a bunch of different OQs, but Pika, I feel, has been the member that I've been seeing at least make the most improvement and has made the most strides in their career since MSW.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I have Pika kind of on my short list of guys who haven't been in the NACL, NA supports that haven't been in the NACL, I should say specifically. Otherwise, you got to start putting like Diamond in that list, and that feels like cheating. Guys that haven't been in the NACL that are competing around this OQ. I mean, for me, it's like Mixture and Pika, both right up there as players that you really want to be on the lookout for, who are going to be almost are certain to be up there before too long. And I really am excited to see what he's going to be able to show us here today as he looks to elevate himself up to that next level. But like you said, you know, UCI can turn it on at any time. These are the players. I mean, really, they've got more tier 2 experience on this roster than Cupid has on theirs, right? Barrick had that short stint on AoE, but not too much outside of that. But UCI, I mean, Rosethorn was in the NACL for many splits. Gorica had his stints in Academy as well. These guys do bring quite a bit of experience at this level of play, even outside the collegiate space. And of course, you know, there's everybody here, especially at UCI, have plenty of collegiate experience, but there's Maddie in that category as well for Cupid.
Yeah, Maddie, Nightstar. I mean, these guys have played against UCI one way or another, whether it was in some random NECC qualifications or whether it was CLOL, whether it was some random tournament. I'm sure SCC has played against UCI, and I'm sure obviously GVU have played against UCI. So these guys have experience playing against these people. And I love that you mentioned the NACL experience from UCI, because when you see that logo, when you see obviously the team, you're like, oh, this is just a collegiate team. oh, if they're not Maryville, if they're not Winthrop, maybe if they're not Ole Miss now that you have them in your mind, you don't really think too much of the rest of the collegiate landscape. But what a lot of people don't know is that there are a lot of tier 2 players and sometimes tier 1 players that come down, we'll call it, into CLOL and kind of have a second career almost, right? Kind of have this new like we said, renaissance for their careers. They compete in OQs, they get that competitive itch. Maybe they can't cut it at the tier 1 level just yet, but they still come in and they really kind of put the screws to some of these up and coming players, some of these guys that want to have aspirations to make tier 2, and they kind of give these guys a bit of a reality check here. I feel like that's what UCI does pretty consistently.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is not a team that can be counted out individually by any means, right? So it always comes down to what competitive League of Legends really is all about, which is your team synergy, your shot calling, your ability to play the macro game. But individually, pound for pound, mechanically, on the right day, these guys can go toe-to-toe with anybody. And that's what we're hoping to see in today's series. Keep things nice and close here between UCI and Cupid as they take to the Rift for game number 1 of our final match of the Open Qualifiers.
Oh, I love Barrick already showing off the big brain IQ. Gordo, he's started double glowing moat. He's gonna build up his flame meter there on the top side there, his overheat, and then he's gonna sell back the glowing moats, put real items in, and he's just gonna be able to maintain that stage. And he's actually gonna have better trading power in Strampes. That's those small advantages that you get as Gorica is gonna be spotting out Cupid Esports here. Yeah, look, he sold it back. He has Doran's ring, and look at his heat bar right now.
Yep. Gets to just sit there in that extra toasty state. It's on it's not overheated, but it's slightly heated, and it will give you some of that bonus effects on some of your abilities. He is starting with those harpoons, and you can see they just hurt a little extra. Strampes misses the boomerang on the way back, too, so he's done now. He's not contesting at this level 1 trade anymore. This river belongs to Barrick.
Gordo, Rumble's yellow meter, I don't even know why they call it. It's called Danger Zone. You would think Danger Zone would be the one where he's in red, but that's actually the overheated. So
yeah, it's danger for the other player.
Yeah, it is. As obviously Strampes taking some of those tasers to the face right now. Already, like what, 10-15% of his HP is already gone. Oh my god. Danger Zone, like you mentioned, and Barrick doing a really good job getting those small incremental advantages as he's going to need it. That range into melee matchup, Rumble is one of the better ones that can play that matchup because he has that gap closer with the W, the shield, and the extra move speed. But it is still kind of tough if you do get kited out here, and Strampes has opted in for that grasp. Same with Zhao Danny. Both of these solo laners taking the grasp here, so looking to scale up, survive these lanes, and eventually, like we said, come late game much stronger here. As we already see Pika Pika on this Bard harassing Gorica and company.
Yeah, I love that UCI has had this little kind of 2025 tier 2 renaissance with Zhao Danny now in the lineup. I've loved this guy as a mid laner for a long time. He's a little bit of ACL royalty at this point, has been competing in plenty of the splits, and has always just kind of been fighting with 2 or 3 other mid laners on the California Irvine campus to try to get this starting spot. It's finally his year this year, and he's done fantastically for them. He's really been a big part of some of these deep OQ runs that have really kind of put UCI on the map for everybody, up to and including this one. We'll see how he's going to be able to navigate up against Lycamaz, who's had himself a pretty solid last 6 months or so in his own right. Only one of them going to be moving on to that promo tournament today. So far, the early CS lead, of course, going over to Zhao Danny with the range advantage. Both junglers wrapping up their first clears here. Looks like it could be a fight for that first scuttler.
Yeah, they might be up there. And again, Rosethorn opted in for that lethal tempo Volibear, so has a lot more skirmishing power, a lot more dueling power. And Strampes getting this lane in as fast as possible. If you can get these casters down, you can then roam to that Scuttle Crab on the top side. You also see Zhao Danny helping him out. So everybody on the UCI top side going to Rosethorn's assistance just to figure out, okay, is Maddie up there? Has he cleared down to the bottom side? Looks like both these guys are going to trade Scuttle for Scuttle here. And with Nightstar and Pika Pika having that advantage on the bottom side, it makes sense for Maddie to go down here. I'm kind of surprised he didn't clear top to bot instead of going bottom to top lane, but it shouldn't hurt him too much, as both of these guys are probably going to hit the resets very soon. But luckily, Maddie gets that ward down onto the Raptor, so they're going to be able to spot out where Rosethorn is after either this reset, or if Rosethorn is just going to go and keep clearing his way until he hits an item breakpoint.
Yeah, and tracking this Volibear is everything, right? You want to make sure that he's not getting any of those big flash thundering smashes on you at an unfortunate moment, or that could very easily be first blood going over towards UCI's side. Barik finding an extended trade with Strumpist in Mega form here. Says, hey, you can't really kite out against me. Well, you are Mega. Does use the overheat for an extended trade. Both parties get it back away on pretty low health bars, but that Doran's shield going to help Strumpist stay sustained up.
Yeah, Doran's shield plus second wind, man. That stuff needs to get nerfed again. As Barik is going to be looking to kind of whittle Strumpist down here, but because Strumpist is in that ranged form, able to harass Rumble a little bit more here. And Nightstar, you talked about being able to 1v2 here. He cannot step far enough. He's got to give up a couple CS because Pika Pika has done his first roam of the map here. 5 minutes into the game. Doesn't really get too much down. No vision. Was just kind of there to maybe throw down some chimes here and throw down some charms so that he could get his team a little bit more HP in some of these lanes.
Yeah, and I say good, as there's going to be a further engage going in on towards Nightstar. He has to blow the cleanse to get away from the ignite. Nowhere left to go. Doesn't want to blow the flash. Will end up dropping down, but knows that he's got Maddie in the area to try to get the clap back. Crash down, interrupts Arctic Assault, and that will stop Maddie in his tracks. So Nightstar getting a little too aggressive there. Once Pika Pika comes back, they aren't quite able to win out the trade against Agorica and Cerulean.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I guess they thought that Maddie would be there quicker because he was on that bottom side, but they just weren't expecting the amount of burst coming out from Gorica and Cerulean there. And I apologize, it was a bit of a caster curse for you, Nightstar. I mentioned you just have to be safe. Don't really got to lane too aggressively here, and unfortunately gives first blood over. But that's kind of been Nightstar's MO for a bit, even since last qualifiers. Gets a little too aggressive, maybe thinks that he can mechanically outplay the other team, and then just dies for it, right?
Yeah. And will be just that first blood gold. It is plenty valuable to have on the Senna nice and early for Gorica. Give him that slight advantage, but we were calling out earlier, Nightstar, I think very good at just maximizing the amount of resources he can get while he's in the 1v2, but also being disciplined enough to give them up, as it's a magical journey from behind. Strumpist, double gnar into the wall. Cosmic Binding doesn't find it to mark, and this play fizzles.
You got to do that before level 6 because that's going to happen every single time. Also, the Gnar ultimate, that cooldown is extremely low. So by the time you're able to do it again, he'll probably have it back up. And Nightstar, with that failed gank in the top side, actually ends up suffering a little bit. Although Gorica did take a tower shot. Pika Pika level 4 to Cerulean's level 5 at the moment. So far, I would say, based on how the game's going, although it's 1,000 gold lead for UCI, the fact that there's been so much inactivity or lack of, executed plays from Cupid Esports side, that favors UCI so heavily right now. Nightstar's gonna go in.
Nightstar getting aggressive on Gorica. He just takes the kill. 1 versus 2, unassisted by Pika Pika. Pika Pika there to give him the confidence, but doesn't actually need to do anything practical. And they will be able to pick that one up back, make it 1-1 in the bottom lane.
And that's kind of what you can get with Nightstar, right? If he feels like he can outplay you mechanically, if he sees the window, he's gonna go for it every single time there. And that was because Gorica took those tower shots on that bottom lane. You saw as we panned over, he took one of those charged tower shots, and that kind of gave Nightstar, the bloodlust, we'll call it. And he absolutely was able to go against UCI and pick up that kill for himself. He's sitting on BF sword and pickaxe. When he came back to lane, he had that BF sword already ready, Gordo. So this guy, insanely strong right now on that bottom side.
Really, really strong, and doing a great job of being able to just keep on clearing out this wave. It's not really the kind of matchup where Gorica and Cerulean can let the wave come into them and try to freeze it on Nightstar. He's not getting those kinds of opportunities, and Gorica constantly needs to be throwing out Piercing Darkness to get stacks. So he's always pushing the wave, and Nightstar does such a good job of just AoEing down these caster minions and not really falling behind. But here's Rosethorn with Stormbringer looking to set up a dive. He'll get to turn off the turret here, going to start things on a Nightstar. Gorica loses so much HP right off the bat, but Dawning Shadow will execute Nightstar, and they're able to disengage just fine. That's the power of this Volibear. Makes these dives all but guaranteed.
Yeah, well-executed dive coming out from UCI, and Pika Pika not being level 6 there, Gordo, was the difference maker. That's kind of the ticker in your mind that goes, okay, if he had that level 6, if he had the ability to, you know, Zonya's everybody, that dive probably goes a little bit differently. But the level 5 to level 6 disparity allows UCI to get that dive off. You saw Nightstar try to burst down Gorica before the dive even happened. Almost got the kill, almost traded the 1-for-1. Very well played from UCI. But I don't think they can take this dragon. They're biting off a little bit more than they can chew. That was really close from them. They might actually pay with blood, though.
Yeah, let's focus forward on towards Rosethorn. They will be able to claim the kill. Kamaz going to be the one who catches out there. It will be the dragon going over to UCI. Keep things close to even in the trade department. That feat of warfare now up for grabs for whoever's able to secure themselves the next kill. More and more valuable this season, as it does give you access to those tier 3 boots that are actually worth something now.
Yeah, the buffs that came to him, they're a little bit cheaper.
All right, well, there's Speed of Warfare right there. Cerulean just gets a little too big for his britches, and they take him down 2v1.
You are a support. That's the mantra that you need to drill into your head, Cerulean. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. Maybe save the wave so that Gorica could pick up a couple more minions. But like you said, if you don't going over to Cupid to kill Nightstar as well on this Corki. The guy's going to come back with a Bloodthirster. Good luck poking and whittling him down with the Senna anymore. I mean, this guy's going to be a lot tougher to kill. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like UCI, like I said, they got the dragon, but they traded Rosethorn out for that. So now you have no jungle pressure for the next like 10, 12 seconds, which allows Cupid Esports lanes to play super aggressively. Like, they got that bot lane dive off. They should have just reset and then gone to camps. Wow. As Xiaodani's taking a ton of damage right now. Blade of the Ruin King on Lycamaz. Very nice pickup from him, especially because Xiaodani's gone Roa and Grasp. The extra HP is actually going to be kind of working against him a little bit.
Yeah, Barrick just going to equalize the wave there, decides it is time to get out of here. Senses that Rosethorn is around as his ward gets swept away. He can quickly deduce that there's a fast bear. Cosmic Drive in hand on head as he does get himself out of there. You ever notice the Cosmic Drive's a crown?
Isn't there eyes on the bottom of it? Like if you look at the
it's like
image?
a little head. As Lycamaz getting pushed on out here. They are going to go for the dive. They turn off the turret, but that only lasts a couple of seconds. Rosethorn taking a lot of abuse back, flashes out, but falls to Lycamaz regardless. Cupid Esports get one back.
Oh man, Rosethorn. Oh, Xiaodani. Nice flash from the kid there, but Rosethorn getting a little too over aggressive. UCI maybe feeling like they've got to get something done, but their whole game plan, their champions that they've picked, just chill out, relax. You know what I mean? Like, they're fine. They were 1,000 gold ahead in the early game. Being 1,000 gold down at 13 minutes into the game is not a death sentence for UCI, as Pika Pika is on the flank.
Ooh, leads with Tempered Fate, does not connect it, going to find himself rooted up, but now going to be a forced disengage from Cerulean regardless, as Maddie is shown on up, and Gorica just taking abuse right through the barrier, falls down in the 3 versus 2. Nightstar flashes away after getting stunned, but they can't reach him. It's 2 melees. He's out of there.
Guys, Corki does damage. I don't know how many trades Gorica is gonna have to take to realize that Nightstar is just gonna keep autoing you down and fight you in the mess of everything. Strumpus, pretty good trade. I don't think he's gonna be able to get the kill here on the Barrick, right? He kind of blew every single ability. Dive's not even gonna be apparent as Rosethorn was on that bottom side here. And yeah, Nightstar with Bloodthirster, I think he just wins out these trades completely. Good look from Cerulean, but I just don't think Gorica and Cerulean understand the lane they're playing or the one they're playing against, because it feels like they think they're stronger or they can make these plays. But the moment Nightstar gets out of the CC and begins to auto attack you down with Bloodthirster lifesteal, you've lost all initiative.
Yeah, it does defy logic a little bit, right? You find Tempered Fate misses, they whiff ultimate, you've got healing and barrier on your Senna. Surely they can't burst through all of it, but they can, and they do. And Nightstar finds himself 3 kills richer for it, as he keeps just getting himself into these situations where it's to throw out all his abilities, and the health bars of Gorica and Cerulean are not enough to withstand them. 40 seconds to go on this next dragon would be the second for UCI, but Cupid getting stronger and stronger on this bottom side of the map by the minute. 3 kills on Nightstar, 2 kills on Lycamaz. I think they might be ready to fight for him.
Yeah, I don't think this dragon should go over to UCI. We see Matty right now clearing his top side. He's going to skip his Krugs so he can go red into Raptors and then go work his way towards that bottom side. Not having too many camps up on the top side for that dragon in about 10 seconds here. Like you mentioned, I feel like Cupid should have it, even without Barrick having that TP. Strumpus does have TP advantage, but I don't think he wants to leave the lane here. I don't think he can now that he's taken so much damage. If he TPs in for this fight, Gordo, he's going to be half health, maybe even lower if Barrick sees him. Might just be delivering himself a kill, and smartly so, UCI are going to back away from this Hextech Dragon here. Yeah, I don't think you can give it. Taking that one in the early game is enough, because it allows you to delay that Dragon Soul that Cupid probably would have wanted for themselves. It is Mountain Soul here. Getting that one extra Dragon, getting those extra 5 minutes allows UCI to scale and allows Zhao Danny and Gorica to hit those late game power spikes that we talked about on the Senna and the Victor.
Yep, and that late game has got to be the name of the game now. You can see they were thinking about it all along, right? They go Roa Victor. They're more interested in being strong come around this third, fourth dragon than they are around the second one, and that is definitely what they're going to be forced into regardless. Is yes, Zhao Danny takes a rough trade in mid, gets forced out without TP. Strumpus finds himself tanking more turret shots, not able to show up to that dragon play either. First turret just goes to Nightstar. He's been hammering away at that one the whole day long off of these winning bot lane trades, and it's full feats going on over to Cupid. They get those boot upgrades.
Now feats of strength here. Rosethorn gonna look to maybe turn off the turret, or they just want to get it here by themselves. But I think Barrick with Pika on his backside can actually take this 2v2. Strumpus disgustingly low, does not have that rage bar available as well. As you see Cerulean slowly but surely making his way towards that top side. Good pickup on that Rift Herald for UCI as well. That's going to allow them to potentially contest this third dragon here. Second one for each of these teams. They can maybe look to knock down this mid lane. Despite everything else kind of being set on fire for UCI, Zhao Danny, solid 0-0-0 scoreline, 154 CS, has kept up the pace that he needs to be on Victor. And I know that sounds sarcastic, but it's actually very good for UCI that Zhao Danny has made very few mistakes and is scaling up into the champion that we hope to see him be in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, agree with you there. I mean, they just need to make sure that this Victor, once this is a stacked up Roa, once he's got a second item in his inventory, he has got to be a big, impactful source of DPS when you don't have that traditional marksman. Senna's going to be a little burstier and have some single target focus, but not really going to be able to melt through an entire team or a big tanky frontliner like the Sejuani, the way that something like the Corki will be expected to do. You're going to need to get a little backup there from your Victor. You're going to have a little bit of additional damage from this Volibear as well, going that kind of off AP bruisery build. Magical Journey over the wall. They are going to be able to tag one. I don't know where that Glacial Prison was going, but certainly not to Gorica, as he is mega far away. They will be getting on out of this one. So much damage going through out of Pika. He's kind of already out of the play. And now Nightstar and Lycamaz are in pretty deep. The stun will connect. He gets yanked out of the blast cone. And that's Nightstar likely going down. Lycamaz flings himself into the fray to try to bail out his bot laner, but he's just going to join the body count. It's 2 over to UCI.
Oh man, Matty whiffing that Glacial Prison. Got to go back to discus practice, Gordo. I think he needs to sling that a little bit further next time around here. Unfortunate for Cupid Esports. They try to make a play on in the mid lane, but instead give 2 kills over, specifically Lycamaz and Nightstar. Your 2 carries going down here. You're going to lose a lot of pressure on the map here. So now UCI start spreading some vision down, clearing a lot of what Cupid has worked so diligently to put on the map here. Look at all these control wards and all these different wards being placed everywhere. Rosethorn and the rest of UCI are going to be doing a good job clearing this out. Minute and 30 up until this dragon here. Zhao Danny has TP available, so he's going to be on top lane duty, I suppose, as Gorica and Cerulean are going to go back, cash out. And this is where Senna kind of hits that power trough, we'll call it, that mid game where she's at that 1.5 item. She's not nearly going to be as strong as a traditional AD carry, especially a Essence Reaver, Bloodthirster, Corki. So UCI is gonna have to play these fights a bit more tactically as well. UCI's front line is a bit flimsy, Gordo, because Rosethorn has opted in for this Cosmic Drive into the Frostborn Gauntlet second. He hasn't even finished it yet. I feel like UCI may believe they're tankier than they actually are. Well, you look on the side of Cupid, Maddie has built full tank Heartsteel. He's got another HP Ruby Crystal. He's got the Merc Tread going. Like, this guy is an actual true frontliner for Cupid Esports, which should allow the space for Nightstar to work with.
Yeah, Meganar will get you a little bit of additional tankiness as well, but that's about managing your rage bar. We'll have to see if Strampist has what it takes to be able to show up on the perfect timings there each and every time. Barrick just torching this wave. Make sure Strampist takes a couple of extra turret shots for his troubles. We are 15 seconds away from the next dragon. Cupid posturing around this one, and it doesn't really look like UCI have much of an interest in it, frankly.
Very odd. I mean, maybe if you believe that because Cerulean's flash is down, you can't really make a play here, but yeah, they're gonna just opt in to trade gold on the map. I don't actually hate this play. We'll see if they end up popping this Rift Herald maybe for that top side to go for that 800 gold big bag play with that Rift Herald. Rosethorn and Strampus are here. Pika Pika and Barrick have answered. It doesn't look like UCI is actually going to try to overload the map. So they trade one tier 1 turret for Dragon. I don't actually agree with this, especially because you're not getting much else on the map. As I say that though, Nightstar.
Wait, whoa, flash back in! Whoa. That is not going to pay off for Nightstar. As Maddie and Lycabos are trying to sneak the Otacon, Cupid are making 3 plays at once. Pika Pika is top, hosing the opportunity to put Rift Herald up there. Nightstar goes for a big outplay in mid, doesn't work out, and they're sneaking away the Otacon. They do secure it. Lycabos, fate sealed over the wall, gets himself out of there. And you know what? 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Rift Herald, hello?
He did root. He will take this outer turret. Wait, did he miss? He missed! They get it anyway, but he did miss. Driver's license revoked for Gorica. They will get this one in onto the inner. Nope, Pika Pika says no thank you. Oh wait, actually, you can counter that now because it charges again. Okay, but they did get it.
Okay, Rosethorn.
All right, I mean, the action's never ending here. Rosethorn getting a little too deep in on this dive, takes a ton of damage. Equalizer just short, and Rosethorn will get out with his life, but the CC connects on a Shao Danny. That's the target you're happy to connect with. Dawning Shadow for a big shield and to dissuade any further engage, and 2 members of UCI thinking they're lucky stars they're still alive.
Are we done, guys? Are we done? Are we done with the madness? No, we're not. Cupid Esports gonna look to maybe take this tier 1 mid lane turret here.
On. Surely we're done here. We're getting a little bit more damage on a Strampist. Okay, we're done, Chibi. We're done.
That play, that sequence of events, Gordo started about a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago with Dragon going down, top lane tier 1 being taken, Pika Pika, like you said, roaming to the top side, and then Cupid's like, let's just start Otacon. And then we're like, UCI's like, wait, we want to do something crazier. Let's drop Rift Herald. Nightstar flashing in the mid lane because he got caught out. Maybe looking to trade 1 for 1. Overall, though, after the madness has settled, the gold lead relatively even for both of these guys. But I feel like Cupid Esports got out on top. They snuck Otacon and second Dragon.
Yeah, the Otacon's huge there. I mean, the XP advantage is quite a bit. It's been equalized for the time being, but Barrick was a level up there for a while. I think he's probably close to half a level up. Nightstar's a level up. I mean, the XP difference presented by those extra roses is absolutely huge. As Lycamos comes over the wall, gets some good damage onto Rosethorn. There's a Glacial Prison that connects. A little bit of an on-bow there with the Tempered Fate, but they will finish Cerulean one way or the other, and it will be 1 member down for a 5v4 on the map.
2 minutes up until this Baron. Gonna give too much slow. That kill is gonna allow Cupid Esports to finally secure the oh so coveted tier 1 mid lane turret of UCI here, and we're heading towards that late game prospect, right? We talked about for UCI, Zhao Nanny on 2 items, Leandries plus Roa, most likely going to be building towards that pen item for that 3rd item here. Gorica finally passed the 2 item mark here, 2.5 now. Black Cleaver and Youngwoo's available, is going to be looking to shred down some of these resistances. Cupid Esports window is ever so slowly closing. 1.5 minutes until this Dragon. I suspect UCI aren't going to have too much to do about it, but Gorica, be careful where you step up. Maddie does not have that Glacial Prison available, but the fact that he's just posturing up here almost kind of saying like, hey, I might have it. You don't know. Maybe you guys aren't tracking the cooldown. Forces UCI off of this turret. We've got 4 people in the mid lane. Bottom lane is not being pushed. It is going in the favor of UCI so far. So Cupid do have to make a play soon, or they're going to be dropping waves in that bottom side.
I mean, Maddie's a madman. He'll sling that thing out anytime. Try to find one of these picks as there's going to be the time coming on through. Magnet Storm onto 3, but Nightstar able to break his way out of there. Equalizer going to draw a line in the sand, but they need to fall back on the other side of. Barrick is so low. Nightstar finally picked off by one more shot from Gorica, and Rosethorn's right back in on the front line to move on to the next target. It's Pika Pika taking a magical journey back to the rest of his team, but it's the AD down. 30 seconds to go until Dragon. I don't know if Cupid can regroup in time to contest on this one.
I don't know if UCI is going to opt in to regroup. Rosethorn has decided to stay on the map here. He's going to heal up off of these jungle camps, but you have to realize Gorica, Cerulean are really low HP. They're going to have to reset here, and Dragon Timer is almost synced up with Nightstar's death timer. If Cupid can stall this out for about 8 seconds here, they should have Nightstar back in time for this fight. And because UCI decided to pillage the jungle of Cupid Esports, that's gonna allow Pika Pika to clear all division on this Dragon side and place their own here. Again, UCI biting off a little bit more than they can chew, making a half extra play, and now they have to force their way back into this jungle. Dragon has been started, Gordo, and Nightstar is back.
Yeah, he's arrived here. UCI did not able to start this thing fast enough, and they are not able to actually find themselves a free Dragon here. There's the connecting on a Shout Danny. No follow-up really going to be available for it. Dragon falling lower and lower. The fight going to break out of the front lines here. Maddie taking a little bit of abuse on the other side. There's the Fate Seal, picking up 2 of them and chunking Shout Danny down. Cerulean gonna get melted through pretty fast. Nightstar's untouched on the side, continuing to rain shots through. Strumpist is back in mini form, and this fight is all Cupid Esports. They're gonna walk away with only 2 kills for their efforts, but they get the Dragon as well. That's Soul Point and a march to Baron.
Very greedy from UCI there. I mean, that was a good mid lane play they made, taking the tier 1 turret down, taking Nightstar down, but they needed to immediately reset, maybe push that mid lane in. But the fact, like I said, they took that blue buff. Rosethorn decided to stay on the map while Gorica and Cerulean were resetting, allowed Cupid to get back on. They take the Dragon, they take the Baron, and they might lose 1 or 2 members here. Xiao Dani and Gorica, do you want to take Barons out here? But overall, Cupid just taking advantage of better timing as Xiao Dani.
Ooh, Gorica getting burned down very, very low. Snagged by Lycamaz. And another kill to the Cupid name. Lycamaz coming alive in the last couple of minutes here. Look at his fate sealed in this fight to set up the fight circumstances that Cupid capitalized on to win.
Lycamaz gets a massive, massive ultimate, like you said, and then Barrick drops the red carpet here. It was a good attempt from Cerulean to Magnet Storm some of the members, but the damage has already been done. And you look at Nightstar on the side here, completely untouched, did not take a lick of damage there from UCI, and Cupid Esports pushing the envelope now. We're hitting that 27-minute mark. Rosethorn is completely fine as Lycamaz tried to get a little bit aggressive, but had that snapback available. UCI gonna have to play on the back foot here, down about 3,000 gold. Cupid can take a lot of real estate with this Baron though.
Yeah, and 3,000 about to turn into much more as inner turrets are so valuable already at nearly 4, thanks to that mid lane one falling. And on this next wave, they might aim for a top one. It's going to be tough to defend here by Strumpist and Rosethorn. Xiao Danny arriving to the scene as well. But clearing this wave in fast fashion, it's really Xiao Danny's job, and he's in a precarious position up against these potential engage tools. We'll be able to hold it for now. They take about half of that turret's HP. Stun onto Strumpist. They're going to full commit on that. Fate sealed, and Strumpist is down. Maddie now forced to disengage to stop taking up onto that turret. Pika Pika going to have to flash away from the gravity well. Rosethorn looking for somebody to maul, but has to get back underneath the turret. And Cupid, they take it 1-0, and here comes that inner we were talking about.
Yeah, it's so tough because UCI, Cerulean is hitting 4-man Magnet Storms, Gordo. But the fact that there just isn't enough damage front-loaded for UCI, Xiao Danny's not enough. Gorica can't do anything. He's at 3 items, but even then, the soul count isn't high enough. He's just not pumping out enough damage that you would expect from that AD carry role. you have to believe they had something like a Misfortune or maybe something even more higher DPS, potentially a Jinx, that those 4-man Magnet Storms can turn into team fight wins. But Cerulean is getting really good support ultimates, but Cupid are just able to out-tank it and outlast it, right? I mean, the Locket coming out from Pika Pika, Maddie, like you said, building full tank here. It's so tough, especially as well. Nightstar has Bloodthirster, Lycamaz has Shield Bow. You're not getting through this comp unless you have the damage, and UCI just are not passing that check time in and time out.
Yeah, their front line is just nowhere near as beefy as Maddie is because of the itemization they've gone for here, kind of that off-bruiser build on both of these characters. Can we do a quick stack check on Gorica as well? It just feels like he's not able to pump out as much. He's at about 89, 90. It's not the highest rate of Wraiths in the world. It's not like he's totally hosed out of the game or anything, but you definitely might have been hoping to get a few more trades in the laning phase and really stack up. I think Senna into melee supports really lets you kind of free farm those during the laning phase and gets you at a bit higher of a total at this stage.
That's why Pika Pika on this Bard. Massive pick here. Also showing Senna so early was really interesting, right? It was around the first pick phase here. UCI maybe, like you said, thought they could take advantage of this busted character. But Cupid Esports doing a really good job playing around it. I feel like Cupid's draft as well really centered around, you know, kind of this top side here, but Nightstar getting those advantages in that bottom side. He had that one mistake early on where he died to Gorica and Cerulean. After that, he was either trading 1-for-1 or coming out victorious in 1v2s here, which I think really put a hamper on UCI's game plan. And with 15 seconds towards this dragon, UCI have to fight it whether they're ready or not.
Oh, so much damage on a Rose. Whoa! Fate on to 3. Here comes the equalizer, and they're split in 2. UCI with no clean angle into the fight. Nightstar takes a huge chunk there from Xiao Danny and Gorica that might force him off the play. And some way, somehow, Cerulean, Roadstone, and Strumpus are all still standing, but they are forced off the dragon. This is Mountain Soul for Cupid, and those kills that have been tough to come by, they just got even harder.
The damage was tickling Maddie before Gord. But now that the Mountain Soul has been, you know, stacked on top of him, it's like throwing cotton swabs at a giant. Like UCI are just not going to be able to do anything against Maddie now.
Definitely. I mean, it's got to be, and you know, perhaps it has been for longer. Maybe nothing's really changed, but they need to reach Nightstar. They need to get this Corki out of here. They've actually managed to do it 5 times this game, but it's never been in extra meaningful moments. If they can somehow get on a Nightstar and avoid getting womboed by Lycamaz and Barrick, maybe they can kite backwards and eventually deal with the Sejuani or just ignore her. There's not big damage dealers coming up behind, but these fight situations have not been presenting itself there, and Cerulean's been finding the big engages. Like you said, they just haven't been able to fully capitalize.
That's tough. You know, maybe if Rosedorn was playing a more DPS-oriented jungler, or maybe Strumpus was playing a carry top, that these 4-man Magnet Storms would have a lot more oomph behind them. But unfortunately, Cupid Esports just way too damn tanky. And UCI, I think it's going to be really tough for them to win this game, despite, you know, Xiao Danny having a relatively fine game here, as now Rosedorn is dead.
Yeah, Nightstar and Lycamaz willing to full send it onto the jungler there. They nearly burst him out, and he might not be out of the woods yet. Maddie's still hanging around. Barrick coming in on the flank. The fact that that wasn't a kill probably actually means things are just fine for Cupid. They trade 2 ultimates for 1. They say, all right, we'll see you next time.
Yeah, Rosedorn losing a lot of his tankiness with that ultimate available. Xiao Danny 0-0-1. She's not really able to participate in this game, and he's TPing here. This might be the last fight, Gordo. Yeah,
gonna have to snap back. Rosethorn flashing on out. Barrick in a one-on-one with Xiao Danny.
Oh my god!
Burning him out of the fight. Lycamaz able to cut down 2 as Nightstar falls. Barrick wins his one-on-one up against the mid laner. Gorica about to join the ranks of players losing 1v1 to Barrick as Cupid get an ace for 1 and will close out game number 1.
UCI draft a late game composition, but they forgot one very important component, Gordo: damage. And that was the name of the game for UCI here. Could they pass the damage check? Could they get to that point where Xiao Danny on this Victor 1v9s here? Unfortunately, Cupid do not allow it. 3 Mountain Dragons into the Mountain Soul makes this team nigh unkillable. And like you said, Gordo, they take the victory 1-0 and are 2 games away from qualifying to the NACL promotion tournament.
Yeah, and you called it out at the very end there. I mean, we were waiting for Xiao Danny to scale, waiting for the Victor to come online, and it's not ever even close. He ends the game with 2 legendary items. He has the Rod of Ages and the Leandries. He doesn't even get the next item completed, and the fight ends. He ends 0-1-1 after losing a 1v1 to Barrick on the Rumble. It just never gets an opportunity for the damage to really come through. The Senna's not able to get stacked enough to have it come through. They never get a big Gnar team fight. They start trying to pivot into the side lane approach with that split push item, what's it called, Hull Breaker, and it just doesn't work out in any front. A huge set of team fight wins here for Cupid.
Gordo, I'm gonna throw salt in the wound. That third item that Xiao Danny was building, it wasn't a pen item. He was going towards Zanya. So I don't even think it would have really made that big of a difference, right? Maybe if he had that Void Staff, you could kind of hit that late game power spike Victor that you think of. But unfortunately, Cupid Esports overwhelm UCI here. Really well played from this bottom lane. Once again, Nightstar kind of showing why he's had such a good renaissance of a year so far, right? Like we said, was close to qualifying for NACL. They swapped out their jungler and their support here, right? You've got Maddie and Pika Pika. Pika Pika already paying dividends on this Bard. Really good tempered fates, really good roams. Even if they didn't get any kills off of those roams, the pressure, the vision that they're able to apply onto the map really limited UCI's approach. And you could see that in the fact that this Volibear, I think, post laning phase, the dude was like 0-1-2. He had two assists, and that was about it. Similar to the Sejuani. And if you're the Sedge player, you're going to outvalue the Volibear come later into the game. You are going to be a tank. You are going to be able to find that CC, those pick potentials. Whereas Volibear kind of just nosedives off a cliff come later into the game, especially in these more competitive formats where you're not going to get those skirmishes. You're not going to get those random picks in the side lane. You're going to have to team fight. And unfortunately, Volibear against a team like this, Rumble, Sejuani, Ione, good luck staying in the thick of it when you're getting burned, when you're getting sliced, and you're getting CC'd up.
Yeah, definitely here. I mean, that draft criticism, I think, all perfectly valid in hindsight. That's what you love about hindsight, is just how crystal clear it is. It really lets you know what works and what doesn't. And, you know, this is the thing, though. This is game 1 of a full Fearless best of 5. Still a space, I think, that is underexplored so early into the full kind of Fearless adoption that we've had across League of Legends. I think there's a lot more strats that are yet to be unlocked, a lot of creativity that you can go for here. UCI opened up, I think, with a very standard draft compared to what they normally go for, but I think these are both very creative teams that, if this series starts to go the distance, can really show us a lot of interesting picks. Strumpist playing regular top lane champions, that is not the extent of what we're going to see from UCI today. So very curious to see how they'll be able to clap back in game number 2. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get everything ready, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifiers for Spring 2025, where we have got a 1-0 lead here for Cupid Esports over University of California, Irvine. See what UCI is going to bust out for us in game number 2 here, Shivvies. That game number 1 draft did not quite work out, but it's full fearless. We got 10 new champions in store.
Yeah, and ever since Fearless has been kind of adopted into the greater ecosystem of League of Legends. I feel like, Gordo, it kind of lends itself to people like you who are very familiar with TCGs, Magic the Gathering, stuff like that, where now champions and draft picks are kind of like, it's more resources, right? It's like, what are you going to pick into this best of 5? What are you going to play? Are you going to drop all your best champions here? You're going to try to go for this mega comp, stomp game 1, and hopefully look to take out some of the OPs from the game entirely. I feel like using these draft picks and using champion picks as sort of pieces in a greater puzzle has been one of the big benefits of Fearless. I was somebody that was staunchly against it in terms of like competitive integrity, stuff like that, but I can't argue the fact that it does make you think about draft a little bit more complex, and it makes draft a lot more interesting to talk about and play here. As you look right under me, champions that Cupid Esports drafted for themselves, you look under Gordo, those are champions that UCI have drafted for themselves. They will not be available for the rest of this series. And if you look, I feel like Cupid Esports didn't really use too many chips, right? Like maybe Pika's Bard would be useful again, but having that one spicy, unique pick along with some more common stuff doesn't really limit Cupid Esports' champion pool. UCI, I don't think they gave away too much sauce either.
No, yeah, and both these teams have played a lot of variety of champions throughout the OQ so far, so I am not starting to feel anybody getting too pinched. There's some teams where full Fearless, they've played like 4 champions the whole time, and then you start to see them get into best of 5s, and you get a little bit concerned there, or if you get somebody who's got a similar champion pool to you, and they start to drop off really fast, you get yourself into a game 3, game 4 scenario, and you're very quickly scraping the bottom of the barrel. I think that'll be unlikely for these squads, as they're going to go for the early Talia on the side of UCI, who are sticking to blue, by the way. So they're going to grab that one for Xiao Danny, although, again, got to give the rider. Could, in fact, end up in the hands of Strumpus. Would not shock me in the slightest.
That would be really funny if it was top lane Talia. I don't wish that upon my worst enemies. As Cupid Esports are gonna yank the Azir away. That's a double takeaway. That's also a good mid lane pick, but also, like you said, yoinking that away from Strumpus, allowing this Talia to go mid and this Azir to potentially go top, removing that completely. Cupid Esports seem to be on top of it so far. I love the bans that have come out here as well. Vi, Varus, Jace. Very solid bans into UCI. A lot of champions that these guys love to play. We know that Rosethorn likes to be on some of these more initiator heavy champions. Vi, one of the best junglers in the game right now. We look on the side of UCI, really stripping away some of that top jungle presence, right? Ambessa, Pantheon, not allowing Nightstar to play something scaling focus like the Tristana. This is what he's going to default to. And this is one of Nightstar's most played this season, the Misfortune specifically. I don't particularly love this champion, but I did say how I wanted it on UCI's team last game because of the damage threshold that UCI failed to meet, especially with Cerulean hitting these massive rel engages. But there is the other OP jungler on this patch right now, Xin Zhao, coming in for UCI, especially into Rosethorn's hands, could spell some trouble for Cupid.
Ooh, and a Smolder as well. I would have made this call earlier on as, oh, that's a Matty Nunu. Seen it on the ban list throughout their run so far. I have not seen it on the Rift, but it's coming on through. Matty gets the Yeti here for game number 2, and Gorka gets onto one of his big scaling carry picks.
This is why I love Matty, man. This guy is just willing to throw down the gauntlet, the X Factor. I love this as well because Nunu, oddly enough, does well into these kind of like melee threats. The snowball, the miniature snowballs he throws, the slows, like it's gonna be absolutely tough for this Xin Zhao to actually get in onto this backside or dive in, because the moment he comes in, he's gonna get knocked up, he's gonna get slowed, he might even get rooted here. It's gonna be super tough. And all the meanwhile, Matty is still playing a very tank-centric jungler, right? He was on the Sejuani game 1, another selfless pick on this Nunu. I mean, this guy just willing to play what his team needs, as well as Nightstar getting a little bit extra safety, right? That absolute zero is gonna create a zone that if you're UCI, you are not allowed to walk through.
Yeah, and let's make sure from the side of Strumpus that we don't have a Doran moment where we forget that there's a root in the new kit. You cannot channel TP right in the face of the Snowball channel. See if we get to see any kind of those situations coming up through. That's always a bit of a risk when you get some of the less popular champions on to the game. Rakan going to be the lock in here for Pika. Pika going to give them some more lockdown for what is already looking like it is going to be a spicy AoE team fight comp. They will be happy to supplement their misfortune with something that will hold people still for the bullet time. Nautilus going to be the classic response here to go alongside this Smolder.
Yeah, I don't, you know, it's one of those lanes where like I don't really love it in the actual game in bottom side, but Nautilus really good into Misfortune, cancels out that bullet time like you mentioned. A lot of CC, also good into the Rakan, right? If you're not playing Leona, you're probably going to be playing Nautilus here. And Renekton is going to be locked in for top lane here. Gordo, Strumpist has yet to bust out. Who is this Strumpist? Who is this guy?
What did you do with Strumpist, UCI? What's going on here? As this is the second traditional top laner he's picked, and this is the second pick that he has not played yet this tournament. There was no previous NAR games, and this is going to be his first Renekton game. It is, in effect, a takeaway from Barrick, who will go for the Cassante instead. I don't know what's going on where we're getting traditional top lane matchups here, though. This isn't right. This isn't what I came in here and prepped for. So we'll see if Strabus is able to perform on this one. Didn't have a terrible NAR game all in all, but certainly did not build up any kind of substantial advantage on his own and didn't really get to show up in the team fights. I mean, I'd have to go back and watch how everything broke out, who was responsible for what, you know, maybe teammates were out of position. You don't always get 100% control over when fights break out, but we certainly did not get any of those big Mega NAR team fights out of Strumpist in game number 1. So, not my favorite NAR game from him. We'll see. The Renekton definitely has a little bit less of a need to manage your rage. Rage matters here for Renekton as well, but, you know, it's kind of a just a straight positive resource, not necessarily something that goes on a long cooldown. He should be happy with that one and should be able to fill in as kind of a bruisery frontliner and should serve as a bridge alongside this Zinjao and Talia just to get this Smolder into a position where he'll be able to be a big carry later on.
Yeah, you mentioned those big NAR team fights. I think the only one we really kind of saw that was impactful was that pick onto Nightstar and Lycamaz, right? In that bottom side where they got caught on the blast plant and he kind of came in, got that double Mega NAR into the wall. Other than that, yeah, unfortunately UCI, maybe like you said, it was Trumpist's fault, maybe it was UCI's fault. The managing of the Rage Beater and also the managing of those ultimates, you never got to see those big team fights, especially because Cerulean was getting those 4 mad Magnet Storms. Like the combo is Magnet Storm into Mega NAR into, oh, you guys are all dead now, right? Because of the Magnet Storm that's coming in, or the Chaos Storm that's coming in over top from Victor. A lot of storms. A lot of storms coming out from these, a lot of storms. UCI weren't able to get that dream scenario off. And like you said, yeah, these traditional top lane matchups, I'm gonna have to give it over to Barrick, right? Like he's probably played this 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. I fear the man that has practiced the kick 1,000 times, not the guy that has practiced 1,000 kicks one time, right? Like it really is. Strumpist playing Renekton his first time, like you said, against Barrick, who has piloted this matchup probably against some of the better, you know, Renektons we have in tier 2. A lot of the rest upon the shoulder of Zhao Danny and Gorica. I like the fact that UCI have said, you know what, maybe let's not go for Senna, or like if you can't go anymore, but let me also go for these utility style AD carries. Let's put Gorica on something that is late game, hyper carry focused. Smolder rising up, cropping up in popularity again here. But Cupid Esports, you have ways to get to him, right? Barrick on a flank, Lycamaz can easily, you can kind of Shurima shuffle Gorica out. Maddie, we're gonna have a bit of a tough time, but I feel like Maddie is gonna be playing bodyguard duty for Nightstar, right? Absolute Zero is gonna cause a lot of trouble for champions like Renekton, like Zinzao. Rostor and Strumpist are gonna have a tough time reaching the backline as they're getting frozen over by this Nunu.
Yeah. To take your metaphor one step further there, Shivy, if you do find yourself as the guy who's practiced 1,000 kicks one time, at least bring out a kick that isn't one that this guy's practiced 1,000 times, right? Like, give me some kind of crazy Liu Kang flying bicycle kick. Don't just show up with a roundhouse. Barrick knows the roundhouse. He's going to be well equipped to deal with it, and it's going to be tough for Strumpist here. I think you really put it in good terms here. It's almost disrespectful to Barrick to assume that he's not going to be more familiar with this kind of matchup at this stage in Strumpist's top lane career. I'm very surprised that we're not getting to see more of his kind of signature sauce here when yes, he's getting forced into blind scenarios, but he's getting forced into blind scenarios because UCI is picking blue side. So I don't even know if that necessarily counts as an excuse. UCI's had side selection in both of these games so far, and they have put themselves on blue intentionally.
Yeah, UCI a bit more on the proactive side here, though. Rosethorn on this Xin Zhao, Renekton for Strumpus. They're going to be able to get maybe some of those dives off in the top lane, although it is a little bit tougher to dive Cassante. Zhao Danny as well on this Talia. I'm expecting a lot of movement from these guys in this top side here, right? I really expect him to get things going. I don't think they're going to be ganking Nightstar and Pika Pika as much. I feel like Gorica and Carillion on this Smolder Nautilus, not an insanely high kill threat, but I think if the opportunity presents itself, maybe Zhao Danny will go down there with Rosethorn and pick up some kills. But I really expect them to put the screws onto this top side, maybe look for Maddie in the jungle, but specifically I expect Barrick to have a bit of a rough time in this top lane if he overextends or he plays a little bit too aggressive. Expect UCI to be on it like white on rice here. But Cupid Esports kind of swapped compositions, right? Both of these guys played different comps. In game one, Cupid was more on the proactive side, UCI was on the scaling side. They have flipped the script. UCI more proactive, and Cupid Esports definitely looking to play more for those scaling late game team fights, especially with Nightstar on this Misfortune and specifically Lycamon on this Azir, who, like you said, has been having a fantastic year so far. Both of these players, man, been playing for a long time, but for whatever the year 2025 has been for these guys, it has been absolutely killer.
For sure. That's part of what Fearless has brought for us, right? We get more new games. We get more of the unexpected selections. I do like that Gorica has kind of gone back into his hyper carry roots, right? This UCI team at a lot of points throughout its history has run through Gorica. It's been about Rosethorn pathing towards bot, getting an early advantage for Gorica and Carillion, and Gorica being able to execute in these later game team fights. He's got that Kog'Maw in his back pocket. He's a big Tristana fan as well. He'll play some Draven here and there. He'll play some Zeri, and this Smolder is right here in that category as well. So moving away from the Senna in game number one, where it felt like a lot of our criticism came from not enough damage on this pick. It's going to take some scaling time here as well, but once it happens, Gorica will certainly be no slouch in the damage department.
UCI are going to have to get to that point here. Gorica 0 for 1 on stacking champions. Will he go 0 for 2, Gordo? That's the question. Is Gorica on this Smolder is going to have to be able to stack this passive up and get that execute as quick as possible. I know the old timer used to be around like 22 minutes roughly is when Smolders, at least at the highest professional level, they'd be able to get to that stack breakpoint. It now might have changed everything, obviously, with like the new changes coming to the map and the game entirely. Maybe that's a little bit longer, but I always felt like Smolder as a champion, touted as a late game menace, but he was able to get to that 225 breakpoint fairly quickly, right? In all things considered, much quicker than what you would expect from a late game champion.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And it's going to be, I think, really dependent, similarly in a way to the Senna, honestly, how much combat this guy can get into. It's kind of a fine line, right? Where you don't have the combat power to slam fights, but you want to get into quick trades and quick moments of combat to be able to get yourself additional dragon training stacks. He needs the experience. He needs the chances to fire abilities away and connect them onto members. He would appreciate Pika Pika hanging out in lane a little bit more than he did on the Bard. It'll give him those kinds of chances to just click Q on him from time to time and actually get those bonus stacks rather than just having to rely on the set locked in number of minions that spawn on Summoner's Rift, kind of push his way past that kind of cap.
Yeah, Smolder, one of those champions that wants to fight, but like you said, doesn't want to die, right? Like doesn't really want to give his life for the stacks there. Gorica's gonna have to, like you said, toe that fine line of skirmishes where he can get to that point. The mid lane Smolders tend to stack obviously a lot faster because of how mid lane is. Bottom lane is going to be a little bit rougher, but you obviously have the more exponential opportunity because you can hit two different members with your abilities. Focus on this early game for me, like I said, for UCI is going to be on Zhao Danny, Rosethorn, and Strumpus. Once Zhao Danny hits level 6, I'm going to expect him to kind of start rolling around onto the map here, using his wall to block off players like Nightstar. Cupid Esports, not super mobile in any sense, right? Like Maddie and Nightstar can definitely get caught out by this wall, and you don't want to be split up if you're Cupid Esports, right? You don't want to fight two different fights against UCI, because I feel like if that happens, Strumpus, Rosethorn, and Xiao Danny for sure win like the 3v3 or the 2v2s that they may get themselves into.
Yeah, side quest this game, I would like to see Xiao Danny use a Weaver's Wall to block and break biggest snowball ever from Maddie. That's what I'm going to be on the lookout for. It's not an interaction that is worth going for explicitly, but it will be funny if it happens, and could have a little bit of an effect here or there if he's coming in for a big collapse, using that movement speed, using that CC tool, and then just loses out on it because of a well-placed wall. It, of course, cannot make its way around terrain. Eyes on how this is going to break out here. Do we have... Yeah, we got a little pause. So we are on to Summoner's Rift, but we are paused. But will be a little bit longer before this game gets started. But we are closer than ever seeing these two teams go at it once again. Not feeling like it is a complete return to what we expected from UCI, but definitely getting themselves some really strong scaling options and getting themselves, it just feels like a lot more damage across the board up against what is again going to be a very beefy front line from Cupid as Barrick gets onto this Cassante, and Maddie probably going to be pretty tanky on the Nunu as well.
Yeah, I expect Maddie to go full tank Nunu or some sort of variation of that. I don't think he's going to go something crazy. The Kesha Nunu build where you go like full AP and you look to one-shot everybody. I'm expecting maybe like Frostborn Gauntlet. Maybe he goes Sunfire Cape because it got buffed recently. Like there's a lot here. Is like you said, that pause that we got into. We are going to get that spectator pause that delays the game a little bit here. Maddie has opted in for the phase rush here, which I think is very good. 3 melee champions on the side of UCI. Phase rush is going to get a ton of value, especially if you find yourself caught between Rosethorn and Strumpus. That phase rush might actually end up saving your life here. This is Cupid Esports once again looking to overload one part of the map here. Last time they went bottom lane, they found Gorica. This time in the top lane, that is a snowball. Bold play coming out from Maddie. Gonna hurt his clear just a little bit, Gordo.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what to make of that. That's
bold. That's a bold play. If it worked though, right? Genius. This is the thing with Genius. Genius is only cool if it works. If it doesn't, then obviously they look dumb and they look like idiots. We would be having a much different conversation if Maddie hits a massive snowball onto Strumpus or Rosethorn hanging out in that bush. Luckily, for whatever reason, UCI is actually on that bottom side. They get 5 members down there. I don't even think they know that Maddie started W, so it doesn't matter. UCI is going to expect Maddie to be at a certain part of his jungle at an expected time here. But yeah, you know what? I respect that play. I would go for it again if I could.
Definitely would be what we are on the lookout for. And no dice this time around, but like the hustle from Maddie. And, when you go for an abnormal champion, go for abnormal plays. That's what I always say. And he's doing just that. He's going birds into the invade. He's getting right back where he left off. This blue buff was his from minute 0. And now at 2 minutes in, it will make good on the promise.
Yeah, he nearly one-shots that Raptor camp, hits level 2, and just runs into that top side here. I don't think UCI actually know this, or maybe they do, or maybe they're expecting it, as they did get that ward down onto that blue buff. Rosethorn taking that for himself here. Cerulean, it's a nice hook. Nightstar and Pika Pika on the back foot here. This time around, Pika Pika not playing that range support. I don't know. I don't like calling Rakan a range support, Gordo. He's effectively a melee support, similar to Thresh, where they have ranged autos, but how close you have to get kind of puts you in melee range almost.
Indeed, it does. Barrick and Strumpus exchanging blows early on there. Barrick going to be able to get the push, just going to make it a little bit more safe and comfortable for Maddie to continue this top side invade. And it doesn't look like... All right, now they're going to be aware that it's happened, as Xiao Danny will spot the Nunu walking out of his blue side jungle with a blue buff. But Rosethorn, I don't know if he quite realizes the extent of the damage. Doesn't look like he's going to make some assumptions here, but not a lot of time to get back over the other side. Lycabaw's gonna get pulled in though. Has to flash away. Here comes Cerulean for the collapse and first blood to UCI.
There we go. UCI being proactive once again, and that's the play we expected. The flash onto Lycabaw's, punishing this Azir so early on, 3.5 minutes in. I'm actually surprised that worked, given that we should know where Rosethorn is. He was on that bottom side, trending towards that top side. Zhao Danny seeing Maddie, like, I don't know. I'm very surprised that Cupid were still able to get caught out there. I feel like Maddie might have been hovering mid lane, potentially to help out Lycabaw's. That roam from Cerulean, the flash hook as well. Beautifully executed. A lot of resources burned though for UCI. So let's see if they can kind of keep up that pressure. Rosethorn no flash, Cerulean no flash. Might give Maddie some ideas to go down potentially to this bottom side, as he is once again snowballing to the top. Has a, will have a small camp lead for himself.
Yeah, he definitely should. And Barrick going to find himself a solid little performance of the lane so far. Definitely happy that he was able to set his jungler up for success like this. Will be Maddie with plenty more camps left to snag, so this CS lead will grow all the larger. Does look like bot lane, while we haven't paid much attention to it, has been going all right for Gorka and Cerulean, especially with Cerulean making that roam up towards mid. Hasn't affected Gorka's ability to farm at all. They're dead even, if not a faint lead to Gorka. Not quite sure how big that wave is that Nightstar is about to pick on up, but finding opportunities for this little dragon to get some farm.
Yeah, and typically that jungle lead that Maddie got would result in like a nice little gold lead for Cupid. But the fact that Rosethorn is able to pick up that kill in the mid lane, him not getting those camps doesn't really matter. He effectively got the gold with that kill here. Comes back with that tunneler. He's very strong. Rosethorn on the Xin Zhao. Gonna find a way to potentially win this game here. The XP lead still will go in the favor of Maddie, but he's not gonna have too significant of a gold lead. As Pika Pika does go in.
From Pika Pika, going to find a good trade onto Gorka for about half of his HP, as both junglers taking their early resets. Maddie is going for the Faded Ashes, so he's interested in building somewhat amount of AP on this Nunu for that bonus damage, alongside that phase rush. The dragon up for the taking. See if Nightstar and Pika Pika on the push here with a faint item advantage are going to look to set up for this one. Zhao Danny moving into the area, but still not level 6.
Yeah, Maddie can potentially cheat a little bit of that damage, right? I thought he was going to go for tank here, but the fact that you have Barrick on the Cassante means you can kind of go towards that Leandries, maybe have a little bit better skirmishing power in terms of just the damage that you output, especially if you get hit with the absolute zero, as Cerulean is going to hook in. Nightstar, though, doing a good job trading that damage back. And when you have a Nunu, Gordo, that means you should get all the dragons, in my mind.
Well, going on over, there is going to be a wall coming on across from Talia. Hook coming on through, and Nightstar is isolated and blown up. Gorka not getting the kill credit, but they'll still take that happily. Cupid secure the dragon, but UCI make another pick happen and get some alone time in the bottom lane for Gorka.
Yeah, Nightstar not flashing or anything, right? The wall got put down. I guess he wasn't expecting Cerulean to hit that max range hook. Still has all his summoner spells available. Gorka went for the non-combat summoners, right? Went for flash plus TP. Having 3 TPs on the map for UCI is going to be really nice for that side lane control as well. Will be interesting to see how they play the map later into the game here. But Cupid Esports, talked about them being on more a late game centric composition here. Right now they're down about 1,000 gold at the 7.5 minute mark. It isn't terrible, right? If they can keep it to 1,000 gold coming out of laning phase, maybe if it creeps up to about 1.5, it's not the end of the world here.
The TP with no objective. They're just going for the blue buff and full sending it at that. Gorka coming on over, and I mean, we're going to get the blue buff. Maybe they'll get a little bit more. Cerulean, the flash engage onto Maddie puts Gorka on the scoreboard.
There was no reason for Maddie to do that. Like, that blue buff is gone. Once that TP gets channeled, which they saw it was coming in, that's when the play goes. Estrampus popping the ultimate.
Looking for an extended trade here. Barrick kind of just pushing him around and bullying him, though. Doesn't even have to use the all-out. Look at Mom coming on across for the burn damage onto Nightstar, and Gorica gets himself up to 2 kills. This dragon is running away with it.
Yeah, Pika needs to tank that hook. That's what needs to happen. You need to walk lockstep ahead of your AD carry so that even if Cerulean throws that hook in, he's going to be able to hook the Rakan, who, by the way, Gordo, has multiple movement abilities, right? He can dash out, battle dance. He's got so many ways to get out of there. I'm going to say it's not completely Nightstar's fault here. I feel like Pika is kind of selling the lane a little bit.
Yeah, definitely is not quite showing up the way that you might hope for here. He does not get himself the necessary CC to interrupt Gorica's attempts. There's going to be the dredge line coming on through, and an easy setup for an easy kill over to Gorica, putting him at 2-0, and certainly accelerating his stack count to some degree or another. Very comfortable with how this early game has played out if you're a UCI fan, and looking like you are going to be in an excellent position on this kind of mid-game.
Yeah, so like we said, the golden number, 225. And then typically we said smolder players can hit that around the 18 to 22 minute mark. I've seen some really late ones as well. I think the earliest one I saw in recent memory was like 19 and a half minutes or 1945. So we'll see if Gorica can do that. The 2 extra kills is definitely going to help, especially with all the skirmishing. He's been really on point with the CS. Actually has a CS lead as well. So it'll be interesting to see. We can get a stack check later on. I don't need one right now. I don't really irrelevant at the moment, I think. But be interesting to see where he's at around the 18-minute mark. UCI 4-0 up right now, about 2,000 gold, almost 2,000 gold here. Cupid Esports have to stem the bleeding now, or there is a world where UCI just runs away with it.
Yeah, I mean, the bright point is, Gorica's still not at his fully upgraded Dragon training point. He's still probably weaker than most AD carries would be at the 2-0 mark. And he is still just as susceptible as anybody to getting blown up by a CC combo with a bullet time over the top of it. So you're just going to need to find those team fights. Your win conditions are about the same as they always have been. It's just the windows are going to be a little bit tighter as that clapback damage is getting higher and higher than it would have originally been at a parity state. 2K gold lead to UCI here, nothing to scoff at 11 minutes into the game. And Maddie, not having the early game you would have hoped for on the Nunu, you definitely want to make sure your shenanigans are putting you accelerated ahead of the pace of something like a Xin Zhao, but Rose Thorn already with Thundered Sky completed, looking pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately this Nunu pick not really doing what we expected. You did get that dragon early on. You did pay for it with Nightstar's life here. We'll see if they're able to pick up this second dragon here, get the dragon stacking going. Oddly enough, the more late game centric composition, picking up the first dragon in both games is really interesting. But I don't think UCI is going to allow Maddie to pick this up. So I think he's going to start shifting over, maybe toward that top side, potentially start making his way towards that Rift Herald as it spawns. As Cupid have gotten the 2-1 grub split as well.
It's going to be the biggest snowball ever. He's trying to outrun depth charge, but he can't do it. And now Maddie gonna lose about half of his HP. Does get a big consume off onto a minion.
Nice.
To recharge back on up. And here comes Lycabaw's on the flank. But it's too risky to slide and glide and push through with the split.
On the snowball.
Get that fight started. Now might be a better opportunity. 2 of them are off away from the rest. Lycamaw's getting engaged on, throws down Emperor's Divide to create some space for himself, has to flash away from Seismic Shove, and now he just finds himself face to face with Gorica, who's just unleashing the damage. Mom gonna heal him back up, flashes away from the bullet time. Nightstar's now in the middle of nowhere, and things have gone from bad to worse for Cupid.
Yeah. Lycamaw's overstaying his welcome. Is Rose Thorn?
Oh, no. Rose Thorn just hitting him with the fancy footwork. Maddie nearly ends up falling down. Another chop onto a minion will be getting him out of there. And he will be at a sliver while this turret is left undefended, and Xiao Danny is the one who's capitalizing.
I don't really love this misfortune pick. I talked about it being one of Nightstar's more frequently played this season, I just feel like, you know, him on something like this with not a lot of mobility, requires a lot of setup from his team. Cupid Esports not providing the tank line that he needs and the space that he needs to actually get these ultimates off. Like, Matty has opted in for a damage orientated first item, Pika on this Rakan, just not really able to get too much done. And with Lycamos going down so early and not having the ultimate available to provide that space, Nightstar just kind of feels you know, left out, and he's 0-3 right now on this misfortune.
Oh,
Lycamos.
no. Speaking of 0-3, Lycamos, found by two members, does manage to scoot his way away, and it will be a disengage. But Lycamos is forced to recall, has no TP. This is a dragon that is certainly in the hands of the Anteaters. Strumpus holding down his own just fine here up against Barrack in the top lane. There is no contest available on Chemtech Drake. It goes to UCI.
I really like Zhao Danning cheating towards that top side, looking to get some vision down, maybe saying, hey, they're probably going to try to trade Rift Herald here. They're going to be on this top side. Care for your jungle, Rosethorn, and he's going to beeline it to his blue side. I was really excited for this Nunu pick, Gordo, but this sucks, man. Like, Maddie, unfortunately, has not been able to do anything.
Me when Nunu is picked versus me when Nunu is played. It's just not exactly what you might have hoped for on the box there. The reason not too much of the champion gets seen these days, but I mean, you gotta like hope that there's going to be some kind of big wombo angle found. I mean, there's always the Empire play, right? There's always the chance that Maddie gets to set up in a bush and have a big absolute zero, turn around a fight later on. I mean, that's what you got to be hoping for. Is this guy still hasn't completed an item 15 minutes in? He is not having a fun time on Nunu this time around.
I wonder how many people know it as the Empire play, Gordo. That might be a little outdated. Is a snowball coming in?
I don't know how many people even know it's a thing you can do now, but Trump is flashing away from the snare, going to go back in onto a stun here for Barrack, taking it pretty low. Absolute zero being channeled, will be detonated. Strumpus stays alive, and the shuffle back from Xiao Danny is going to turn one kill into two. Rosethorn continuing to fight back out here, just going to turn it right back onto Lycamos.
Oh my.
And Rosethorn dominates this fight with Xiao Danny. He gets himself 3 kills, a triple to his name, and UCI are up 10-0, on track to have a near perfect game.
Win Zhao coming back into the fray here. Rosethorn, man, just absolutely tearing it up right now. His topside jungle got pillaged, is able to make a play in the mid lane, come back and just start going to town here. Cupid Esports, 16 minutes into the game. I talked about earlier on when it was like 7 minutes, I was like, oh, it's about 1,000 gold lead. As long as Cupid Esports can keep it under 2K out of the laning phase, they should be fine. Gordo, UCI is 7,000 gold ahead right now. They are well and above the expected line they needed to be. UCI have pretty much effectively shut the door on whatever scaling Cupid Esports were going to rely on here with the Azir and the Cassante. And by the way, Gorica 3-0-2 on the Smolder. Can we get a stack check, please? I want to see where he's at right now. He's at about 163. So yeah, maybe about 19-20 minutes he'll get to 225, and he does have that upgraded Q that allows him to farm the casters a little bit frequently and a little bit more faster.
Yeah, absolutely a huge boon there. And I mean, 7K almost on the gold lead here for UCI. About as big of a lead as you're going to see at this level 17 minutes into the game, and it's about to get a little bit bigger as the Rift Herald going to crash through in mid lane, and Cupid not well set up for a response. Lycamos is going to get shuffled back in. He's just gone. Coming in on the flank is Maddie, but he's not tanky enough to stay alive against this either. They're going to get a second charge up the Rift Herald. They're going to go for everything. They want to get themselves an inner turret here this early on. Rosethorn takes a big chunk of damage. Will be able to fall back into the jungle. So the inner turret will not be claimed, but Lycamos' life will. And just more and more advantages being accrued on the map.
Arguably the two, carry members of Cupid Esports both having a rough game here. Typically it's okay if one of them gets shut down because you can rely on the other one. But when both Nightstar and Lycamos are at the point where they're 0-4, they're 0-3, they're not having a good game together, it is really tough for Cupid Esports to kind of get back into this, especially with the champions that they've drafted for themselves. It required either one of Misfortune or Azir to come out of this laning phase at a point where they're really strong here. And unfortunately, UCI has done them dirty, right? Cupid Esports are just not having fun here. There's really nothing they can do. They have no agency on the map. Unfortunately, this Nunu can't get what he wants to do done on the map. He's got a Leandries finally, his first item, 18.5 minutes in the game. It's too little too late. Everybody's cresting upon their second item very soon. Xiao Danny feeling himself, has bought Magi's at 14 stacks. I mean, UCI are just completely laying into this early game.
Yeah, and you know, there's going to be another potential pick, but Rosethorn going to be able to flash on out of this. Maddie maybe getting himself a little bit further away than he would like to see. Rosethorn with nowhere to go. Takes a long time for the guard to come on across. He's going to get kidnapped away, and Barrick will finish him off to put Cupid Esports onto the board. But meanwhile, I mean, this is 5 members top for 1 kill. They're going to try to get an objective bounty here as well, because they're losing their entire bot side to Karuli and Gorica.
UCI are going to pick up this second dragon for free. Like you said, they do get that kill. Plus, like you said, that objective bounty in the top side. They're still about 7,000 gold down, unfortunately. All that for a drop of blood against UCI here, as Cupid Esports are looking to make plays on the map. You would have hoped that kill went into one of the hands of Lycamaz or Nightstar, but Barrick said, nope, I'm kidnapping him for myself. He is the strongest member for Cupid Esports. Has the Frostborn plus Thornmail. Although I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I don't think so either. You know, you mentioned early that you need like a Maz or Nightstar to come out of the laning phase here with some amount of damage. It doesn't take them winning. It just takes them not getting blown completely out of the water. But that is what's happened here. Yeah. Each of them respectively are down about a full legendary item, right? Like 2 items versus 1. For both of these guys, and the tier 3 boots for Xiao Danny and Gorica, by the way, both of them opting into that tech early on. Fights break out on 2 fronts here. Strampus going to try to dive Lycamaz. Lycamaz will be able to fend it off for now. Sorry, Strampus, you haven't gotten to be a participant in this massive lead. You're actually not very ahead compared to Lycamaz, but good to see you trying to participate anyway. Rest of the squad grouped up down here around the Otacon, looking to try to avoid giving it up for free to UCI, but UCI can kind of take whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, they're so strong on the map, right? They can just slap you with the wallet consistently. And you mentioned the tier 3 boots. I feel like the Magic Pen boots is the best one because it just gives you more Magic Pen outright. Like, if they couldn't really think of anything creative, they said, you know what? Here's a little bit more magic penetration. Really good, especially early on in the game here, when a lot of these guys,
the nerds will care about that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my bad, guys. Yeah, it is a percentage. But I think it is the best tech here. Xiao Danny going to be hitting like a truck on this Talia, especially because there's so little magic resistance on Cupid Esports side here that these rocks are going to hit like bullets. And UCI going to take this Otacon for free. And really they may end up waiting until the Baron spawn timer. That is something that works, I guess, kind of in the favor of Cupid Esports, with that Baron timer being pushed back just a hair. It allows them to stall out a little bit longer. But we do get into these situations where when you have such a ginormous lead, but there is wave clear on the side of Cupid Esports with Misfortune and Azir, that you just kind of wait 3 minutes until the Baron comes up. UCI is going to take it, and they're probably going to end around 26, 27. A game that normally would end around 20 minutes because Baron used to spawn at 20, now ends at like 27.
Yeah, you know, the Baron is still an important piece of the recipe to be able to close out most games. Does not accelerate, the Otacon does not accelerate you the way that the Baron did. It's very strong, it's a good buff, but unless Cupid give you a fight where you're just wiping everybody out, or you turn a fight where some people would have gotten out into a fight where you completely wipe it thanks to the Otacon buff, you're probably not finding yourself in a position where you're going to be able to close the game out without that Baron. Well, Cupid going to be thanking their lucky stars for that, perhaps, or at the very least for the extra time they have to discuss Game 3 draft. This one is feeling pretty cooked at this stage. A lot of ones on the scoreboard, but twice as many in the UCI department. Not what it looks like when you are going to be able to come back into the game. Maybe a brief chance if they get a big Wombo combo team fight, but Gorica, when he's in a position like this, he very rarely lets them go.
I don't know. I'd be so tilted if someone just started talking about draft 23 minutes into the game. I'd be like, dude, wait, we haven't lost just yet, right? We still have our inners. Like, I don't know. You might be right. Maybe there's a thinking about it. If not, maybe discussing it amongst themselves. Each of the players thinking about what they will play in the next game here.
All right, Danny, they're going to make a play happen somewhere. It's going to be out of the That's a fat shutdown right into Maddie's pockets.
No.
Let's see what Willip is going to be able to rock in the next fight. It's definitely not going to the carries, Shibby.
The fact that you said it's going into Maddie's pockets. Nice start.
Barrick is coming in behind enemy lines. He's looking to tussle. He's the strongest member of Cupid. Let's see what he can show him. In comes Red's line, knocks up 2. Here's Maddie, fresh off all the money he got to spend. He got a dead man's plate. He's going to get pulled right back into the rest of the team. He's near executed by Gorica. Barrick about to be in the same category. Gorica behind enemy inhibitor turrets. Just taking down Cupid names. It's 13-3 on the scoreboard, and UCI are going to get themselves their first inhibitor here pre-Baron.
I would love to see how that happened, but I'm like pretty sure as Barrick was pulling Cerulean in, Cerulean was able to get the depth charge onto Barrick, and because Barrick pretty much landed right on top of Nightstar, Nightstar also got hit with the depth charge. Like, that is hilarious if that happens, but Nightstar is going to be caught out once again. Brother, you are dead. Gorica has hit that execution point as well. I think he hit it a while ago, actually. All right, I want to see how this happened here. So he TP's back, pulls him in. Okay, never mind. He pulls it. Yeah, he just casts it right on the Nightstar. Okay, that might arguably be a little bit less worse, but still terrible because you put Nautilus in range of your ulting MF.
Yeah.
Bit of a disconnection there. Barrick sacrificing his AD carry, or almost sacrificing it. Appreciate it, Caddy, for that replay. As now UCI are gonna pick up this Baron for free 25 minutes into the game. Sure, Cupid get the dragon, but it is just a lone Infernal for themselves. They're nowhere near Infernal Soul. And with that bottom lane inhibitor going down, even though Lycabaz has been pushing it, I feel like UCI are just gonna play 2 lanes and end the game here.
Definitely should be a big chance for them to be able to just close this one out in pretty short order. Oh my god, look at this damage on the Barrick. That's the tank. That's the front line. Cerulean taking a little bit extra on the other side. The Rosethorn nearly solo kills Nightstar there. And just like that, I mean, that was their best hope, was a big bullet time team fight. That's gone off the board for 30 seconds. Maddie just getting torn apart like he's made of paper. No pun intended on the papercraft Nunu there. That's just 2 kills into the pockets of UCI.
Okay, maybe going for a play here. Pika Pika on the Rakan. Able to do much. That Azir turret coming in for the top side, staving off the inhibitor take for a little bit, but mid lane is going to go down here. Now, Cerulean is 20% HP. I really don't think he's going to flash in there. I feel like UCI can push the envelope a little bit more. They're giving a bit too much respect for my liking here, but with Nightstar coming back and the bullet time available, maybe they don't want to give too much gold away. So they crack the base open completely. No inhibitor turrets available. They're probably going to go cash out the gold that they just put into their pockets. They'll be coming back for that game-winning push here. No objectives on the map. Maybe Baron runs out, and brother, Strumpist, it is okay. It's a good death, kind of, sort of. Like him on. Does pick up that shutdown, though. 3 items here.
All right, all right. And well, I do agree with you. I think UCI could have pushed the envelope a little bit further there. I do also think that's probably the only conceivable way they lose this game is by overforcing into the base and giving a bunch of shutdowns over. Oh, Gorica's found Maddie. I don't think Maddie is happy with how this goes at all. That was 1 Q and maybe an auto attack from Gorica that did that amount of damage. And it's on basically no cooldown, so he's going to be doing it early and often. They will be now just probably regrouping, waiting for Strumpus for 15 seconds again. Only way they probably lose this game is by getting overconfident and taking a 4v5 and losing it by some miracle. So they'll probably just chill here for a bit until they can get the full squad together and go close out.
UCI. Trumpus no TP. There's a window for Cupid Esports to take like a 5v4 if they want to. UCI is, like you said, so far ahead. My prediction of this game ending at 27 minutes, though, Gordo, failed. I thought it was going to end the moment that first Baron gets taken, but UCI playing it a little bit more patiently. And Lycabaz and Nightstar are allowed to farm up a little bit more. And now I'm going to say it, Lycabaz is cresting towards that death cap. UCI might just give a bunch of kills. Like, it's small, but it's a non-zero chance. Lycabaz on this Azir actually just pumps out damage here.
Yeah, Cupid Esports are getting their heads above water here, just like a little bit of a disturbing degree. You know, you don't really. We're starting to see, you know, shoulders. We're starting to see chin. You want to make sure that you can really push them down and finish this one off if you're UCI. There's going to be the inhibitor falling on down. They do get themselves 2 already. Mid lane inhibitor going to be the last one standing.
Yeah, I think drowning might be the worst way to go. I don't know.
It's supposed to be rough. I mean, not to make light of the situation, but it's supposed to be pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, Cupid Esports probably felt like they've been drowning this whole game here, as UCI have just been putting the pressure, like you said. And yeah, like you said, shoulder. It's like that thing where you're kind of like just barely able to touch the ground with your tippy toes, and like you're putting your head up. That's what Cupid Esports is doing right now. Is Lycabaz.
Whoa, hook almost connects. Lycabaz is able to get away from it. Does throw down the Emperor's Divide to create himself a little bit of space, and is able to flash away from the seismic shove. But now it's just going to be a front to back. Full time is opened up, but the damage from UCI is looking like it might just be too much. Xiao Danny finishes off Barrick while the rest of his front line all still stands. The last inhibitor will drop, but they do have 4 members left. They can save one more defense here. Maddie coming in, lands biggest snowball lever on a Xiao Danny. There's going to be the grand entrance to knock it back up on the other side, but Pika is executed. Gorica is untouched. Rosethorn and Strumpist are cutting off the back line, and UCI will tie this series up at 1-1.
Game 1, we got the UCI that can lose to anybody. Game 2, we got the UCI that can beat anybody, right? This is the UCI that took Citadel to 5 games here. Cupid Esports, a real Dr. Jekyll and Hyde situation, right? They're like, wait a minute. This guy was like a meager fellow. Then he turns into this giant beast of a character here. UCI 21-6. Look at that gold graph. Not a single lick of red there. All blue.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, we look back towards the CLOL Championship. We look back towards what UCI's entire 2025 season has looked like so far. And if they get to path towards bot and they get to set up for success through Gorica, they will win those games. They are fully capable of playing towards a fed Gorica on a hyper carry and letting the game run its way through there. A very solid game out of Xiao Danny as well. Do not want to shortchange that man on the Talia. But this is something to keep on the lookout for, because Gorica, he's got hyper carry picks for days, man. He'll play the Kog'Maw, he'll play the Tristana, he'll play the Zeri. He doesn't care what the current meta looks like. So they can run back drafts like this all day long if you let them. Cupid Esports, now the ball's in their court to find an answer.
Yeah, and now we're getting into game 3, game 4 territory for Fearless, right? Something that is a bit of a myth sometimes, because game 4, game 5 Fearless sometimes doesn't happen. At least at the pro level, it hasn't happened enough yet. And I'm very interested to see, like you said, how these two teams navigate it. Because again, UCI, I don't feel like they gave too much of the sauce away, right? Xin Zhao, very common pick. Strumpist as well. One thing that we didn't know, these prototypical top lane matchups, Goro, they take these champions out of the pool. And when you get down to the weeds of it, if game 4, game 5, sure, there's tons of top laners you can pick, tons of champions in this game, but Barrick's champion pool is effectively getting cut and whittled down every time Strumpist is like, I'm going to take Renekton. I'm not going to pick my special champions. And when you get to game 4, game 5, that's where Strumpist might bust out the Cassiopeia top, right? Echo, who knows what this guy plays? Rise even. And that's where Barrick might struggle to find an answer, or Barrick might pick the 10th or 11th best top laner in his pool, while Strumpist is winning on champions that he has first timed, like you said, this series in this tournament, right? Renekton and Gnar, top lane staples for top lane champion pools are being removed here, and maybe UCI is just playing the long con.
Yeah, I mean, you look at champions they've played in this tournament so far. Barrick has 4 left that are not Fearless away. Strumpist has 7. So nearly double there at this stage of the game. But there's bans included in there too, right? Strumpist has played the Rise top. That's been permabanned this series. But Barrick has also played more Jace top than anything, and that's also been permabanned this series. So kind of on equal footing in that department. Maybe even worse for Barrick because the Ambessa has taken some bans as well. We will have to see how he's going to be able to navigate through the rest of this series. The top lane matchups, definitely something to keep an eye on, as well as these bot lane matchups to see if Gorica is going to have to go back to. I mean, there's nothing quite like the Senna, so he's not going to have to go back to things like the Senna. But if he's going to be able to keep picking up these hyper carries, or if the draft is going to start to shift and Cupid is going to go for something maybe a little bit more aggressive for Nightstar, we'll find out as we take a quick break here, but we will be back before too long with draft and game number 3. right, thank you everybody at home. We are back. A little bit of an extended break here. Appreciate everyone's tenacity in the audience as we wait to get into game number 3 here. We're going to have the draft getting ready here in just a couple of moments.
Yeah. All 5 or all 10 players here, part of their rosters. No E-subs present for Cupid or UCI at the moment. Is below me and Gordo are the 10 champions that have been drafted by each of the sides here. For everybody tuning in, we are in a full Fearless format. Cupid Esports took game 1 in a kind of long, drawn-out fashion, while UCI, coming into game 2, absolutely stomped their way here. The champions below us not available for the rest of the series here, and he's gonna at least get us, like you said, Gordo, to a game 4 Fearless, which is where things get a little kooky as we get further into this game. And it's been my biggest criticism for Fearless, right? That was my main point. Game 4, game 5, it devolves into madness.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does. And we're guaranteed at least a game 4, so this is good stuff coming out across. And now Jace and Lucian plus Pantheon Tristana both going to get taken off the board early on into the draft, and the Vi going to stay perma-banned as well here. Varus gone too, and those hyper carries still going to be up on the board. Cupid going to snap up a Maokai to start things off.
Really good from Cupid. This is a potential flex pick, depending on who you ask. Can go into that jungle and support role. I doubt we're going to see some Maokai top shenanigans. Champions that I've yet to see, even though we are on live patch, Gordo, my Udyr and my Diana, my beloved characters, not available right now. Udyr, my favorite champion in the game. I want to see somebody busted out. Just UCI, Stompus, give me an Udyr top lane game. I would see it here. But sides have finally swapped. Oh, but we get, this is Strompest Rise, right? I mean, it could go to Xiao Danny, but it's Strompest Rise top lane, no?
I mean, by default, I would assume yes. They have played Rise twice in this tournament, once mid, once top. So they have done both. And there goes the Nefiri coming on across. That doesn't really lock things in either way, but love to see Rosethorn getting on to some carry junglers here. He's had some really solid Nefiri games this season. Really like to see him on a high prio pick like this, and curious how Maddie's going to be able to handle that on the Maokai, because this is definitely going to be a little bit more of a supportive pick, something that's not going to be able to tussle with the Nefiri in these kinds of one-on-one situations. Also does potentially set up for some kind of AD mid laner. Oh, okay, there's that Aatrox out of Barrack. That's been a big pick for him all tournament long, and given that he has never been allowed access to his Jace, is definitely going to be one he wants here as his pool gets pinched further and further. And Aurora for Lycamaz.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Mbessa, that was banned out in games 1 and 2, has been available, but I think you don't really want to pick Mbessa into stuff like Rise here. Aatrox a little bit better, as he does have that gap closer, so can look to maybe jump on top of this Rise if that is going into that top side. But Gordo, we're down to, like we said, Barrack's 5th, maybe 6th best top laner, and this Galio is going to be going in the mid lane into Aurora, I suspect, because you're not going to take Galio into Aatrox, so that kind of cements where this Rise is going to go, unless UCI throw me for a loop and Cerulean is just the greatest Galio support player of all time. We kind of know where UCI's mid through top is. Same thing with Cupid Esports. So now I expect to see a ton of support bans, which I think actually favors Cupid Esports. Pika Pika has already brought out the Rakan and the Bard that we see here. This guy's champion pool is pretty big in the support role.
Yeah, it definitely is. And support pool in total starting to really get pinched away, right? The Rakan's gone, the Rel gone, the Nautilus is gone. These are the kinds of picks that really do kind of drive a lot of the engage play style that has been a staple of the support pool for the majority of last X years of League of Legends. I mean, take it back as far as you want, right? Getting fights started from that position has been absolutely critical, and Fearless does allow that pool to get pinched quite far as you get deeper on into these series. If you aren't willing to go for some of those more Enchanter or Mage style selections, Camille going to be the early ban away here. That's a surprise. Do we think that Aatrox or Aurora are not going to solo lanes? Okay, it's not the real ban. It's something else.
Okay, so it's not Camille. It is Vel'Koz though, right? It is
Vel'Koz and Caitlyn. There we go. Other CA champion. Oh,
no.
and Kog'Maw.
Yeah, so it's Caitlyn, Kog'Maw being taken away from Nightstar here. I like that. That might push him onto something like Zeri, Jinx as well. I don't think that's actually that good, especially into what UCI is running. UCI are really cornering the options for Nightstar here. Ezreal being banned away on top of that from Cupid's own side. There's not too many picks, and UCI is going to remove the Jinx. So no MF, no Corki, no Smolder, no Senna, Ezreal, Caitlyn, Varus, Tristana, Kog'Maw. Brother, we are down to like Ashe, I think. Jinx, Zeri. Jinx is taken away because UCI have picked that up. We've got Ashe and Zeri available. This is really testing my champion knowledge. Samira, Nyla, Jhin. Yeah, that's
Nightstar's
what we
also
have
a Ziggs
available.
guy. He will play a Ziggs, but there's 2 AP champions already.
Oh!
Sivir! And
It's a
nobody gets
Nightstar
the
champion.
Point. Yeah, nobody gets the point. Neither Shivy nor Gordo. Nobody can name.
That's crazy.
Nobody
That's
can
crazy.
get that
We
team.
named it. I think
We didn't get to
named
the
everything
450 Blue Essence champs, dude. We didn't get to the freebies. Sivir shows that up here at the end. And this could be picked up with an Enchanter, actually, with the Maokai and Aurora here on kind of flanky, engagey angles. And, you know, everything the Nature's Grasp offers you. I wouldn't mind seeing an Enchanter alongside a Sivir here just to try to set this champion up for the later game. I don't hate Enchanter plus Aatrox either. So this is not a game where I would mind seeing like a Karma or something out of Pika Pika.
Oh!
Wow. All right.
I thought it was going to be Alistar because it's usually typically Sivir Alistar, but because Cupid take the Blitzcrank, UCI are like, all right, bro, pull the cow in. I dare you. Like, it is actually not a bad matchup. I will say though, I'm very hesitant on this hook. I didn't think they would go for like Blitzcrank or Thresh or anything like that, simply because as we get into the mid game, UCI, specifically Nefiri's dogs, become really annoying to try to hook through. Like, a lot of your hooks will end up hitting some of these pack mates for Nefiri here. And realistically, you've got 3 targets that you could hook in that you want to hook in. You don't want to hook the Galio and you don't want to hook the Alistar in, because surely that spells a death sentence for Cupid Esports. Pika Pika, though, this is a pick that he played a long time ago when he was with that Morningstar White roster. This Blitzcrank was one of the picks that he would take into these games and absolutely crush on here. Bit of a different team, but same old Pika Pika. I like this pick in a vacuum, maybe in bottom lane, because you can punish that Jinx. But mid to late game, I mean, this guy's going to have to get really creative.
Yeah, absolutely here. And, you know, there's kind of, you know, you mentioned the cow, and it's definitely true the cow. It's also somewhat true the Galio, who goes, you know, not really pure AP these days. There's usually a Hollow Radiance in there. There's usually a little bit of extra tankiness in there as well. You know, you can go that Undying Despair and other items to really make the Galio a little bit beefier. And if you hook Galio and he just channels Taunt in the middle of your team, that's also kind of a big lose condition for your fights. So Pika Pika, you better be on point with these hooks, man, because if you catch the wrong fish, you might bite back.
Cupid Esports, this top side, you know, very interesting, because Lycamaz, it's going to be on something a little bit more facilitation-esque, although we have seen these electrocute Auroras just take games over. Maddie going 3 for 3 right now on support style junglers. The champion pool is being a little bit pinched, I'll say. Sejuani is now removed, obviously. The Nunu being removed, Maokai. Like, I'm interested to see once we get into this game 4, because we're guaranteed that game 4. What is Maddie gonna pick here? Because I remember Maddie on SEC, he wasn't playing a lot of the supportive picks, or like he was playing more duelists. He was playing some carry star orientated stuff. But in this Cupid Esports roster, it has seemed to mold himself to more of that support style jungler. It's a much easier jungle style to play, I would argue. Low resource, you can still be effective, right? It allows Cupid Esports, even if Maddie gets blown out the water in jungle, gets invaded, he's playing something like the Maokai, he will always have value with the Twisted Advance, with his ultimate, right? The saplings providing vision, Maokai, one of those champions that can just survive off of a McDonald's salary, we'll call it.
Yeah, and you know, if there's anything OQ players know, it's how to survive at a McDonald's salary.
Yeah,
as
go
here for game number 3, we finally get Strumpist on a mage top laner. And this is, I think, going to be the big question, right? Because I think if UCI come up here and they find a big win, if Barrick on his signature Aatrox has been one of his big picks the whole tournament long, if he can't make it happen on this Aatrox up against Strumpist's Rise, like these are both players on signature champions, that spells some real doom for Cupid in my mind, because there's not a lot of big bruiser top laners left for Barrick, especially the way the bans have been going, but there's a whole lot of mages left for Strumpist. He's just getting into his element here, as you've stepped into Strumpist's territory now, Barrick.
Yeah, it is really interesting, because Barrick is now going to have to get his first taste of these mage top laners. And like we said, Aatrox does have the ability to kind of jump onto Rise, especially because Rise is a little bit more ranged machine gun mage. But Strumpist is the Rise guy, man. Dude has hit Challenger nearly every season, Rise being one of his most played. The guy put out a whole video essay kind of warning Riot and telling people, guys, if these Rise changes come through, even if some of these come through, this champion is Thanos. And UCI have found the spot for Strumpist to play this into. And you know, Cupid Esports, I feel like, kind of have been playing on the reactionary side of these drafts, where it's like, okay, we are going to first pick you know, Maokai here. They're going to take Rise and Neferi. Now we're going to take like Aurora and Aatrox. Like, it is very reactionary, where I feel like they've been kind of answering what UCI has been putting down, but the answers just have not been that good.
Yeah, really not that easy all in all, but we will see how they'll be able to navigate it. Shout out Danny on the Galio as well, a pick that he's been playing a lot of this season. This will be an interesting matchup. Lycamaz, I know, is a huge fan of the Aurora, was a huge part of the meta last OQ when he made his deep run, and he got a lot of Aurora games in there. I really like the kind of flanky, engagey play style Cupid has for themselves here, especially with On the Hunt from Sivir. They will really be able to collapse quickly and powerfully with the Nature's Grasp combo, as well as what Aurora and Aatrox can offer when they catch you in a good flanking position. I want to see what that's going to look like here, if UCI are going to be able to use their Galio and their Alistair to effectively frontline and mark for these backline carries, or if Cupid are going to be able to outmaneuver them. There's going to be a lot of mind games and vision games at play here to make sure that the fight lines look the way that each team wants them, respectively, because the answer to each question is very different.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is that Between Two Worlds plus Aatrox Ultimate can really create that small arena where Barrick can start to pop off, especially if Lycamaz is able to catch something out like the Jinx or potentially the Rise here, who, you know, on a flank could actually get put into the grinder here if Barrick and Maddie jump on top of you. Gorka's got to play really safe here. Nightstar has the ability to cancel out this Alistar. Like, the combo, what you're supposed to do if you're Nightstar is you're supposed to spell shield the Q, not the W, right? You get knocked up by the W, then you get knocked up, and then you spell shield the Q so that the pulverize doesn't hit. You get that free HP back, and it puts Cerulean in a really bad spot here, potentially going to be hooked by Pika Pika. So this bottom lane matchup, I'm very interested to see this laning phase between Cupid and UCI, because Nightstar is no stranger to action. Regardless of the champion he's on, he will look for the outplay, the mechanical outplays, and look to try to put pressure as much as possible. Whereas in last game, UCI, I felt like Gorka kind of just was the beneficiary of a lot of these skirmishes that happened, not around bot lane, but near the river and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll take that category again if he could get it. This Jinx going to have another opportunity to be that kind of later game carry here. And UCI feeling like, based on how game 1 went and then into how game 2 went, that they have kind of reconfirmed their identity to play around Gorka. Trust that he will be their late game carry and kind of set up the draft around him. See if it works for them twice in a row here. This Cupid kind of doubling down on their style as well, right? Still looking for these kind of flanky team fights, still looking to be able to be big scaling threats, although kind of approaching fights differently than a traditional front to back, and not really prioritizing like hard dive to try to get onto and stop Gorka.
Really interesting from Cupid, the double ward from both Barrick and Maddie. One onto the Raptors, one onto the red buff. Should give them complete understanding of where Rosethorn is starting on that blue side here. Both junglers gonna be starting on the bottom side of the map here. I actually would have loved to see Maddie start on the top side and path opposite of Rosethorn, simply because I don't think you win any of these engagements of Rosethorn here, whether it's the 2v2 in the top side, the 2v2 in the mid lane, or even the 3v3 in that bottom side. I think it's really tough for Maddie to get anything done, right? He's got to play super reactionary. As long as he's able to spot out where Rosethorn is and is able to give his team the vision he needs. Nice hook from Pika Pika, but that's exactly what's going to happen.
There. Yeah, I mean, double knockup from Cerulean, looking pretty good. This is, you know, we didn't really get to discuss it in full because it was the R5 Alistair, but this is Cerulean's most played throughout this tournament so far. He's big Alistair enjoyer himself and is very, very good at being able to find some of these little extra disengage angles. Nice block there for old Gorica. Guarantees that they keep all their summoner spells and then immediately procting the Aftershock. Make sure he will be tanky enough to sustain through. Still the early push battle going to be favoring at Nightstar and Pika Pika thanks to all those bouncing boomerangs from the...
Whoa! Wait a minute. I didn't even catch this, or maybe... Yeah, wait, I like how you and me both saw it. Barrick going to be laning against the Gallios. Cupid Esports pulling a page out of UCI. I like that as bottom lane.
Yeah, and you know what? You can't blame us there, Shivy, because Caddy just noticed it as well. We saw you move the scoreboard there. You aren't slick, Caddy, but... It's all right. All three of us miss it. All three of us find it as the waves start to crash. And we now will know that it's going to be the lane swap here. So curious to see how Lycamos is going to be able to navigate this. I think it makes sense, right? I mean, the Aatrox, you called out the moment that the Galio was locked in. Like, yeah, I mean, that's for mid lane. You want to play that into the Aurora, not into the Aatrox. But they don't get the choices. Now it all in on to Pika Pika's Blitzcrank. Mana Shield already popped. He's forced to recall.
Flash and Ignite used on the side of Pika Pika as well. Well, Cerulean still has Slash available. There's another potential kill opportunity. Gorica has opted in for non-combative summoners. I'll call it Flash and Ghost opting in for himself, valuing that late game, mid to late game kite potential. And that's something we don't see a lot on AD carries. Like Ghost, not picked as often, was super frequent back then.
Okay, Maddie with the flash twisting advance, a flash in from Lycamos as well. And just like that, two people are all over Strumpist, and first blood goes to Cupid.
Strumpist, unfortunately, getting the short end of the stick there, is going against a laner that has a bit more range than him. He's able to kite him out here. Strumpist was hoping to be facing off against Barrick, but now has just found himself in a typical mid lane matchup just in the top side. And I don't think actually Rise wins that in the early game, unfortunately. Even though you can get push, it's really tough because Lycamos can just aggressively trade with him. And because Aurora has so much self-sustain in her kit, on top of the electrocute, the burst plus sustain combo doesn't allow Rise to trade back efficiently. UCI, pay the price here. Good flash from Maddie. Once again, going for the pseudo AP build on these tank junglers, although on Maokai it's a little bit more acceptable, I'll say.
All right, here comes the Maokai on the side. There's going to be a hook coming in through on towards Cerulean, and he has nowhere left to go. This will be a kill. Donated to Nightstar. Maddie gets it. Uh-oh.
Is that on purpose? Maddie, is that you? Are you looking to carry on the tree? Maybe this is full AP tree effect.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia instincts kicking in.
I don't hate it completely. Like, sure, you would have loved it to go on to Nightstar so you can get that little extra item advantage. But if Maddie hits Leandries like well before Rosethorn can get to his first item, a lot of these objective setups are going to be so much easier, right? Because of the saplings and what they do when they're in the bushes. As Barrick is back on that top side, his laning against Strumpist. Maybe that Cupid Esports thought that UCI were initially going to lane swap, so they counter swapped.
Yeah, I mean, they do move over Rosethorn here. Barrick going to now get focused on by two targets, but Strumpist is already so low. Good dodge on the Q3, but Lycamos makes this into a winning 2-on-2. It will be a flash forced out of Rosethorn, and Cupid continuing to exert some control around this top side of the map.
Loving this right now. Cupid Esports. 500 gold ahead, about 2 kills in their pockets, both put into Maddie's pockets. That guy's really rich right now. We talked about him being on McDonald's salary. Brother has been promoted. He is manager, district manager at the moment. for Cupid Esports and is swimming in gold.
Definitely. Be looking to. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to tell that joke. As Chow Danny clearing waves in mid lane out of this Galio, doing a good job here to make sure that Lycamaz is not going to be free to roam all day long. I'm very curious to see when we're going to get to see the first heroic entrance out of Galio this game on UCI, because really want to see that combo alongside Nefiri. Nefiri can get in real deep with the ultimate dash and then can go invulnerable while she waits for her Galio backup. That's a strong engaged combo that UCI have access to. The Galio makes it, or the Ouster rather, makes it even stronger. I want to see if they're going to be able to piece those together for some of these early objective fights.
It is kind of hodgepodge, right? Because it's not like as clear cut as something like a Galio Camille would be, where it's like, all right, Hextech Ultimatum. Yeah, it's like Hextech Ultimatum onto the heroic entrance. All right, that's guaranteed. Where it's like, all right, Carillian's got to like fly in, and then Zhao Danny's got to time it, and then Rose's going to come in after as the knockup's coming in. Like, it's a lot more tight timing for this combo to happen, and it might be just too much to do as Cupid Esports.
Oh, coming on in with the Nature's Grass. Gorka going to have to head out of there with the Ghost. And that will mean leaving Carillion out to dry. 2 TPs being channeled. Both teams getting players on in here. It's Xiao Danny channeling a 3-man taunt, but it's still going to be a 4 versus 4. They focus everything in there on Maddie. Now it's going to be an excited Gorica stepping up with the rockets. Still looking to find some more damage out of this minion wave first. They're going to advance forward on a Night Star. Not going to be able to get the reset there for Rose Thorn's ultimate. Hook connects onto Gorica, and that's why you pick the Blitzcrank for Pika Pika. It's a double kill to Barrick.
Oh, Cupid Esports going band for band on the resets here. Barrick doing a damn good job on this Aatrox to sticking in that fight with that World Ender. It looked like Gorica was gonna run away with it for a bit, right? Got the initial reset, got excited, but a beautiful hook as we see a replay of this fight. A good look from Maddie and the gang. Cupid Esports getting that early ghost out from Gorica, the TPs being matched. I really thought that UCI were going to take this with Rosethorn coming in, but a massive, massive play as now Nightstar stayed for the wave.
Yep, and he will be thoroughly punished. Xiao Danny gets himself his first of the game here a lot earlier than he got it on the Victor. Be plenty happy to be on that one. I wish you could have seen a little bit more of that replay, because I want to find out why Gorica, here we go. Let's see. Why is Gorica not able to fire here while he's excited? He just ends up having to hit minions for a bit. I think he's just afraid of Barrick.
Yeah,
I think he can't close the gap.
Yeah, he can't close the gap.
Well, that's why he's afraid of Barrick. Barrick just got him, boomed him. 3-0-0. Add him to the list of players to train with this offseason.
Oh, man. As Cupid Esports running away with this game a little bit. 5-2. Both of these teams on some relatively proactive champions, right? Obviously, Zhao Danny wants to get active at level 6 here. I want to see how this mid lane kill happened. Did Pika Pika just land a raw hook? This guy just goated? Oh, yeah, he is.
Yep. Doesn't matter, as Lycamaz collapsed on here, getting a little cute with it. Jumps over the between worlds and takes out Strumpist. This is why Lycamaz likes the rabbit.
Absolutely shifty with it. Put the blue suedes on and crossed him up, and now Barrick.
It's not over yet.
That is not your grump.
Yeah. I mean, Barrick and Lycamaz on either side. Lycamaz jumps on over. Will he live to regret it? He'll live to celebrate it as Barrick is trying to track him down. Has the World Ender for that last bit of chase down. Where's the Q cooldown? Doesn't land it. Q number 2 misses the W. The dog blocked it. But Barrick has the flash to finally close it out. Rosethorn almost just got bailed out by the Hound.
That would have been tragic. Luckily, Cupid Esports able to pick up that kill. Barrick did have to burn the flash. I don't think he wanted to. And with that World Ender being down, Strumpist might have an opportunity. As Gorica? Oh no.
It's another raw hook out of Pika Pika. You gotta be kidding me. He just doesn't miss.
That was a little easier though. Gorica was rooted up.
Sure.
So, you know, Pika Pika getting the and one. It's like a, you know, it's like Chris Paul and Blake Griffin back in the day, bro. It's just alley-oop, Jam City, Lob City there, actually, from Maddie and Pika Pika. this Blitzcrank, I had my reservations about this pick. I was like, man, if you hook in Galio or you hook in Alistar, you could be dead here. So far, he's really only hooked Gorica.
Yeah, Blitzcrank, the worst champion to cast, I'm not going to lie, because you always have to say those sorts of things. There's always little riders, like, unless it's the absolute perfect Blitzcrank comp, you know, you're up against Tom Kench and other stuff that you love to hook. It's always like, oh, you know, if they hit the wrong target, it's going to be pretty bad. And then somebody like Pika Pika rolls up and just nails every hook and says, it doesn't matter as long as you hit them, stupid. And now we just, well,
yeah, now
we just
egg on our face.
Yeah, egg on our face for the cast. That's just how it is.
It could still be disastrous here if, you know, Cupid Esports get a little bit overzealous. It's only 1,000 gold lead at the moment, despite all the action that's been happening and the proactiveness from Cupid Esports. About 1,000 gold separates these two teams here. UCI have been doing a pretty good job in the CS department, at least. I mean, Nightstar about, you know, 600 gold against his counterpart. Barrick, I'm gonna say his counterpart in Galio about 500 gold ahead here. But jungle's relatively even. Top lane is not too bad, right? Strumpus 300 gold down. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world here. As I say that,
2-on-2 on the top side. Barrick already pretty low. Strumpus landing a lot of these empowered blasts, but the damage is too much from this Aatrox. Cashed out in the previous fight and going to continue to cash out here. This is about to be a 6-0 world ender for Barrick, and he is just massive.
An unexpected carry threat coming out from Cupid, right? A lot of this team has, you know, revolved around Nightstar as I say that. Wait a minute.
Look at a chase down. It's a flash in from a Cerulean trying to set things up here. Going to be a root up on a Pika Pika as well. The hook goes past. He finds Gorica again, and this dude just does not miss. This could be a double kill for Nightstar at the pace things are going. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, blocked away by Pika Pika. Gorica funneled into the alcove, and Nightstar will finish him off. Cerulean able to slink away, but what another hook from Pika Pika.
Yeah, the point I wanted to make is that Cupid Esports team has really revolved around Nightstar.
TP,
the TP's coming into the bottom.
Now Danny's showing up, going to flash it, goes for the taunt, gets blocked by Nightstar, but finds the Justice Punch. And Xiao Danny trying to put the game on his back here. 100% KP, 2-0-1.
Yeah, but now the gold lead far away separating right now. It was 1,000 gold, what I talked about 2 minutes ago. Gordo, now Cupid Esports about 3,000-4,000 gold ahead right now. A lot of that put onto Barrick's hands at the moment. Some of that also on Maddie there, so might come to bite them in the rear here. But Barrick, the king of side lanes, right? Like, nobody can match him. Like, you can try, but there is a very real threat that Strumpus or Xiao Danny will die to this guy. Like, Barrick is a black hole of pressure at the moment. It looks like Lycomod is gonna TP down here to match Xiao Danny at the moment. One dragon has gone over to Cupid Esports, as well as the 3 grubs. So they've had pretty solid objective control so far. 35 seconds until the Cloud Dragon. Barrick, no TP available, as well as Lycomod. So they're going to have to push these waves out and roam towards this dragon a little bit early, unless they just opt in for the dragon for Rift Herald trade that is about to happen potentially, where Rift Herald has spawned, and now Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. UCI are probably going to take the one that obviously Cupid don't want. I don't think UCI are in any position to fight right now. Gorica has yet to complete an item. I believe he's working towards the Yuntal. Although Xiao Danny does have a 5-stack Roa, I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to fully come online. Do like that he's going for a little bit more of a carry build here. He'll likely end up with some tankiness somewhere in this build. But a lot of people do just end up rushing onto that Hallowed Radiance. The fact that he's frequently having to lane against Barrick as well should very well influence him. Going to look for a little bit more damage on this Galio. Make sure that he's going to be able to get the resets going for Gorica, who needs help. He's 0-4, doing a fine job in the CS department, but it's going to take a long time for him to match the itemization of his opposition and be able to really pop off on this Jinx. And that's what UCI are going to need with this composition.
Pika Pika has been responsible for 3 of those deaths, personally.
Oh, yeah.
The dude has just been absolutely heat-seeking missile onto Gorica. Xiao Danny, maybe he wants to open up here. Lycomod!
Yeah, coming on through. Going to not connect the Justice Punch, so it'll be a solid little trade there. Fully charged taunt into
They don't get anything now.
Winds of War, but yeah, nothing that's gonna stick. Cerulean not quite able to close the gap in time. Oh my god, that damage on a Strumpist. Barrick bought a Voltaic Cyclo Sword off the money that he won off of those last trades, and Strumpist just felt it.
Yeah, that guy got stabbed through the heart here. Strumpist had to flash away, and really odd that UCI didn't opt in for the trade. Rosethorn was on the top side while the Herald was being taken. I was sure that UCI would just go down to the bottom side, set up vision, and just take this dragon when they could, but now you get nothing. Cupid Esports doing their best Willy Wonka impression. You lose, you get nothing, UCI.
Yeah, we'll see if they can turn it around at the end of the day. I don't actually remember, how do they even get Willy to change his mind in that movie? And then he says they get nothing, and then it turns out he gets everything at the end. Really wish I had that advice to give UCI right now, but frankly, I do not remember how that movie ends.
Yeah, it was so long ago. I'm talking about the really old one too, right? The Gene Wilder one, not the Johnny Depp was very good, by the way.
I don't remember how the Johnny Depp one ends either. I assume it's the same way. They have to get him to change his mind somehow because he gets the whole factory. But
yeah, I think they just talked to him. It's like, hey man, come on, I'm a kid.
I don't think UCI have that option.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think UCI can talk down Cupid from not winning this game here. But it's only about 3,500 gold lead for Cupid Esports. UCI do have some scaling elements. The Jinx and the Rise. Definitely late game menaces here, and it looks like Strumpist has built a little bit to lane against Barrick now. The Oblivion Orb, after that failed 1v2, with Rosethorn and Strumpist, Barrick absolutely put them in the dumpster. He's like, maybe we need some heal cut, and they're gonna go for round 2. Rosethorn is here, but I don't know if Barrick's gonna give him the opportunity to get the kill here.
Oh, that
wasn't Gorica.
Miss. The first miss we've seen from Pika Pika on a Blitzcrank hook this game. On
camera for sure.
Might be close. All right, 2 versus 1. Can Barrick outplay this in the World Ender? The healing is just ridiculous. He's going to slam down on a Strumpist. He gets the reset, fears away the dogs, and is looking to claim Rosethorn as well. Meanwhile, the fight's breaking out on the bottom side. Waiting for the hook is Pika Pika. He's not going to end up pulling the trigger. Rift Herald's charging on through. And this is collapsing on both fronts for UCI. Their 2v1 play fails top, and they lose an inner turret bottom.
That's not Cupid Esports Barrick. That's AoE Barrick. And the top side right now, that guy absolutely putting the screws to UCI at the moment. Doing a fantastic job. 7-0 on this Aatrox. Has picked up the upgraded Merc Treads, the tier 3 version. It's going to give him a little bit more MR here. I don't think Strumpist and Rosethorn are going to do that a third time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. UCI are not going to go for a round 3 on debate. Wait, right?
Yeah, and I'm outing myself for poor prep here a little bit, but I just remembered Barrick was on UCI for a little bit back in like 2021 to 2022. Was playing with this crew and now has a chance to take his former school out of the OQs and doing a great job of it here in game number 3 as the fight's going to break out. Maddie already pretty low. They just need to get a reset onto Gorica here.
Whoa, Johnny.
They're going to be chasing out of the back line onto the other side. They're able to isolate away the rest of the members. They do get Lycabos, but here comes Barrick. Finds the first of his resets. Moving forward on towards Cerulean. Shoutani going to try to layer down the CC. Gorica still firing away, but not with enough damage. It's only the Yuntal Wild Arrows. It will be a 1-for-1, but you will take those as UCI. And they will back away content in their winnings.
Yeah, Rosethorn does go down here. Luckily, no objectives are available. Dragon up in about 1:35. Infernal Dragon as well. This is the first game where we see the team take the first 2 dragons. Game 1 and game 2, Cupid and UCI split 1-1 on the dragons here. So there's a real win condition for Cupid Esports here on this Infernal Soul here. That could be around the 25-minute mark, 26-minute mark. If UCI fail to take this away here. They are down in gold quite a bit. Unfortunately, Gorica not picking up as much gold as he'd like to. Cannot complete that Infinity Edge here. Is working towards it. He's about like 400 gold away because he has all the components. But I don't know if he's going to be able to pick it up prior to this fight. He might just have the gold, but he won't potentially be able to reset for this dragon here, which is tough for UCI, who very much are still in this game.
They might have a very short window after he finishes this mid-wave. I mean, it might cost some Otacon, though. Really like this move from Cupid. was keeping up the tempo, forcing UCI to respond to them, and Pika in an excellent position here. Does need to weave his hook through the dogs, or he can just take Xiao Danny right off the bat. Cerulean gets in here, does get a double knock-up. Between Worlds comes on across, Legamaw's jumping back and forth and all around. It cannot be located. Barrett goes legendary as he finishes off the Unbreakable Will. Alistair and the Otacon will be claimed to boot. UCI take a swing at the fight, and they miss. And now they might end up giving up a little bit more here. Legamaw's finds the slow on a Rose Thorn. Gorica trying to kite it out. Xiao Danny coming back on the other side. Twofold Hex does good damage. UCI will get out with 4.
It's terrifying. Pika activates his W and on the hunt as well. Like, that guy's blitzing towards you as Rose Thorn.
Rose
Brother,
Thorn!
that's not your jungle! You cannot go for those wolves!
Yeah, I mean, you got to try to eke out resources where you can, but that is not a place where you can. Rose Thorn goes down, gives Strampus a little bit of freebie farming time. Gorica does finally get his Infinity Edge done, but ooh, it is worse than ever now, as that third dragon will be claimed by Cupid, and it is going to be a battle to prevent Soul for the rest of this game.
Strampus does pick up a little bit of gold for his team there. It kind of sucks because his build is so stunted. He had to devote 800 gold for that Oblivion Orb. Typically, you'd see Roa and, you know, sometimes you'd see the tier available, or sorry, you'd Roa plus tier, or maybe he's just going to go tier straight into full damage. But Strampus is not hitting that 3-item point anytime soon, unless he decides to upgrade this Oblivion Orb into a Morellonomicon, which I highly advise against. He's not going to hit that late game rise that we're so used to seeing in higher levels of play, right? Gorica is really going to be the guys, the member that they're going to have to hang their hat on. UCI, Xiao Danny has built into damage, Roa plus Riftmaker, but that's just simply not enough, I think.
Objective bounty claimed there for a fair bit of gold back, and you know, for as doomsaying as we've been about this game, it is only a 4k gold deficit. As long as they can hold off the Dragon's Soul, there might be a little bit of game to be played here for UCI, as Gorica is on 2 items. He's not that far behind Nightstar. It's about holding Barrick at bay, and it's about preventing Infernal Soul. Both of those things easier said than done.
Yeah, it sucks because Cerulean has just kind of been on bodyguard duty. He hasn't been allowed to get those big, you know, headbutt pulverized knockups onto the back line. Solely his job is to pop Unbreakable and just keep Barrick away as long as possible. It's not even like a guys win the fight. It's like, please do something while I hold this maniacal god demon at bay.
Yeah, I mean, there's games where you're ahead and the whole team is ahead and you are just a ball of knives tumbling around the map, winning any fight that you encounter. And there's games where almost the entire gold leader centralized on one player, and it's on that player to execute, and that player can make or break the entire game. And this is one of the latter. This is really going to be in Barrett's hands, and the fight is starting off without him. They will get the engage onto Maddie.
Nice.
That's exciting. Gorica. Next up is Nightstar. They're going to settle for the knockup onto Pika. Barrick has now finally arrived. It will blow up Cerulean. Rose Thorn low on health, going to have to kite back away. Xiao Danny going to try to create the space as Super Mega Death Rocket connects on the Barrick, but Gorica might already be too. Kill for Barrick. It's a triple kill for Barrick as he continues to reset, continues to get World Ender procs. One more could make it the full 5. Legamaw's gets the slow over the wall, steals away the kill, but guarantees a 4-for-1 to Cupid.
And once again, UCI biting off more than they can chew. That play was really good, but the moment they get that kill, they have to back out immediately. Barrick's TP was being channeled, gets it into that riverside bush, or the Barrenside River bush here, and just absolutely goes crazy. Barrick 12-0-1 on the box. They're going to turn their heads potentially towards this Baron. Why not? Xiao Danny down. Rose Thorn down for another 9 seconds. Can UCI get here in time to contest this fight? There are a couple low health bars. World Ender still available for Barrick, by the way.
It's just dropping too fast. The damage from Barrick and Nightstar here on the Sivir just going to melt this before Rose Thorn can even sniff it. And they're going to get the empowered recalls to get out of here. Cupid claim that as a prize for the team fight. And Shibby, we started off this game by asking the question, Can Barrick deal with these mage top laners from Strumpist? I'm thinking, yeah, he's doing a pretty good job so far.
Really, honestly, really good lane swap from Cupid Esports at the beginning, right? To send Barrick into Zhao Danny in the mid lane.
So actually maybe like the boss can deal with it.
Yeah, right? And then it's just well played from there. Cupid Esports, specifically Barrick. Again, the point that we made early on, we made it prior to game one. We kind of made it here. A team that is centered around Nightstar and Lycamaz for a majority of this tournament. When you have a guy like Barrick who can just have a game like this and put the pressure off of your two carries, I mean, that's just that X factor. That's what brings you over the line in some of these best of fives, where some of the unexpected players that you don't play around just have a monster game. Oh my God, look how many control words are there, by the way.
That's a number of control wards, really keeping the control inside their own base here, making sure that that vision is not going to be available. Here's going to be the engage. They're trying to focus everything onto Maddie. They need to get Gorica excited. They will be able to do so. Now Gorica firing away at a taunted up Barrick. He gets taken down to about half HP. They need to be able to finish him off, but he's not going to fall.
Whoa!
Connects onto Strumpist at max range, and he will be taken out. The health bars are low, but not low enough as Lycamaz executes Gorica, and with it, executes UCI. It's only Rosethorn left standing against 4 members of Cupid, who are going to take themselves to match point in this qualification series. They are 1 win away from a ticket to the NACL promotion tournament.
Cupid Esports coming out on top, and the 2 players probably unexpected here, Barrick and Pika having a massive game for themselves. Pika absolutely laser focused on the Blitzcrank, consistently hooking Gorica and Strumpist here, delivering the souls to Barrick here. A 13-0-3 scoreline for the Aatrox in the top side. The only bad thing about it, Gordo, is that we only get to see it once, as we are in Fearless, so that's not going to be available to them anymore. But Cupid Esports come out on top against some of UCI's more, unique picks there. We talk about Fearless Draft and how you dump a lot of your resources, how you dump a lot of your, chips, your draft picks here. Strumpist Rise is supposed to get you a win, right? 90% of the time when they pick that champion, they expect to win on it. The fact that they lost in such a dominating fashion really, I think, hampers and limits UCI here, because you have no Azir, you have no Aurora, Galio's not available. You've got some picks in the bank, but Cupid Esports flipped the script here, and they're up 2-1, like you said, 1 game away.
1 game away. And what a statement game from Barrick here. I mean, you brought up the lane swaps. The lane swaps definitely huge for them to be able to get away from a negative matchup on 2 fronts and get the Aurora versus Rise and the Aatrox versus Galio, turning a negative into a positive there. And Barrick just executing at a incredibly high level throughout these team fights. Never getting himself picked off, never getting himself taken down, never giving that shutdown gold back, and never opening up the opportunity for Gorica to run amok on this Jinx. Really, really well done there, and puts his team in a position to be able to qualify by winning one of these next 2 games. We do have a Fearless Game 4 coming up. The Aatrox going to be gone, and we will get to reapproach that question of Barrick's champion pool as it gets pinched further and further. Only 3 champions left that he has played throughout this tournament. It's the Jace, the Ambessa, and the Malphite. The first 2 have been seeing the ban list quite a bit. So we will see. Barrick's probably going to have to show us some new selections coming into game number 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as the top lane champion.
Oh, we're back.
I don't know, we're going on break, but yeah, like I said, the point I was going to make was it's really interesting because now the top lane champion pool gets a little wacky because, Strumpist has been taking the Gnar and the Renekton up in game 1 and 2. They've been batting out the Ambessa, like you mentioned. There's not a lot left, I would say, in terms of like S-tier top laners, right? Aatrox now removed, Renekton gone, Gnar. I mean, you can maybe default to something like the Scion if you want to go tank matchup, but again, you could be playing into UCI's hand, where Strumpist is willing to take some of those mages, right? Still has the Cass available, still has some of these mages left in his back pocket. I'm really interested to see how this bottom lane is going to fare, because Gorica and Cerulean have been giving us both the highs and lows of UCI.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see which ones we get to see in game number 4. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get into draft for game number 4. So we will see you guys after a couple more minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to today's stream of the NACL Open Qualifiers, where UCI are down 1-2 up against the likes of Cupid Esports. Cupid 1 win away from getting themselves up to the promo tournament, and for Barrick, Lycamaz, and Nightstar, it would be a chance at the rematch of the century if they were able to get up there and fight against AMI.
Yeah, I mean, they'd also have to make it to the first round, and then they'd have like a little bit of hoops. There's
a lot of moving parts. Yeah.
There's a lot of like, oh, we gotta get through this and this. But for everybody joining us, we are into game 4 of UCI versus Cupid Esports. The champions below me and Gordo are the ones that are not able to be picked for the rest of the series. We are in a full fearless format. For anybody that has been sleeping under a rock or doesn't know what that is, essentially the champions that are picked between Cupid Esports and UCI are not available for the rest of the series here. So game 4 is going to get a little wacky as we have 30 champions taken off the board from the jump, and then another 3 being banned out in phase 1. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, looking at my champion pool notes here, I think the notable victims of Fearless here, we talked about Barrick. He's only got 3 champions left that he's played in this tournament that have not been Fearless away. Not to say he doesn't play other ones, but it would be new for us here who don't get to watch scrims behind closed doors and who don't count solo queue as real indicators of what you're willing to pick on stage, quote unquote. The other one is Cerulean here, who has Leona, Braum, and Thresh left as the only 3 champions he's played in this OQ. That Braum and Thresh, I'd say, a little bit more situational. Leona, kind of a mix and match kind of champion. You can kind of pick that anywhere. But especially if you take it to phase 2, might also face the ban list. So there's somewhat of a question here of how this draft is going to affect those positions for those respective players. Will they show us something new? Will they end up, just scraping the bottom of the barrel and just picking whatever's there while it is still available? Another set of engaged champions gone there, particularly that Alistair, one of the more universally applicable ones. So kind of just the Leona left as things that start fights that you're willing to pick in basically any draft. And after that, you're going to have to start kind of going towards some less traditional picks.
Yeah, I feel like mid lane and jungle maybe suffer the least from Fearless, just because of how dynamic those roles have been and how many different champions you have to play at any given time.
They can play multitudes.
The fact that jungle, you can play tank, you can play carry, you can play skirmish. Like, there's so many different champions in jungle nowadays. Mid lane as well, you've got 80 plus AP mid laners, utility. Yeah, I expect both UCI and Cupid Esports to start locking in maybe the more traditional, what we've seen is like jungler plus bottom lane in rounds 1 through 3 of the picks here. We have seen a lot of like top mid and then jungle being locked in for both of these guys here, interestingly enough. But last time that happened, which was last game, the 80 carry pool got pinched very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, remember those 3 champions I just mentioned for Barrick? There goes 2 out of the 3 right off the bat, first 2 bans. So he's left with Malphite as far as champions we've seen from him so far. I don't think he's going to just Giga Slam that.
Sion? It's Sion. It's got to be Sion,
I mean, he definitely, that's the thing, right? This is a little misleading of a narrative, right? There's definitely plays Sion, right? He, before this series, hadn't played a game of Rumble, but come on, everyone knows that Barrick plays Rumble. He's got other stuff in the tank that he will be willing to bust out if the opportunity calls for it. But it will be interesting to see what direction he goes based on what he's demonstrated us throughout the tournament so far. The Mel band away up against Lycamaz. The Mel's been such an interesting pick, especially in a post-Fearless world, because it largely, feels like kind of whatever. Like it's a traditional, sub it out with kind of mage. Varus snapped on up very early. But against certain matchups, it just completely hoses you.
Yeah, UCI were the ones banning Varus pretty consistently when they were on red side. I was expecting Cupid to ban it away, but instead UCI is going to snatch that up so that Nightstar doesn't get that for himself here. Cupid must be feeling the pressure. And now they're probably going to lock in at least one of like the Ezreal, Ashe, or whatever was banned out last series, right? Tristana actually up and available for Cupid. I want to see them just R1, R2 Tristana plus Leona.
Oh,
I don't hate this. Yeah, I don't hate this. Ziggs, Skarner, a lot of good setup. If you can get those 3-mana impales into the Super Mega Inferno Bomb, like that does do a lot of damage, especially onto the impale carry that is Varus. But maybe there's just saving just for game 5. Like that's my maybe that's the potential here. But there is a champion that I have been fiending to see. The moment Skarner was reworked, as well as I thought it was going to come out during that Sejuani game, Trundle being picked up. Another one of my favorite characters, Gordo. I don't know if you see a theme. Udyr, Trundle. I love these guys that just get in and beat the shit out of you.
Yeah. I mean,
it's my one.
What is it? What is it about these two champions that makes you pick Trundle? I guess I'm a little like, you can't interrupt Ishtal's impact with a pillar, right? He'll just go right through it. It's terrain.
Maybe I think it stops him, right? Because it's a knockup.
Maybe it'll knock him out. I guess that's an interaction we'll have to go and see. If it knocks him out of it, then I totally get it. And then, you know, you can kind of leave your Skarner as a sitting duck in that case. There go those supports. I mean, those are kind of the last classic traditional ones, so we won't get spicy until game number 5 in the support department. But Leona going to get snapped on up by Cerulean, and Braum going to be the response here from Pika Pika. Yeah,
now UCI has the ability to just absolutely destroy Barrick's champion pool, right? I mean, I don't think they're going to ban the Malphite away. I don't think especially you're not going to pick Malphite into Trundle. And the other thing with Trundle is that he is just an intrinsic tank counter, right? Like, even if he doesn't use the pillar to interrupt Skarner, if Skarner charges in and whiffs for whatever reason, you're going to get subjugated immediately. And if this is going to be a lethal tempo Varus potentially, maybe it'll be poke Varus because he is going against Ziggs. I mean, you're going to be turned into mid very, very quickly. So there always is the threat of a more extra punishing dive if this Skarner decides to go in and doesn't hit anything, right? Maybe whiffs the impale as well. So I like the Trundle. UCI, Rosethorn specifically on this pick. I love it. I love that he's willing to bust this stuff out here. Maddie on his 4th supportive jungle, by the way. Tank jungler. Guy played Sedge, Nunu, then he played Maokai, and now he's on Skarner. The pool is dwindling, friend. I'm not really sure what else you have in the back pocket if this goes into game 5 here. And UCI looking to obviously push this right now. Tristana being banned away, so they do still fear the fact that Lycamaz could take this Ziggs into the mid lane. I believe Lycamaz has played Ziggs in the mid lane previously. Darius being removed, Annie and Ari taken out from Zhao Danny's pool. So now we're left with, like, in the mid lane, what? Silas, Syndra, I think, is available. Orianna. We could just see a classic Syndra Ori matchup, which would be very anticlimactic for game.
It would be, but I do think it would let both players kind of flex what they've really built up a lot of their experience on playing. It's always coming back to control mages, and for both of these players, they've gotten their fair share of games in on them.
Oh!
Aurelion Sol for Lycamaz. I do believe this was his game 5 pick on Dog Fans for the qualification match, and he almost carried it. So a little bit of poetry here coming through as he looks to qualify for the promotion tournament. And again, that potential rematch with AMI by locking in the A-Soul once again. But will Zhao Danny respond with? His Jace is off the board. He can play a more traditional mage matchup into it. The Orianna still going to be available here. Would not mind something that can get fights started, and it will be the Orianna.
Yeah, this is fine. You've got decent ball delivery system with Leona. Maybe UCI locking a top laner that just like catapults this Orianna pick into the next level. A friend of ours, Gordo Yanni, likes to say that if you have a really bad, whoa,
there it is.
Whoa, yes, that is gonna be Udyr top for the man himself in the top lane, Strumpus. Gordo, you called this out prior to game 1, where Strumpus has taken this beast to the top lane.
He has, and I would say this is a double flex. I think based on what Cupid picked here for Barrick, it could also be Trundle top Udyr jungle. I don't know what these players are going to go for, but I don't know how much experience, you know, there is on the new Trundle for Strumpus. I don't know how much experience there is on the new Udyr for Rosethorn, but at least on paper, you could double flex these champions if you so choose. It is an Olaf out of Barrick. I mean, wait. Trundle hard counters Olaf. Trundle dumpsters Olaf. Do the flex, boys. Can we do it?
Yeah, I don't even hate Olaf necessarily as a whole, though, into UCI. You're not stopping this guy. Like, the pillar, sure, can put some terrain in between you guys, but if he's laning up against Udyr, if it's level 6, like, you're not going to be able to beat him. The stun is useless. He's going to be mercilessly running you down. Like, your slow's not going to get too much value. This is really cool from Barrick. This Olaf could seal the deal for Cupid Esports. Like you said, the Trundle is pretty good, steals the AD, has the subjugate, can put himself in that attack speed steroid. Both of you guys love to just, beat the crap out of each other 1v1 and just use their attack speed. But it will be interesting to see if UCI shift this Udyr into the jungle. But how much experience does Strumpist have playing Trundle top? I'm gonna put it next to 0.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? Is, can you do the flex on a player level? Can you do it on a champion level and where these champions can go? Absolutely, right? Trundle has been a omega counter to Olaf for a very long time. Even when he's CC immune, you can still steal his AD, and that just completely hoses him. It also, like, kind of doubles down as he sheds some resistances when he ults. You get to take even more of those with subjugate. It's a very, very good matchup for Trundle if you play it. It's not the hardest champion in the world to play, but if you've never even touched it and you're on an elimination match to try to qualify for the NACL promotion tournament, then you've got to be a little bit more man than me to go for it. We'll see if Strumpist is that guy.
Gordo, you've ousted my secret as well. Trundle and Udyr, not the hardest champions to play. Another reason why they're some of my favorite here, but it does look like Strumpist is going to take that in the top lane against Barrick. Yeah, just because you can flex it may not mean you have the ability to. Rosethorn is going to value the jungle matchup into Maddie, the ability to interrupt potentially that Ixtal's impact. I do think, like you said, like, there's one of two ways. Either he goes through the pillar or he gets knocked up. I believe because the pillar acts as a functional knockup because of its initial stage where it rises from the ground, I believe it does stop Skarner mid Ixtal's impact. We will see, though, as Zhao, Danny, Gorica, and Cerulean, the only normal part of this game, I'm going to be honest, like, Ziggs and Braum, that's fine, that's fair, we've seen it quite a bit. Lycamons are going to go back to the Aurelion Soul, a pick that he's comfortable on, that when back's against the wall, he's willing to pick and try to hinge his team's NACL promotion chances on that. I don't know. Zhao Daddy's going to have to be superhero here because he doesn't have the best ball delivery system in mind. Even if you throw it on the Strumpist, that is super telegraphed. Like, he's just going to have to hit these raw ultimates onto members that are not going to be in ult range, right? Like, Ziggs and Aurelion Soul should never be getting ulted by Zhao Danny at the same time. Even if you ult Barrick, if he's in his, Olaf ultimate form, his unleashed form, he's just going to take the damage. He's going to, like, swiftly run through that. So I'm hesitant on Zhao Danny on this Orianna pick. I have a feeling it's going to be functionally useless, but I could just have egg on my face and this guy could just...
Yeah, I mean, the Trundle counter pick for the Olaf, I mean, it works even if they're not in a lane matchup, right? You can still have your boy wander up there from time to time, press Q on the Olaf and ruin his day. And also in later game team fights, again, he's got to be running towards you. It's not like he has a lot of kind of alternative strategies. He's going to full send it one way or the other, and chomping him right there, right then, always going to be a viable path to success. So you still get some of the benefits of having selected this Trundle, even though the Olaf was picked into it, which I still find to be a little bit confusing. Then maybe they could have done the swap. You never know for sure, but they don't go for it this time. The other point here is we don't know what Udyr we're going to get to see from Strumpist. It is now locked in that it will be Udyr top. There's no more opportunities to swap. So the build prior to this patch that was starting to get popular was a bear stance, and bear stance is the old tiger stance for you old heads out there. Riot really giving you the bamboozle on that one. The Q max kind of assassin Udyr with the bonus isolated damage was the build for a while, but the buffs that just came through for Udyr we're all for Phoenix Udyr, the AP Wave Cleary Udyr that we have also seen more traditionally in top lane. So I wonder which one we get out of Strumpus this game.
Yeah, so typically, and depending on how the lane is going, for top lane Udyr, yeah, you are gonna go R when you get the buffs, and then you just kind of swap between RW max, right? You put a point into W, you put a point into, you get all your abilities 1 through 4, right? Or sorry, 1 through 5. And then I think you get the claw at level 6, and then you just alternate, right? It's RW, 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 and then at like level 15, you'll have 2 maxed out abilities. But it becomes really tough because if Strumpus feels like he's taking on too much damage or he's not able to trade effectively, he might put more points into W early on in the laning phase so that when he pops his Empower W, when he trades into Barrack, Barrack's going to be hitting a shield, and Strumpus is also going to be healing. You also, I believe, go Grasp into the shield bash, and then you just go second wind Revitalize, and then that just allows you to kind of sustain through the lane. You also go Cookies because Cookies gives you HP, like more HP. You munch on the cookies, and then you can choose one of, I believe it is Approach Velocity, or if you feel like you can get through the laning phase without boots, you can try to cheat out Magical Footwear. But I feel like Approach Velocity is just a better fundamental fit because it gives you that extra move speed, both on your own Cryo Phoenixes, but when other people slow or CC somebody, you get move speed towards them. And there's a lot of CC on the side of UCI Esports. So that was my Professor Shibby breakdown of Udyr top lane. So we'll see what Strumpus does.
Yeah, it's an open question here. I'm trying to find on our stats sheet what he went for previously, but I have not been proactive enough on those efforts, so it's going to take me a couple.
Was this
minutes.
prior to the patch, though? This was Strumpus playing prior.
Some of it was, right? Yeah, but you know, if he was already busting it out, you know, what exactly was the build? See if I can find that here while we take some time to load on in. Vladimir Cassiopeveris. There's one Udyr game that he played much earlier. What did he go for? Bladed Steel Caps, Doran's Blade, Death's Dance, Ravenous Hydra, Longsword. So that was the Bear Stance Execute Udyr.
Yeah,
the previous time he played it. And then here's the second game. Let's find these items once again. Frozen Heart, Plated Steel Caps, Doran's Ring, Tear of the Goddess, Unending Despair, Kindle Gem. So that looks like it's a Phoenix Udyr. So I think he's played one of each.
Huh. I think Phoenix Udyr is just going to be better here. Fundamentally, right? Levels 1 through 5 gonna let you trade pretty aggressively. Even at level 6, even if Barrack will pop the ghost and the ultimate, he's still gonna take that % health damage that you take from the Phoenix stance. But the summoner spell choice gives it away. This is AD top Udyr. He's gonna go into the Wildling Claw, and he's just gonna look to just raw trade against Olaf. Maybe because this is the interaction that might happen. If Barrack uses ultimate, sheds the resistances like you said, Gordo, Strumpus can then empowered Q onto a like really low armor target that is Barrack and might just nuke him completely.
So Barrack has had to run the gauntlet this series, right? Games 1 and 2, he went against traditional top lane bruiser Strumpus. Did all right, went 50-50. Last game, he went against mid lane mage top lane Strumpus. He passed with flying colors, had an excellent performance up against that Rise. Now he's up against punished sicko Strumpus with the Assassin Udyr build. How will he do in this phase? That is the question. Can Strumpus force us to a game 5 here?
Well, he's got the skin on, one of the best skins, Udyr skins in the game. Spirit God. As I'm really excited to see this. 2 of my favorite champions UCI has picked up. I love this. I'm interested to see how this Trundle goes into effect. Sometimes you'll see Trundles take the PTA as well, but he's going to opt in for the lethal tempo so he can just kind of stick into these fights and these skirmishes a little bit longer. Will be interesting though. Rose Thorn's pillar timing is going to have to be on point because he can cancel both Maddie's Ixtal impact potentially, and he can cancel Lycamaw's. Oh my lord.
Oh, Barrack, I don't know if Barrack knows the tech. Yeah, you cannot get yourself isolated here at level 1 up against the Bear Stance Udyr. This is not the bear slaps of old. These bear slaps hurt. And it will get Barrack nice and low early on. And when he doesn't have Tough It Out, he's not going to be able to turn that back into sustain.
No, not at all here. And the point I wanted to say is that he also, Rose Thorn has the ability to cancel out Lycamaw's, space glide with the pillar. So it's going to be really crucial to see what his guy does here. Strumpist obviously putting a level into W. So he might just do what I talked about, but instead of going RW, RW, he'll probably go like Q, W, E, Q, R, and then max Q, W, right? That's what he'll probably do.
Yeah.
Strumpist already asserting his dominance in the lane here. It's also tough to gank this guy because if he just holds on to his rage meter, effectively any sort of CC he can just get himself out of with that empowered ram stance. Right? I hate Riot for changing the stances.
I do too.
To me,
Dude. I already see chat saying Tiger Udyr. There is no Tiger stance anymore. It's Bear Udyr. As here comes Strumpist looking for the solo kill. First blood picks it up, but stuck under the turret. Maddie arrives to the scene and turns it back for Cupid. It's 2 for 1.
First blood, unfortunately, not that valuable anymore. They took out that extra gold you get, so it is just nice to have. But Cupid Esports turning that around. Maddie skipping his top side there, effectively running there with the Ixtal's impact. That kill took a little bit too long. Cerulean!
Oh, nearly getting Cerulean under the turret there. But Pika Pika just a little too slow on the auto attack. Should have opted for the attack speed runes there on the Braum. Didn't quite find it this time around. And the only thing you could say about that play that was positive for UCI is Barrick does die with minions under the turret. So he finds himself at, once Strumpist clears out this wave, he'll be at quite a CS deficit. And you can see Strumpist got to spend a little bit more gold here. He gets 2 swords. That's 700 gold of value up against Barrick's boots cloth armor, which is 600 gold of value.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys in chat. It's still Tiger to me, man. Tiger, and then Turtle, then Bear, then Phoenix. That's the old school Udyr. But yeah, it is Bear into Boar, Ram, and then it's still a Phoenix. They kept the R Phoenix, which is interesting. Another trade going in this top side, although Barrick now, it's a little bit more items to contend with. The double longsword from Stromp is this guy not afraid to get into the thick of it, especially with this Boar stance specifically. It allows him to heal back from these trades a lot more effectively, right? You mentioned Olaf Barrick having that W available, the shield plus the lifesteal. The moment Strumpist pops that W, he's able to get autos off. The first 2 gives him lifesteal, and if he empowers it, gives him even more. Massive shield. It'll be really interesting to see how UCI develops. As Cerulean's gonna go in. I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, stepping up, nearly gonna be able to find it. Lycamaz kind of scooting by to find the laser onto Xiao Danny here, but takes a little bit of damage for it as well. This is an interesting mid lane matchup, by the way. It's if you play just to the edge of your ball range, I think it's actually quite positive for Orianna, but you need to be right on the very edge there to make sure that you're able to, you know, use ultimate to interrupt Breath of Light and stuff and not take more damage than you dish out.
Yeah, I've seen it time and time again where Orianna's will like run in to try to stop it, and then the Aurelion Soul will just drop the star on their head and just kill them completely. So it is definitely, like you said, a range game. Orianna can cheat that a little bit here. So far, other than that early game fight or that early game gank in the top side, lanes have been relatively quiet. Gorica and Cerulean have been trading pretty aggressively with Nightstar and Pika Pika. But other than that, I doubt Nightstar wants to do anything really crazy, as he has gone for the flash TP in that bottom side. So 3 TPs available for Cupid Esports. Taking a page out of UCI's book, the game that UCI won, they had 3 TPs available. Gorica was on the Smolder and got a ton of stacks and was really fed there.
Yeah, that was the other tiny little advantage, by the way, that Strumpist got earlier. Taps the double Q, but Maddie is here. I don't think Strumpist can get out of this one without the double tap. And Feet of Warfare goes to Cupid. UCI will make a cross-map play onto the Dragon. They should have no problem securing this one, but this is your big spicy top lane pick for Strumpist, and it's starting to look dangerously like the Rise did. Oh, wow. Cerulean's still looking for a little bit more here. Wants to keep the CC going onto Nightstar. Gets back in there with Zenith Blade. Gorica just taking more damage, though. Oh, the bouncing bomb finds its way onto Gorica's toes.
Oh, lethal tempo. Varus not able to get too much done here. Taking too much poke. Strumpist is here with Rosethorn.
Maddie, can he get the interrupt? Yes, he does. Maddie is stuck. He's got no flash, and look at that assassination damage. Isolated Bear Stance Udyr games its first victim, and this man is all swords. Look at his inventory.
Yeah, 5 long swords in this guy's pocket, dude. Dude is juggling them on every single limb, right? Head. He has one on the head, one on each arm, and one on each foot here. Is Gorika's dead?
Oh,
What?
Night Star finding the blow up. Strumpist, though, getting the isolated double Q. Another solo kill to Strumpist. Here's the Udyr we were asking for, baby. He is demolishing my Rise allegations.
Oh boy, Strumpist 3 and 2 on the Udyr. He's gonna turn some of these long swords, I'm assuming, into daggers, into not daggers, into the serrated dirk here. He's gonna maybe go lethality.
Oh man, it works on turret.
Yeah, it does work on turret. It does do a lot of damage to turret, actually. And UCI coming out to a nice lead for their top laner, although Gorika dying there to Nightstar really, really bad, especially because Gorika has opted in for Ghost instead of TP to match the Ziggs, which is typically what we see. He lost a big wave there, and Maddie is in this top side. Rosethorn does have Subjugate available, but because Stromp has got those 2 kills in reset, Lycamaz as well has mid lane push. These grubs are going to go fully in the favor of Cupid Esports, as UCI don't really have anything to trade for it. Dragon going to be up in about 2 minutes 45 seconds. I just want to see how much further they can push the envelope on this top side before laning phase is over, because after that, Udyr does tend to struggle in these team fights. He kind of just becomes a stun bot, even in this new rework. He has a little bit more utility to pop out, and maybe he can get some of the isolated damage onto a flank, but realistically, he's going to be mainly a top laner, and I lied. He's not turning that into serrated dirk. The brother just bought a full Ravenous Hydra.
I mean, 5 longswords can be turned into Ravenous Hydra. You know, he didn't waste the money there on components. He goes right into his first legendary, as he does get full value out of all of those swords. And I mean, this is what I expect out of him a little bit more, right? Like you said, not going to be a big team fighting threat on this Udyr, but he can be a side lane threat as long as he is still winning these one-on-ones against Barrick, which very well may be the case for the entire game. I don't know where the breakpoints are here. As long as he's able to do that, I mean, nobody else is going to do a better job of answering him. Are you going to send Lycamaz and trust that you can astral flight away from Boar Stance? I would not count on that.
Wait, Gordo, you don't know the intricacies of the Udyr Olaf top lane matchup? Oh man, I don't know, man.
Specifically, the Udyr Asol matchup. I'm not sure on that one either.
Yeah, it'll be tough. I think Barrick's gonna have a really tough time matching this guy, especially if Strumpus opts into a little bit more lifesteal. Maybe he's gonna go for more split push, like you said, with the Hull Breaker. The world is Strumpus's oyster at the moment, and Barrick just kind of has to respond here. There should be a point when Barrick, I believe, hits like 2 or 3 items where he can look to try to 1v1 Strumpus, especially with his ultimate plus W available. But it's going to be close. I'm sure Strumpus has more experience in this matchup than Barrick, so Strumpus is going to take the engagements that favor him the most here. He's been doing a damn good job. Other than that one gank that happened in that top side where Maddie did a good job waiting out the empowered form and then going in, Strumpus has been looking really good. Rosethorn?
Yeah, Astral Flight was already used. This could be a chance to blow Flash. Not going to commit the Shockwave, though. Wants to be holding on to that one still. Strumpus flexing his muscles up here. And for what it's worth, it is Spirit Guard Udyr, so it is still looking like a Tiger. You can count that if you really want to call it a Tiger stance, but Rosethorn making his way on up here as well. It's a full-on 2v2 on the top side. And some of those have gone Cupid's way, but granted, that was pre-Ravenous Hydra Strumpus. He's gotten 2 kills since then. He might be a whole different beast.
That's pre-level 9 Strumpus, which I don't actually think he's put a point into R, so he might be max point.
Oh, the double tap E for the immunity against the Sting. Now going to look for the rest of the fight. That does mean he can't double tap Q, though. Still, he's dishing out enough damage.
Guy hurts.
The base Q. Maddie's forced off the play. Barrick gonna get taken down. Rosethorn is flashed to safety. Lycamaz coming on up here. Falling Star and Ishtal's impact combined to take Rosethorn down.
Whoa.
And Strumpus will try to flee. Pika's here as well. Cupid
No,
at
you don't
full
want this.
sentient top. They've abandoned the entire map, and I think that makes this a positive play for UCI. Look at Xiao Danny just hitting an isolated turret.
Strumpus channeling full Trick 2G. Brother is emoting in front of 3. Says, bring more, man. Bring 5. Bring your subs in. That's how many you need to potentially stop Strumpus here. 4 into...
all right. I'm done.
All right.
I'm done.
All right. That was a good one. That was a good one.
I had to. I couldn't resist. So we
I
did get
set you
back on out here. Dragon number 2 on the board. 12 minutes, 30 seconds. And we will nearly be able to get on to a second dragon for UCI. We'll see if they call over the Udyr. I mean, he's the big strong point on the map.
Yeah, he's going to be that black hole of pressure. Like we mentioned, similar to what Barrick was in game 3 on that Aatrox, where he was kind of unanswerable regardless of how many people you sent. We saw Stompus and Rosethorn attempt to kill him. Udyr is slowly getting towards that point here. And Zhao Danny, meanwhile, again, similar to his, I would say, game 1 victory performance, even though they lost, he's just been playing really good League of Legends here as we see a fight.
Oh, fight breaking on now. Tons of burst damage on a Nightstar. And before the Impale comes through, the damage is already gone. Ignite burning down on a Pika. Pika gonna give a second kill over to Karuli and call it a double kill for the Leona as they're trying to kite it back up against Barrick. Can't find a target to hit. And Gorica pierces his heart with another one. Strumpus on a rampage as he finds some isolated damage into Maddie. And UCI are coming alive in game number 4.
They want to push this to a game 5. They want to put the screws to Cupid Esports and says, what do you have left in the tank when we're going into full fearless here? Strumpus, brother, like a Moz, you're not allowed here, brother.
Oh, chasing it all down like a Moz. Nowhere to go.
Oh my God.
And Strumpus and Gorica. Carulian gets his name on there too. He's on carry Leona this game, 2-0-2. And more turret plates will go the way of UCI. They are picking up so much gold before the 14-minute mark hits. And they find themselves at nearly a 4K gold lead for it.
That Strumpus damage is absolutely disgusting. Did you, Lycomos he just got erased completely. Strumpus, tons of gold in his pocket. What is he going to come back? I'm sure he's coming back with a full item. But I wonder what he's going to build. Is it going to be lethality? Is he going to go for more bruisery? It looks like he might be going for Sundered Sky here on him. Potentially Black Cleaver. The guy can just build whatever he wants. He's so far ahead right now. Yeah, the game is revolving around him, and playing away from the Udyr is going to be how Cupid's going to potentially get back into this game. Zhao Danny 0-0-1 right now. Nice shockwave.
Big double shockwave. Loses the coin flip. Although the coin flip gets one for him. Nightstar steps back in. Disrespects the turret. And Cupid Esports. It's starting to fall apart here in game number 4, boys. UCI in a dominant position, and you're giving up freebies.
And now Carulian's here, so that dive that you wanted to execute potentially still available. Are they going to go for it? You tried. You were 0 for 1.
I mean, Zhao Danny going to not have access to the shockwave, but he's already created the space he needs. There's a double stun out of the solar flare. Lycomos gets forced out. That's a coin flip loss. As you do not want the aggro to go that way. You really wish Pika or Maddie had taken over that aggro. So they get nothing for this play. Top lane turret falls. Rift Herald falls. Mid lane turret falls. And UCI are in such a great position.
Strumpus doing what all great Udyr players do. Taking a mid lane turret and some waves while the rest of his team is doing stuff around the map here. Very well played from UCI. They trade a ton of gold for virtually nothing, right? They lose that bottom lane tier 1. Zhao Danny doesn't even go down. Does lose his flash, but they're able to actually put a kill into his pockets. Archangel's available. Zhao Danny understands his... He just has to live for these shockwaves. Just has to survive the burst that is going to come out from Aurelion Sol and Ziggs here. So a lot of these big shield items potentially we'll see. Starax coming in for Strumpus. Zhao Danny obviously has that Archangels. Like, it is going to be really tough. Locket for Carulian as well. Cupid Esports window is very quickly closing for them to actually get anything done. Sure, Lycomos is on the Aurelion Sol. He will scale, but it might be too little too late.
Well, he might scale. He might also die here. There's 4 members sniffing around his location, and he's not going to find out about it until it's too late. Calls down the star, stuck up against the wall, caught between a pillar and a turret.
Bye.
And UCI claim another kill, claim the final outer turret, and let's see Strumpus damage. Oh my God, Barrick nearly gets one shot, but he doesn't. And crucially, that means he can turn it back on the Udyr. Pops the Ragnarok under the turret. Strumpus finds the play takes him down with the help of his turret, and Strumpus is about to get a 1 versus 2 double kill. Here he comes with the empowered ram stance and put it on the board. Strumpus arrives to the series in game number 4.
Angry homeless man beats 2 to a pulp. Cupid Esports send what they can, but unfortunately Strumpus outplays the 2v1, and UCI don't lose anything. They're gonna gain everything on the map here. Very well played. Backs against the wall. Cupid Esports on match point, and UCI bust out all the stops.
Strumpus abandons the McDonald's salary. He's earning his money in blood as he comes on up, takes their scoreboard to 14-5. 8K gold lead in the pockets of the Anteaters as they want a full fearless game 5. And if you're Barrick, Lycamos, and Nightstar right now, Dog fans against AMI flashbacks before your eyes right now as you get forced into a game 5 situation that may cost you an entry into the promo tournament.
Yeah. Cupid Esports getting flashbacks to D Wade here as UCI are really going to put them in that game 5 situation right now. Nightstar and Lycamos once again potentially 1 series away from the promotion tournament. Strumpus though on the top side. A fight's breaking out.
This all day. Maddie can't get out. The pillar's gonna block him. Lycamos flashes over, but Ignite is already burning down. It's another kill to the super carry Cerulean, but look at that falling star. Gorica arrives to back them up in the damage department. You took down the raid boss, but you've created a new one. A triple kill to Gorica on this first pick, Varus.
Lethal tempo as well. He's got the Rage Blade, the Bork in hand. UCI 19 minutes in as we get a start of this fight. I mean, Maddie and Lycamos are just not where they're supposed to be. And sure, they take down Udyr like you mentioned. I mean, it's just insane because Gorica goes pretty much untouched, whittling away here. Big shockwave on top of that, and Nightstar super late to the fight. Throws a bomb, throws some mines, and says, I'm out of here, guys. So
yeah, and things just go from bad to worse for Cupid. UCI up 9K gold now, even when they accomplish their objectives, even when they isolate the necessary target in top lane. It is a fight win for UCI, 4-man falling star or not. Gorica arrives and reminds everybody why he is the premier carry of this UCI team. Strumpus doing his job in this game at number 4 and then some, but still got to worry about this on-hit Varus. He's 2 items deep, got the enchanted boots. 5, 1, and 4. He'll be happy to fulfill a carry role if Strumpus starts to fall off.
Dragon goes over the here of UCI. 3-0. Ocean Soul available in about 5 minutes. Otacon going to be taken as well. And sure, Cupid Esports are trying to trade as much as they can back to raw shockwave from Zhao Dan. He maybe clears this wave, so they're not even going to be able to get that tier 2 for themselves. Cupid Esports overloading that top side for 1 turret is not the trade you want to make. Yeah, there's not too much they can do. They're nearly 10,000 gold down, Gordon.
Yeah, and I mean, big waves crash at bottom. Strumpus guides those in. They're forced to recall Barrick because, and what if Strumpus stays? What if he just starts hitting that inhibitor turret? It's a nightmare situation for Cupid, so they got to get on out of there and start to deal with the issues being created around the map. And that's going to open the map back up for UCI. Get back in here, reclaim some vision. Rosethorn sees Maddie in Maddie's own jungle and says, yeah, I'll see you later. Get out of here, buddy. New tenants.
Away. He goes, ghosted away.
Oh, there's the raw glacial fissure. And doesn't find a connection anywhere. Maybe a little bit of wave clear there from Pika Pika. Feels like Cupid are kind of just throwing whatever they can at the wall and see what sticks.
Fortunately, it's not pasta. This crap. As UCI have handled everything very well right now. Clearing vision out. They're waiting for Baron, right? It's 3.5. It's 3 minutes away. They're so far ahead at the moment. Zhao Danny quietly having a 2-0-5 game right now on the Orianna, doing what they do. And Gordo, we're going to be pushed to a game 5 fearless. people have been foaming at the mouth for this at the tier 1 level. Like, we don't really get it that often. So the fact that we're getting it here in tier 3, I'm very interested to see what both Cupid and UCI have.
Coming on in, gets the interrupt on the point blank Ishtal's impact. That was actually sick. Would have made a big difference in a closer game, but it looks like this fight is going to be all done and dusted one way or the other. A 4-man shockwave out of Shao Danny will hand a triple kill to Strumpist and will push Cupid Esports to a game 5. UCI will not be counted out. They will not be dismissed, and they will take us the full distance to try to make the promo tournament.
Game 5, fearless incoming. Cupid Esports. As we get this replay, I mean, this was disgusting, by the way, right? Like this mid lane play.
Play that in slow motion right at the start after the fight is over. Rosethorn gets that interrupt. I think pixel perfect.
Yeah, he's insane. And then massive shockwave here, just gets every single one. And then Strumpist flashes in with the flash Qs like, nah, I'm gonna take everything. Very well played from them. UCI are gonna push Cupid Esports to a game 5. Dog fans, 3/5 of dog fans gonna be pushed to a game 5 in the final game before promotion tournament. Last OQs, they were 1 game away from making it into NACL. This OQ, they are 1 game away from making it into the promotion tournament. Who have they slighted? What gods have fated them to this, Gordo?
I pray that nobody on Cupid Esports is tuned into this stream right now, because this is not what you need to be hearing as you come into this game 4 to game 5. Listen, we do streams on here all the time, twice a week for ACL, every weekend for OQs. Plenty of times the players will dip in here in between games. If you are on Cupid Esports, I hope you're not here, because you do not want to be hearing reminders of dog fans versus AMI at a time like this. You need to have some steel mental right now as things are starting to turn back around. That series as well was at one point a 2-1 lead for dog fans. This series was at one point a 2-1 lead for Cupid. If it was a best of 3, they would have won it, but UCI are getting themselves one final chance.
Am I? Strump is that guy. I like to fly. Brother Gordo, it's UCI in 5.
Let's go, baby. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get ready for game number 5. But do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back with a 5th and final qualification game between UCI Esports and Cupid Esports. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome everybody who's only joining now because they hear there's a fearless Game 5 on the horizon. We have got Cupid Esports taking on UCI, and UCI have pulled us back in. 1-1, 1-1, back and forth, ping pong the whole series long, and it all comes down to game number 5. Cupid Esports select blue side with their season on the line. You lose here, you're done until the next OQ, and even that OQ will be for 2026 NACL. So you better win right now if you want to contend for that potential LCS promo slot come the end of summer.
Oh, we are blitzing through these bans and picks right now as Ari Wukong going to be locked in for UCI. Pantheon that was banned pretty much every single game has been opened up to Cupid Esports. For everybody that's just joining us, we are in a full fearless format. Cho'Gath being picked up for Cupid as well. The champions below me and Gordo cannot be picked for game 5. We have 40 champions being executed off the board in the beginning of game 5 with another 6 being taken off immediately at the end. Obviously, we will have 50 champions not available. So these guys are digging in deep. Hopefully they find money and they don't find belly button lint, because that'll be tough for UCI or Cupid Esports here. We are blitzing through these. Cupid is going to take out the Gwen for the top lane, Barrick Gwen. Obviously, this is a champion that we have seen him play in other competitions, just not in this one. And I believe this Cho'Gath is going to go mid lane for Lycomos.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the mid lane Cho'Gath, it's not dead, but it is a little tapped down with those last set of changes trying to disincentivize the Hail of Blades. There's the Vladimir top for Strompist. That will be his selection up against the Gwen. And this Cho'Gath in the Ari, definitely an interesting setup as well here. Again, flying through these picks in advance. Not a whole lot of time to chat about each and every individual one. But the Cho'Gath mid lane, a pick that, you know, it's gotten little bits and pieces taken off of it here and there, right? They nerfed Shurelya's a little bit. They nerfed Cho'Gath a little bit. They rebalanced him so that you're more incentivized to build HP. I'm curious to see how Lycomos is going to build this. Is it going to be like that Shurelya's boot and what was it called? Moby Boots, whatever they're called now, build, or Symbiotic Skulls? Or are they going to move away from it? Because, I mean, those boots have been nerfed. They were kind of trying to disincentivize you from doing that build anymore. So instead, it might be a more tanky Cho'Gath.
UCI are banning AD carries away. We saw this happen in game 3, where UCI did the same thing. They pinched Nightstar's champion pool completely. Gordo, there are 8 bottom laners unavailable just off of just being picked up. Tristana and Caitlyn are also removed. So what you have left is not a crazy amount of bottom laners, right? You have Aphelios, you've got Ashe, you've got Draven, Ezreal, Jhin, Kai'Sa in there if you want, Kalista. Some of those very subpar. Lucian you could run. But for what Nightstar is known for, the champions that I think about him is Zeri, right? You see a lot of Zeri, or you used to see a lot of. You can potentially see him on something like the Kai'Sa. Kog'Maw as well was a champion that he played. But the Ezreal being taken away really shortens up this bottom lane champion pool. Now, if you're not playing the mage stuff, there's the Kog'Maw. That's a takeaway, I'm going to say, from Nightstar here. Gorica definitely obviously has probably played it in his life, but
Gorica's now played twice in this tournament. Yeah,
he's played it twice this tournament. I think it's a takeaway from Nightstar as well, because he's just a fantastic Kog'Maw player. He made his money on that very early on. Now do you go ban for ban? Do you match scaling for scaling? Do you go the Zeri, or do you just try to completely dominate this laning phase with something like Kalista Nico and just go balls to the wall here? Instead, they're gonna go with the Ashe. This is a utility-based AD carry that is lane dominant.
Yeah, going to give you some zoning power up against the Kog'Maw. The Lulu notably banned away, so not going to be able to go for that classic duo between Gorica and Cerulean. Now, what will the supports look like? We talked about it last game. Basically, all the traditional engaged supports are gone. Rel, Nautilus, Alistar, Rakan, Leona, that full 5 out of there. What will you go for when you are pushed to the limit here? It is the Melio. We will rely on the Cho'Gath Pantheon as our front line, and we will look to boost up this Ashe range-wise and bail out the rest of our team with Breath of Life. Interesting selection here. What is the support for this Kog'Maw, Shibby?
Lulu's banned away. You could go Jana if you want to go support for support.
Tom Kench.
Karma not available. Tom Kench could be pretty interesting. Pooh! It is going to be the Thresh Prince of Bel-Air. Oh, baby. UCI. Cerulean is going to pick this up. You mentioned it, Gordo. You said this guy plays Thresh. He plays Braum. I don't think we're going to see them today.
I'm looking at my notes here, Shivy, on my other monitor. Champions Ceruleans played this tournament. Alistair, fearless away. Rakan, fearless away. Rel, fearless away. Nautilus, fearless away. Leona, fearless away. Braum, fearless away. Resh is the last champion remaining, and it will be snapped up here for UCI. R5 to set up Cerulean to be a bailout escape button for Gorica's Kog'Maw, as well as being a little bit of a pick master here alongside the Ahri to try to snag a free Melio, a free Ashe, maybe even a free Cho'Gath when you do get the opportunity. Breath of Life going to be the only way to get on out of that Thresh Hook. But then again, Thresh Hook and Charm, the only things that you're really going to cleanse away with Breath of Life. So, little tit for tat there with this Melio selection, but the lane feels like it is going to be strong for Cupid. The Thresh base stats have just been picked away at year after year after year of Thresh competitive viability, and he has just made a paper now, man.
I have a soft spot for this champion, simply because I obviously love seeing it. I loved when watching it was in competitive. Good friend of ours, Yanni, one of his favorite, arguably one of his best human highlight reel champions when he gets to play it. I love watching Thresh in action. I'm sure Cerulean is going to be able to execute this at a very high level. Mind you, the game where, I believe it was game 3 where Cupid Esports won, that was off of the back of Pika Pika's Blitzcrank. And that guy was absolutely clinical, was landing hook after hook after hook onto Gorica. UCI are going to be looking to do the same thing here onto Nightstar, onto Pika Pika here. Like you said, I think a lot of good hook targets. I don't think I'm mad if Cerulean hooks any one of these guys. Maybe it'll be a little bit tougher if he does hook the Cho'Gath, but if you get a Gwen, if you get a Pantheon, there is so much follow-up damage and CC available for UCI that if you get hit with the charm after the hook, you shouldn't be alive, right? You will be dead here. It'll be really interesting to see how Cupid Esports navigate this. They don't have a ton of backline access, so there is a world where Gorica just free fires on this Kog'Maw with that extended range. It is literally going to be up to Pantheon getting a nice flank, a Grand Skyfall coming in here, hopefully onto this backline, and then the rest of his team follows up. Cupid Esports hinging their game 5 off the back of Barrack here. This is a Barrack-centric composition if I've ever seen one.
It sure is here, and I did a little confirmation in the background while you were chatting, Shibby. Breath of Life is crowd control effects only for anyone who is not 100% familiar with the Melio, and so it will not cleanse Hemo Plague. Also will not cleanse away knockups from Rosethorn's Cyclone. So it's not really a huge Breath of Life comp like it would be into something like Renata. Instead, it is going to be all about that range enhancement. It's going to be about setting yourself up for a really strong laning phase to try to hold down this Kog'Maw. Maddie likely going to be getting involved here too. Now that Maddie finally gets onto the Pantheon, it's a chance for Maddie to bust out the Maddie special, as I call it here, which is that this guy loves to 3-camp early gank. He does it.
Yeah.
Back when it was like the meta, he would do it all the time. Now it's a lot more niche, but he still does it more than just about anybody else. And I think this is a great opportunity to do it. I mean, I think there is a very solid chance that Maddie starts red side and goes 3 camps in a gank bot.
Yeah, that guy's a fiend. And he's finally... This is his first carry or damage-orientated champion in the jungle, by the way. For anybody that's uninformed this series, Maddie has played Sejuani, Maokai, Nunu, and like, he's played Skarner. Like, this guy has just played tank junglers for all 4 games, and then Cupid's like, all right, let's take him off the leash. Let's unleash this guy. Maddie is now on the Pantheon, a champion that was banned away from him pretty consistently by UCI. UCI have opted in for the Wukong. Vladimir Wukong is quite a bit of AoE damage when it comes to... There's a world where Rosethorn lands a massive Cyclone and then Strumpus lands a massive ultimate onto multiple members, and it could just be over, right? Cupid Esports could lose the fight instantly. A lot of pick potential from UCI as well. Cupid Esports playing around Barrick is really interesting because we've positioned this team as a team that plays around like Lycamaz's wacky mid lane picks, Nightstar's late game carries. This is a complete 180.
Yeah. And, you know, another level to analyze this UCI esports comp on, right? Coming into this series is they're the higher seed because they come down from upper bracket finals, but I would call them the underdog coming against Cupid Esports. I certainly predicted a win for Cupid Esports based on name value.
Right.
You would predict Cupid Esports. I mean, I predicted Cupid Esports at way less than 5. That ship has sailed. I'm wrong. But the other thing about this comp here is this is straight comfort top to bottom, right? Rosethorn has played Wukong more than anything else this tournament. Strumpist back on a mage, even though he's not on his traditional top lane. He's played multiple games with Vladimir this tournament, and he's got to be comfortable up there in the top lane on this pick with counter pick. Gorica loves the Kog'Maw. It's kind of been his special sauce throughout all the C-Law. Cerulean loves the Thresh. And Xiao Danny's Ahri, I would say, is his all-time best champion. That is what I think of when I think of Xiao Danny.
Yeah.
And he gets 100%. It here in game 5.
Yeah, Maddie gets Pantheon. Xiao Danny gets Ahri. Like, Barrick gets Gwen. Barrick's a very good Gwen. Like, the guy plays Gwen. So it is very interesting. Nightstar gonna have to take that more supportive role. Not that Ashe can't do damage, don't get me wrong, but like she's not the champion you think of when I think of Nightstar as a player here. Not a lot of mobility as well, has suffered on those kind of champions. The misfortune, crucially, in I believe game 3 or game 2 was it? He had a really atrocious game. It was tough for him to be able to do anything. And similarly, right, on this low mobility champion, we'll see if he opts in for Ghost or if he's going to go just flash barrier or flash heal here. We'll see if he values that move speed. But Cupid Esports, 3/5, like you said, of dog fans, backs against the wall. Once again, 1 game away. And UCI, this is like completely UCI's MO, Gordo. They underperform in C-Law, randomly turn up in OQs. They give you hope. The C-Law Hub power rankings see that, and they go, what, they did really good at NACL OQs. Surely they're like a top 10, top 15 school, and then UCI underperforms, and then they drag you back in. Gordo, UCI Esports is the toxic ex that you cannot let go. That's what they are. That's the League of Legends equivalent.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell that same story from the ACL side as well, your Shivy. I mean, it's the same deal, right? UCI.
You expect them to change.
It's literally 2 days ago, UCI get eliminated in the first round of lower bracket ACL playoffs by a team of Quebecois buddies who were barely even expected to make the playoffs in 2-0 fashion. UCI got 4-0 swept out of ACL playoffs, an event that is ostensibly slightly less competitive than the NACL OQs. We'll see how true that remains. But yet, here they are, 1 game win away from a qualification into the promo tournament alongside names like Citadel, Dorado, and we will still find out about that other match. That match a little bit delayed due to circumstances. So they are still in game number 3.
Yeah, man, rulebooks are hard to read, unfortunately. I struggle with it. So we'll see who
they're in game 4, by the way. Jolly Rogers up 2-1.
Jolly Rogers up 2-1. That's a nice breaking report there. Jolly Rogers, Dragoon and friends. I hate to say it like that because it is Dragoon. It is a lot of notable players, but Dragoon potentially once again promoting into the NACL would be hilarious. I think that guy might hold the record for the most promotions and demotions in NACL. If it's not, it's certainly probably record for most promotions and demotions. If it's not him with the record for most promotions, it's Sudsy, who's also on that team. Yeah, it's literally
Sudsy definitely holds the record for most times promoted without ever having gotten to play a game of NACL.
That is a very niche award. That is a super, just being promoted in the NACL. It's like it's the modern day Bjergsen double lift trophies, right? Like who has more trophies? It's essentially
because he qualified with TikTok Tony Top and then didn't get to play.
Yes.
And then he qualified with Mirage Alliance and got replaced.
Yes.
That guy deserves a spot in NACL, man. You got to root for Jolly Rogers a little bit just on that front. In a season where we had 5 rookie mid laners.
Yeah,
Still
he's
no
literally
subsidy.
earned it. He's literally earned it twice. I think saying like he deserves it, the brother has literally earned it twice. Like at that point, it's just cruel fate, right? Like I hope Jolly Rogers potentially gets in. But that's the thing, right? There's so many good teams in the promotion tournament. And Gordo, you know just as well as I do my fanaticism for AMI, and then yeah, so actually only because I predicted that AMI is going to keep their NACL spot.
Yeah, I think I will probably be going into the tournament predicting that as well. Stay tuned. We'll put out an episode of Salt Mine about it. Make sure you guys tune into that one. We'll do a little promotion tournament special, as there will be a couple of weeks of break time before that happens. That tournament, I'm going to check my calendar here, but it is not the upcoming week. It is going to be the week after. Yeah, it's going to be a 2-week break. Yeah. It'll be on the 20th through the 22nd of June. So these guys will have some time to collect themselves, to make sure everybody's going to be available on game day and that you don't have any ESUB controversies.
Yeah, I mean, they're also going to be playing, I think, on a new patch as well. So that'll be interesting. I believe they'll have 1 week to scrim on the new patch, and then they'll play. So that'll be interesting to see what actually Riot implements here as we're getting closer and closer towards those international tournaments. And Riot does like to make changes prior to that can shake up the meta here. So I think we're going to have a lot of interesting stuff coming in. They've already kind of shaken it up here with some of these changes. But Gordo, we are in to game 5. The NACL split to open qualifiers qualifying match between UCI and Cupid Esports. Winner gets a shot at promotion. Loser, like you said, Gordo, has to wait until 2026 spring. Twiddling their thumbs here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even that, not only do they have to wait until 2026 spring, they have to run a whole bracket like this all over again and win that time. That's, as this series has shown, that's no easy task on its own.
Who knows what the bracket looks like?
A do or die moment here, and Cupid Esports here. A little bit of flashbacks to the dog fans moment. Gotta put those thoughts aside in game number 3 to piece yourself together and take UCI down to join up with those other 5 teams in the promo tournament. 4 of them already determined. Looking at the waves crashing here, no level 1 action. And Maddie is starting topside, so my level 3 dreams are doomed.
Quick thing to know, UCI 1 TP available for themselves. It's going to be really hard for them to play the map here. Cupid, Barrick, and Lycamaz have TP available. Nightstar has actually opted in for Cleanse, putting a lot of respect onto the Cerulean Thresh, rightfully so. This guy is a absolute goat on it. And Strompus is going to look for those early kills, right? Ghost Ignite on himself here. He's going to have to really flex the Vladimir knowledge and look to get some of these early leads onto Barrick. In a scaling war, it's tough because like Gwen scales very well, Vladimir scales very well, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Gwen can just rip through people very methodically, whereas like Strompus is heavy burst, right? Like it has to land the R into the E, then get the Q onto like multiple target. Like it's tough. It's tough, right? You have to get a lot of that damage going in succession, whereas Barrick just presses the R button and rips through half of your team. So it's really interesting. Will be interesting to see how these two navigate team fights when or if we get to the late game here. As UCI, with that Kog'Maw, definitely I think have the advantage though, as a total.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, there's combo potential there as well because he's gonna go the Hurricane, right? Eventually, Gorica, and at that stage, Strompus can just throw down ultimate. And Kog'Maw is just going to be the one who is taking maximum advantage of Hemo Plague. Forget Strompust's Qs. It's going to be all about Gorica's damage. And, you know, Sean Danny's going to come in there with a little bit of AoE from the Orbit Deceptions as well. Get those resets on across and look to clean up the fight. Strompus can even take a little bit more of a back seat. He'll have the damage in and of himself, but in team fight, late game scenarios, he can take more of a back seat and even sacrifice his life to get off a nice big Hemo Plague.
Yeah, will be interesting to see what build Jadowny opts in for. I know the Roa tank Ahri build, I will say tank Ahri, beefy Ahri build did get nerfed. They actually buffed the more AP centric Ari build. Zhao does have electrocute, but I'll be interested to see what he actually opts in going on his first item back. Not that I'm saying this is a particularly amazing Roa game, but the fact that you can like negate potentially the Kog'Maw, the Cho'Gath, and the Pantheon burst, there might be an avenue for it. As Maddie, like you said, he's gonna be down here for a gank, but he did not do his patented 3 camp into flash gank somebody. He actually just cleared completely.
Yep, goes for the full clear on the Pantheon. Gorka actually gonna find and interrupt his recall there really quick. I saw that on the minimap. I assume that was a quick little void ooze just to be a pain. Gorka kind of caught on the wrong side here. Oh, what an interrupt on that lantern. It comes through from Pika Pika. Huge ultra mega fire kick. Nearly takes Gorka down, costs him both of his summoner spells.
That might be one of the best fire kicks I've ever seen. I don't know if that was intentional as well, where he was trying to time it to when the lantern is getting pulled, but Gorka...
What if Pika Pika can just do that with 100% accuracy?
Oh, then this is over. This ball lane's over, brother.
It's just like a Gragas versus Alistar interaction, where just if Pika Pika's paying attention, you will never be able to take Thresh Lantern.
Yep. It's tough here. Let's see. If he does it again, then it's intentional and he's the GOAT. But if he misses, then yeah, I think he kind of got lucky there. But nonetheless, luck plays a little bit of part in winning some of these games here. As Gorka, like you said, Flash and Ghost burned is tough here. We might see Maddie opting in for a Flash stun onto the Kog'Maw here. And Kog'Maw is such a fragile laner in the sense that if you get a kill or two onto him and you deny him CS, like it really puts him in the dumpster in terms of item power spec. Like he's so gold heavy and gold hungry as a champion that getting those extra kills or getting a kill and putting him behind is really rough for the Kog'Maw. I think it is going to be AD Kog'Maw. I think somebody in the chat said it might be AD Kog'Maw. I don't think so. We have Vlad and Ari. If he goes AP Kog'Maw, I'm pretty sure that's troll.
Yeah, this is not the game for AP Kog'Maw when you have 2 mages already established. I mean, it's going to be a heavy magic damage comp regardless, right? You can't... Even AD Kog'Maw does get quite a bit of his damage from Bio-Arcane Barrage, which is a magic damage modifier on your auto attacks. So, you know, whatever happens, happens. There's a magic resist shred in the Kog'Maw kit as well for the Caustic Spittle, so you'll be able to make it work. I don't think is a champ or a comp that gets hosed by magic resist by any means, but I do think that Lycamaz should likely be looking into a Hallowed Radiance this game.
He's already built the double ruby crystal. Looks like Zhao Danny's building towards that lost chapter. I don't think UCI actually should contest this dragon at all. I think they just give it up. I mean, you've got Kog'Maw, you've got Vladimir. Like, your job is to just give up the first 2, potentially 3 dragons, and just look to try to trade on the map what you can here. But because of those map changes that came in a couple patches ago, you can't do the fabled dragon for Grubs trade anymore because Grubs has 1 spawn, and usually the dragon and Grub spawns, even that one only spawn of Grubs is desynced here. So we may see a situation where Cupid Esports has complete objective control for the first 15 to 18 minutes, and then UCI is going to be a little bit more comfortable contesting stuff. Although there is a bit of skirmishing power for Rosethorn and Zhao Danny on this Wukong Ahri once they hit level 6. Like, Lycamaz is going to have to be careful. He is playing an immobile mid laner. Granted, he's a little bit tankier on the Cho'Gath. There's a lot of damage coming out here, especially with the shred of Wukong, right, with his ultimate. He can really put the screws to Lycamaz.
Yeah, and the other thing about how these early objectives are going to go is that Lycamaz is holding Feast for them, right? So you're facing off against Smite Feast. You shouldn't be able to get steals on through. Crazier things have happened in the OQs before, but it's not something that you should bank on. Rosethorn being able to outsmite both Lycamaz and Maddie. These guys will be synced on up and making sure that they secure these objectives each and every time. Gorka showing off the increased range on Caustic Spittle that they gave Kog'Maw a while back, so he's having a better time farming away. Is this just an ultimate on Grubs? Rosethorn's got to bail out of this one. We'll basically just be using Grand Starfall to secure the Grubbies, but you will take that as Maddie is a fight bringing out of the bottom lane. Hook does connect onto Nightstar. Gorica firing away with Bio Arcane Barrage. They're going to try to keep Nightstar low here. It fails the flash, and Gorica finds first blood on his Kog'Maw. Now starting a fight off onto Lycamos. He's going to be forced to flash away, but Xiao Danny's all over him with those rushes. Will be able to finish him off. Rosethorn gets a kill on the board. It's a 2-0 start to UCI.
And if I was Reggie Miller or Tyrese Halliburton of UCI, I would be putting up the choking emote immediately. Cupid Esports, right now, Nightstar failing that flash. Maybe, like you said, flashbacks of Game 5 here, as well as Lycamos going down. The two players at Cupid Esports really heavily played around for much of this tournament, unable to mechanically execute here, and UCI get a nice 2-kill lead for themselves, 1,000 gold ahead.
And first 2 deaths and that error from Nightstar. Dare I say it, Shivy, these are Dog Fans players, man. It's back in that situation again. And
you can't do that. You can't start that narrative. They've only done it once. They've got to do it minimum 3 times.
On events as they occur, Shivy. And I will not take them any further than that. The UCI now find themselves in a nice start here. They get gold onto Gorica right where they want it. And a mere 5 CS lead to Nightstar. This is not what you wanted out of your Melio Ash lane. The window has not closed, but very nice bit of relief for Gorica here, who was starting to fall behind in CS, to both be able to catch up and to be able to get that kill gold.
With both Summoner Spells being down for Nightstar, there's a real opportunity for Rosethorn to come down here and cause even more havoc. Doesn't have the flash Cyclone available, but we'll have a Cyclone up very soon here. And Strumpus, all the meanwhile, completely fine. Both of these guys, but Barrick and Strumpus, if none of them go for trades and they die, like, they're completely happy just farming it out here. Wouldn't be surprised if they handshook. Hey, can we just farm until laning phase is over and the better player? Like, wouldn't be surprised if Barrick and Strumpus agreed to that. These guys are completely happy farming it up in that top side, getting to their item break points, and entering these team fights as absolute menaces. So Rosethorn is on that top side, be clearing his Krugs away. I don't think he's going to be able to get anything off here because they did ping out that Barrick warded that Tribush. You've also got a nice deep control ward for UCI, but this control ward doesn't really do too much for you.
Yep. 1v1 scalers only, final destination. Strumpus and Barrick hanging out up here for as long as it takes. And I mean, if Strumpus wasn't on that plan before, he's definitely on it now after watching what's transpired over the last couple of minutes. Barrick doing a nice job on some of these trades, though, and getting some of these crucial grasp procs. It looks like Strumpus is actually, you know, recognizing, hey, I'm TP-less here. This is just going to get bad to worse. If I get chunked lower and there's a wave crashing into my turret, I'm just going to recall and get back out there as fast as I can.
Yeah, he's gone for the Swifties. Oh!
No cleanse on Gorica. They're going to be able to run him down, and Grand Starfall from Maddie leaves Gorica as a sitting duck. Nightstar on the board for Cupid in game number 5.
Okay, nice hook. Yeah, that's the interesting part, right? Because Gorica opted in for the security later into the game with the Lycamos, no flash available.
All in for this. Yeah, here comes the Cyclone. Lycamos not especially tanky, just has health, and they can work through that, no problem. Feet of Warfare secured as Xiao Danny finds the execute. And this is going to give them the dragon. Yeah, they're going to have Gorica back over here before too long. Does have to be careful with his approach, but he's got Cerulean for the help.
Yeah, he can't cut through that. He cannot cut through that bush. Gorica, do not cut through that tri-bush.
He's just catching the wave.
Okay. Well, that mid lane play is going to allow UCI, like you said, to pick up that dragon here. Maddie might still fancy it. Maybe try to execute it with the Q.
You're a crazy person if you go for this, Maddie. Okay, he was just going to channel a Comet Spear. That's fine.
Yeah. He was going to look for the execute potentially if Rosethorn was getting lazy on it. You can do a lot of damage because if it goes below a certain, I believe it's like 20 or 15%, you like execute it, like execute damage. So there was a world where that gets stolen. As Strumpus with that item back, although Barrick has picked up Riftmaker, is considerably stronger.
Yep.
Because of those 2 extra, extra plate actually that he's picked up for himself. Just picked up that Rift Maker, small gold lead as well. So far, game's been quiet. UCI has been nursing a 1,000 gold lead for themselves. That double kill, like we mentioned, and the 2 kills, not double kill, the 2 kills that happened, one in the bot lane and one side, has gotten them that gold lead. But yeah, Gorica not taking cleanse here essentially is challenging Cupid Esports to be like, you have to do stuff in this early laning phase, because if you don't, come mid game, I'm just going to be dancing around the map and space gliding, as Gorica's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Gorka going to be getting fired back on upon it. It's Cerulean who's taking the bulk of the abuse. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. The hook going to get cleansed away by Breath of Life. We talked about that from Pika Pika in the draft. And this 2-on-2 is all Pika Pika and Nightstar. Gorka and Cerulean play with fire and they get burned.
Yeah, again, no cleanse. You don't really have the potential to duel here, as Gorka needs to leave. It's not yours anymore, brother. As Nightstar with the Yuntal, we talked about Ashe not doing a ton of damage. It's more than enough in the early game to kill Gorica, who's on that Blade of the Ruin King. Right now,
Definitely.
Cupid Esports clapping back.
Yeah, good stuff from Cupid here, keeping it close. In 200 gold of their opposition, 1 dragon apiece. They've got the grubs as well, and they will get the first turret, meaning it's going to come down to objectives for who gets the feats of strength this game. They're going to call over Rosethorn here. They think that they've caught Lycamaz for the 3rd time. Oh, this is big damage coming in onto Xiao Danny still. He's not going to let this play go.
Flash.
He wants the pick to come on through. Flash forward from Lycamaz, met by a flash from Xiao Danny. Rupture going to connect. He's slowed up. He's getting fairly screamed at, but Rosethorn will bonk him on the head and close out the kill. 4-2 UCI.
That took a lot longer than I expected. Lycamaz rushing that Warmogs actually makes him considerably tanky. Almost got the kill on the Xiao Danny as well. Flash for flash, though, much more valuable for Lycamaz than it is Xiao Danny, though, because Spirit Rush. And Maddie is gonna ult and get the Lantern cooldown out. That's about it. You know what? You're 1 for 1, Maddie, on that on Gorica. I'll respect that, just to clear the wave there. One of them resulting in a kill. This one not resulting in too much other than a wave clear. Strompist is actually just going to start the Rift Herald. Or no. He's just using it to heal, right?
He's using it to heal. Yeah, he tanks a left hook to the jaw for that, but he's going to get more infusions than he will take abuse from Shelly. So he's plenty happy to use that one as a healing source that Barrick can't mess with him over. Be able to stay in the lane just a little bit longer. He's got Cosmic Drive done himself now as well, so he's pretty speedy. Be able to get out of this lane and be able to dance in and out away from Barrick for the trades.
Yeah, Phase Rush plus Cosmic Drive is absolutely disgusting here. I love how Xiao Danny is also posturing with this Ahri, like around these pockets of vision. He has that control ward down from his team. Like, he's really trying to set picks up for his team here and allow Cerulean to land these hooks a little bit easier, right? Because Charm into hook much easier for Cerulean here, but this is going to allow them to pick up this Rift Herald. Dragon's going to be up in a minute as Ocean Soul. Is that one remaining TP on UCI side has been used there. Going to be actually down for that Dragon. So they have to understand either one of Xiao Danny or Strompus has to play in that bottom side. And they're not going to be here for that Dragon. That's the thing, right? Is UCI only has 1 TP available. I'm actually sad that they used it.
Yeah, by bringing out it. Look at that hook! The Breath of Light is flashed from the side of Pika Pika, but it's too little and too late.
Another one.
Cerulean's all over him, connects once again, and Living Artillery from Gorica will get him another kill. Cerulean gonna get traded on for it. There's going to be another Comet Spear coming out of Maddie, and Rosethorn will be ruptured into the air to stop him from pursuing anymore. Still a 2-for-1 for UCI. Still more golden to the side of Gorica. And these 2 top laners just going to exchange ultimates for funsies.
That was really slick from Strompus, though. He used the Ignite so that he could get the move speed from Nimbus Cloak. You saw how fast he went. I think he has Nimbus Cloak on. Really well played.
Definitely. Strompus stepping on up to continue clearing out these waves. And you can see he's a little more comfortable in the lane now that he's got that extra movement speed to be able to dip and dodge in and out of these engages with Gwen. Still not obviously going to be able to 1v1er, so Cerulean finds Lycamaz. He does catch him with the hook. They're going to try to take the fight onto him. Gorica getting hit by Nightstar on the side. Here comes the Grand Starfall from Maddie. He's coming in on the bottom flank, going to dive right back onto Gorica, who's going to flash back away, trying to rain fire back onto Maddie, but he's healthy enough to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Nightstar stepping up, but can't find the last auto to be able to finish off Cerulean. Rift Herald gets thrown down. I think Rosethorn forgot that he had it. So Shelly's going to join the engagement as it ends.
Shelly coming in. Where's my hug at? Unfortunately, I'm gonna be able to get too much here.
She would ask where her hug's at.
Yeah, that's exactly. Lycamaz, despite being 0-3 on the Cho'Gath, is completing his role as a tank. Like, he hasn't opted in for anything too crazy. No AP build. No, like you said, Shurelya's into the recall boots. Anything like that. Like, Lycamaz is just a tank in the mid lane. And so far, it's proved pretty good for Cupid. He was really tough to kill. Like, he went down to half HP, despite Zhao Danny, Rosethorn, and Gorica hitting him for a considerable amount of time. They also could not kill Maddie. There's a lot of ways to defy damage here for Cupid that we didn't really talk about that could prove a little bit troublesome for UCI.
Yep. Starting off on towards that turret now. And to work their way on through. Will not be able to secure it this time. Follow up from a Nightstar and Pika Pika enough to be able to keep that outer turret safe and standing. Game will remain close here. Cupid securing that second dragon, but this is where the fact that UCI were able to sneak that one away after getting the pick on the Lycamaz is absolutely huge for them, because it means that this double smite secure will at least take until dragon number 5 to get them a soul.
And it gives more time for both Strompist and Gorica to just hit those item breakpoints to get even further and further into the late game. That one dragon is so important, the 5 minutes, because with Baron timer being pushed back so far, which is going to happen in 5 minutes as well, the dragon stacking, like, the win conditions aren't as clear cut anymore. It's later. So it allows scaling comps to get a little bit more, you know, accessibility here. This is exactly what a lot of people predicted when the Baron got pushed back. Scaling comps would be coming back into fruition here. And I think we've hit a pretty healthy balance where you can play scaling, you can play early aggressive, and both of them can work.
Yep. Shout Annie. Just trying to get annoying here. Got forced to use Spirit Rush. Might as well use the other 2 charges. Stop Barrick from getting the easiest recall in the world off. Do have a bit of calm here before the storm that is dragon number 4. Neither of these teams wanting to take massive risk in a game of number 5 situations. Trumpist chilling with his boy Otacon. That's his little blood bag right there, making sure that he can just keep on healthy as long as he's got a... Wow, what is... I don't remember. I can't think of any other references to Mad Max other than that.
The blood bag is crazy. That is a... Anyways, Rosethorn.
Remember that from Fury Road? The guys have they have the prisoners on the bikes.
Yeah, and they're just using them to fuel. Yeah. I mean,
that's
I don't know how many people want. You know, that's at least for Strompus here. Is Otacon pretty consistently taken every single game around the 21 or 20 to 21 minute mark, like when it was spawned, because by this time we had a team that was firmly in the lead. Games 1 through 4, by 20 minutes, one of these teams were up by like 3, 4, maybe 5,000 gold at one point. This is by far the closest game we've had. No surprise, it's game 5 as well. Both of these teams, you could argue, playing a little bit more conservative, not wanting to make the game losing play. That may look to bite, specifically Cupid, I think, in the rear here, as like UCI can play defensively and eventually their champions will scale up. Like Barrick, obviously, on the Gwen is going to be a menace. But I really am scared for both Pantheon and Ashe as we get into 30 minute plus territory. You know, their roles are going to be reduced to CC machines.
Yep. And this is also a game where I think once we get to the team fighting stage, it's going to be much more explosive and decisive. If some team is able to piece together their fight conditions correctly, it might be over and very one-sided very quickly.
Yeah.
If they're either able to kill Gorica's Kog'Maw or not, that's going to have a big influence on how the rest of the fight plays out, and might very likely result in one team just kind of sweeping the other right out of there, and in turn creating a massive gold advantage, as it's already going to be post 20 minutes, multiple objectives off the board tons to cash out on. You know, Baron's going to be here in less than 2 minutes. I don't know if we're going to get a team fight before that, but once we get a team fight after that, it is going to be the prize.
And Dragon's up in a minute, like you mentioned. Otacon available. Like, I know we typically talk about snowballing as an early game term, but because of the changes that have happened, where Otacon, there are moments in every single game, Otacon, Dragon, and Baron can all spawn. If you lose one of those later game fights where death timers are relatively long, you can get a sort of snowball happening at 25 minutes where the team will take Dragon plus Otacon, or they'll take Otacon plus Baron, or they'll take 2 out of the 3 objectives, and they'll just have a massive XP lead or gold lead, you know, kind of accompanying that team fight win, and it becomes really hard for the team that lost that fight to get back into the game here. Very, very, very large potential for that to happen in this game at this point, as Lycamaz beating Strumpist up right now.
Yeah, Strumpus got silenced, and that thing lasts a long time. Feral Scream silence. You almost have to read it as Strumpist and preemptively pool. Otherwise, you're not going to get to pool at all.
Nope.
And you're going to take a lot more damage than you bargained for. So, going to be chunked out for a fair bit of his health here, as the rest of his team has to 3v4 defend their mid-outer turret. Gorica going to have no problem cleaning that one up. They will continue to have their little standoff here over the Dragon. Strumpus notably not yet level 16, and also chunk low on health. He will get a fair bit back here from the minion wave. Riftmaker going to help him out there quite a bit.
Yeah, UCI put down a lot of defensive vision, right? They've only inched up their vision line a little bit on that bottom side as Dragon is up. Hot take, Gordo. I think silences should be removed from League. There's only 2 available. I think it's literally Soraka and Cho'Gath, as Kassadin got his taken away a long time ago, and I think Talon as well. I feel like in a game where the point of your piloting your champion is to sling spells, silences is just not actually that interactive.
Yeah, Garen still.
Oh yeah, Garen. Oh yeah, Garen. My bad, bro. My bad. That one guy in chat. I'm so sorry. That is true, Garen.
This is Garen Erasure. Doesn't if you hit the sweet spot of Fiddlesticks E, I think it still silences too. Am I wrong on that?
No,
either way.
you might be right. Yeah, my
Here
bad, Fiddle.
comes
Yeah,
Rosethorn and Cerulean trying to get this pick out of Barrack. He will flash away, but Rosethorn's not letting him go. Shout Annie's in there, but does not connect the charm. But the only reason
Barrack's
he doesn't
dead.
connect is because Barrack cheated upwards. Shout Danny will finish him off. And it will be in trade for Otacon on the cross map. Can UCI take any more here, or have they committed too many resources?
UCI might just go for the Otacon Dragon play, and that'll trade. Cupid will go for the Otacon Dragon play, and UCI might just opt in for this Baron here. I think that's a fine trade for UCI. I don't think Ocean Soul actually ends the game for UCI because they have access to so much grievous wounds here with Rosethorn already building it. But they take in that Dragon so fast. Maddie has Grand Skyfall. They're not burning this Baron down quick enough, guys.
This is the response. They're going to try to see how much they can do out of the Baron. I think Gorica, okay, he's going to pop by Arcane Barrage. They're going to try to finish it. They get it. Nobody is able to arrive in time. There's no vision for Matty. He didn't know when to pull the trigger, and by the time he sees the whites of the Baron's eyes, it is too late. UCI with Baron buff in trade for the Otacon.
Otacon plus Dragon, Cupid Esports goes on to Soul Point here in 4.5 minutes. We're going to have a fight either way. I will say, though, like I said, I don't know if UCI is going to be willing to give up the game on that Dragon Soul. I don't actually think they think it's that big of a deal, right? Rosethorn has already built the Chempunk Chainsword. You can build Morello's, or even you can just build the Oblivion Orb on either one of Zhao Danny or Strumpus. If you're really hurting, although I don't think you need it, Gorica could build that for himself here, the Mortal Reminder. But yeah, I don't think UCI are too concerned with an Ocean Soul here for Cupid Esports, and I think they're just going to try to use this Baron to push as much as possible. Tier 1 goes down in the mid lane.
Yeah, something I wanted to point out earlier, and I think plays into UCI's decision-making just a little bit here and might matter more later on, is that it is all-seeing Baron this game. It's got the 2 pathways that formed on either side of it. I think that's really good for UCI when you have this kind of team comp. It's so good for Cyclone. It's so good for Hemoplague. And it just feels bad as Cupid to roll that Baron here when fight conditions for UCI in and around Baron are always going to feel so good. Even if Cupid had been able to get there in time to contest, I think the fight conditions would have been very good.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. Tough because in those enclosed spaces is Brilliant. Bit of a quieter mid to late game here. Not landing as many hooks, but it's doing his job keeping Gorica safe here. Bottom lane tier 2 goes down. Lickety split. Mid lane tier 2 as well going down here. For UCI, a team with 1 TP, playing the map relatively well, understanding their deficit and saying, you know what? We're not going to allow you to really split push us to death here, even though Barrick has the opportunity, overloading certain sides of the map and just, you know what? Willing to sacrifice what they need to. So you get a quick flash of the gold here, Gordo. Zhao Danny. Richest member on the map, baby.
And on his best champion, man. We called it out earlier on. I think the Zhao Danny Ahri was a justified ban throughout a lot of this series. And here in the final moments, it slips on through. And you got to give it to UCI here and Coach Burrito coming on up here to make it happen at the very end, to have everybody come on through and grab themselves their comfort picks.
Not like Cupid didn't get what they wanted, as we see the fee stacks, 6 minions chomped here. So he's at that max stack for minions, as much as he can get. Now he can only further consume his hunger through epic monsters and champion. Kind of like Galactus low-key. Like Amaz on this Cho'Gath. 0-3-1 Riftmaker plus Warmogs. Cupid, mind you, has the actual feats of warfare for themselves. They ended up getting those 3 kills first, I believe. And then they picked up, I believe, first tower. Could be wrong on that one. But
apologies, by the way. It's Joey who's the coach of UCI. He's coming on over. I believe this is his first year with the team. Happy to have
Joey, as in like
former IMT Joey.
TL IMT San Jose State Joey.
Exactly. Now coach of UCI, and giving some sage advice here. And guys, just let's pick what we're good at here in game number 5, and trust that we will be able to execute from a position of comfort. And it's worked out very well for them so far, as they find themselves at a little bit greater than a 3K gold lead here at 30 minutes in. But still, this game could turn on a dime if one pick is found. Notably, Strumpist up to level 18 here, so this Hemo Plague is mega strong and is looking for a pathway in on the flanks here. He is such a danger.
Oh, man.
He pops that Ghost. He's got Cosmic Drive. He's got Boots of Swiftness. He will be rushing that back line. And you can see, I mean, he's in on a deep flank. They spot him with a blue ward, but the response to spotting him is, oh, all right, we got to back off, guys. We're really setting up for Strumpist here.
If Strumpist gets this flank off, absolutely diabolical. They've got the inside position on
TP.
Uh-oh, TP's being channeled. That's going to be Barrick. Do they know that Strumpist is still in here, though? Are they going to just check into this guy?
I mean, they're going to find each other. Strumpist is up pretty far now. It's going to be him getting collapsed on a little bit. He pops the Hemo Plague very early.
Oh, he's dead.
Extra healing, but they've got him. They have isolated the Vladimir, and the fight breaking out on the other side now. It's going to be a big charm connecting from Zhao Danny, nearly able to take down Pika Pika, but with the Rose Sword already down, Gorica going to be forced to flash back over the wall. Maddie trying to chase him down. Cosmic Spear being channeled, and he will be forced on out. It is a double kill to Lycamaz's Cho'Gath. And 3 members of UCI fall. Cupid will claim themselves Ocean Soul. You said it wasn't going to be too big of a deal for UCI, Shibby, and now they have got to prove it.
Yeah, they've got to deal with it now. Ocean Soul going in the favor of Cupid here. Baron also up in 20 seconds. That might actually cause them to go pick that up for themselves. We talked about how devastating it is to lose those late game team fights when multiple objectives can be up. It looks like Cupid's going to take those resets. And I am absolutely baffled by Strumpist. I'm sure they saw the TP, and he face checks to Gwen, even though we know that Cupid is in mid lane. He can get collapsed on. A breakdown in communication from UCI is the only possible explanation I can see from this. Other than that, I mean, Strumpist was deep in enemy lines for like 3 to 4 minutes, setting up for a 3 to 4 man hemo play. UCI had the inside track on that dragon as well. There was no need for him to do that. That one pick sealed the deal for them, and Cupid actually not having any vision down on this Baron anymore. Xiao Danny. Okay.
Going to find that stun, and they will be able to blow up Cerulean here very early in the fight. Rosethorn takes so much damage, but it's a massive hemo plague coming out of Strumpist. They try to work their way through Maddie. They'll already be able to do so. Lycamaw's going to have to flash back away, and it's Xiao Danny on to his mid lane opponent, but he's so tanky, he just shrugs it right off. And Xiao Danny got to get forced off of the play. Junglers down for both sides, may very well hose this Baron attempt, but it is a numbers advantage for Cupid.
Cupid only losing Maddie here, and then aren't able to get that Baron potentially, as Lycamaw's does have feast up. I don't know if they're going to go for it. There's no way they roll it here. You saw the amount of damage that Strumpist was able to bring out, though. The guy's 3 items in. Cosmic Drive, Riftmaker, and Death Cap. He was just able to rip through most of Cupid. Unfortunately, Xiao Danny unable to get that kill. He flashed on to Lycamaw's, thinking he could potentially kill this guy, but dude has Force of Nature, Warmog's Riftmaker. Like, that guy's a tank. Yep. And he is providing a ton of space for Cupid to win some of these fights here. And maybe, just maybe, Gordo, that Ocean Soul might have saved him, because I believe he autoed Xiao Danny and then he healed up, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, ultimate out of the top side. It's Strumpist trying to rush out of here.
Oh,
Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects from Nightstar, and Strumpist is off the board for a full minute.
No TP as well. Ghost available when he spawns, but that is an absolute sniper play here. Barrick has TP as well. I don't even think UCI is going to be able to defend this. Cupid Esports, 2 good team fight wins has allowed them to crack the base open of UCI.
They're definitely going to at least get this inhibitor, but look at Gorica.
Oh my God,
He's
Gorica.
Unleashed. He's firing away at Lycamaw's, and Breath of Light will not save you from Cerulean's death sentence. Gorica still in a safe position. It's a dash back from Xiao Danny. He manages to keep himself safe. Maddie's down. It's a double kill to Gorica as Barrick arrives to fill the slot in the front line. He's got the mist coming up to keep himself safe. Xiao Danny gonna have to fall backwards. Cerulean is now defending Gorica with his life. Rosethorn is down, but it's a 2-for-1 trade, and the remaining members of Cupid are gonna have to back away. The tankiest members are gone, and Gorica and co will successfully stage a defense. The top inhibitor is down, but the game will go on. It's a TP into mid from Xiao Danny.
Xiao Danny's going to TP mid to get mid-wave prio so they can start this Baron. Maddie's down for 20 seconds. Grand Skyfall will be available when he respawns. Lycamaw's no TP. He's gonna have to walk himself all the way to Baron. Barrick as well. I mean, this is a free Baron for UCI.
Yeah, they got the opportunity here. A great call by Xiao Danny. TP's mid, secures priority, and says, guys, get onto this worm. It's going to be a second Baron in a row for UCI. Barrick coming in, but he's going to be too late. The question is, can they find a fight right afterwards? Baron is secured. Xiao Danny's got to get out of here. He does have the Spirit Rush. He's just going to blow it to get back over the wall. And UCI will regroup, purple buff in hand.
I really thought Barrick's ultimate was going to snipe it at the end. I was so scared. UCI pull off the heist onto the Baron. Elder Dragon coming up in a minute and 15 seconds. And with that Baron take, Cupid is able to set up vision on the blue side of UCI towards that Elder Dragon. They've got a minute to make things work before they have to face check into this Dragon Pit, into the river here. I don't actually think they're able to push too much with this Baron, though. Rosethorn is topside.
Absolutely. And they get him over here in time. He does recall, he does regroup. They will be rattling over this mid lane priority. All 5 members of both teams do arrive. A long ways to go until the Elder Dragon, and UCI are just going to try to guide this one in. Could be a big flank angle from Cupid, but definitely dangerous if you can't reach Gorica and Strumpist.
And Gorica has gone full carry, right? Has not opted in for the Jack Show that we typically see. Some of these more auto attack speed based champions go for. He is going full carry mode. If he dies, the game's over. I love that from UCI. I love that from Gorica, putting the team on his back and saying, if I mess up, it's on me, guys. Elder Dragon spawning in 3 seconds. The winner of this fight wins the game.
Enchanted Crystallero connects on a Cerulean, but that's a target that you're going to be okay for. Here comes Strumpus on the side. He does manage to layer on down that Hemo Plague. It will proc and nobody will drop during the duration. That was Spirit Rush out of Xiao Danny. That was Cyclone out of Rosethorn. Far more tools are blown from the side of UCI, but they are the ones with the start onto the Elder. Gorica still firing away. Hook connects on the Barrack, and Cerulean may have just put the death sentence on towards Cupid. Matty throws himself into the back line. He's going to get finished off as well. And flashing from Lycamores to finish off Gorica, and that might be the moment that defines the game. Cho'Gath Flash R outdoes any mechanical play UCI can put together. It's a 3-on-3 now, but far stronger positioning for Cupid. They don't even need this Elder. The base is getting torn to pieces. Xiao Danny and Rosethorn looking for the recall. Lycamores won't be able to stop Xiao Danny, but he will be able to interrupt Rosethorn. Xiao Danny catching the wave back to the base, but Rosethorn will be hunted down. Enchanted Crystallero is back. It starts and ends the play, and Lycamores is the hero. He's on a killing spree.
Lycamores absolutely bites into UCI and seals their fate.
10 seconds on Gorica. I don't think it's over. Gorica's at 15. Oh my god, but the Elder Dragon, it's going to be so difficult. Gorica is here. Cerulean's going to be up in 5. Gorica steps up. He starts to fire away. It's already immunity for Barrack. They can't kill them all fast enough. Lycamores is down. Gorica flashes in, but it's over. Cupid Esports earn redemption for dog fans past, and they will move on to the promotion tournament. They will move on to find a second shot at Apex Mission Impossible.
What just happened?
They did it. Flash Cho'Gath feast, baby. Lycamores understood the assignment is what happened, Shivy.
We get a replay of this fight. We get a replay of this fight. Absolutely insane. Lands the hook. Kills Barrack. This is a 4v5, ladies and gentlemen. Lycamores, full HP, and Matty throwing his life to get a sliver of damage
baby. Oh,
that guy was half health. That's not fair. That's not balanced. That's not balanced. And then Strumpus on the back end, or I believe it's Strumpus, tries to kill Nightstar. Nightstar just stands and autos him to death. Yeah, no, Cho'Gath's not fair, dude. That's insane. Gorica was half health. I didn't even see the red execute bar on him.
I don't think it was there. I think it's just always there when you're in Cho'Gath with this many stacks. How many feast stacks was Cho'Gath at? Can we get a check on that? Because each one ups your feast damage just a little bit, and it was just enough. Another Enchanted Crystallero from Nightstar. Locked on with those. Will win the game for Cupid Esports.
Nightstar gets his shot at NACL finally, was denied once before. And now, Gordo, they potentially get their rematch. 3/5 of dog fans, like you mentioned, have the opportunity to match up against AMI once again.
Oh my God.
Look at this gold graph. This is a heartbreaker for UCI.
This is criminal. Oh man, the difference here. 6,000 gold swing over the course of this game. Topping the damage charts is Gorica, but it is nothing in the face of Lycamores' feast. And I'm hearing 11 stacks on the Cho'Gath, nearly double the soft cap there, to give him that bonus feast damage. This is why you let your Cho'Gath feast the objectives, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ.
Because you need those stacks so that at 40 minutes into the game, he can flash one-shot the Kog'Maw and win you the game. Let this be a lesson. Feast stacks matter.
And you know what? Gorica played I would argue the last 2 to 3 fights pretty damn well. He was the reason that top lane inhibitor didn't go down, right? He was the,
Yeah, I mean, what do you
he was
do?
the reason that it did go down, but he was the reason that they were able to pick up that Baron, right? Because they killed multiple members. He was gliding. He was space gliding on them. But yeah, there's no outplay. Unfortunately,
You can't
when
be
the
in
Cho'Gath
auto attack
decides to
range and not be in
flash-
flash feast range. It doesn't work.
yeah. Well, also the thing that Lycomos did is that he silenced Gorica. So Gorica couldn't flash. Gordo, remember when I said we should remove silences from the game?
Yeah.
Remember when I said all
you got
silences
cooked in
should be
Twitch chat
removed?
for that one, by the way. For all
Yeah,
the
I know.
silences you
I
didn't know,
forgot
so-
Fiddle. I forgot Malzahar. I forgot Garen, but silences should be removed.
Yeah,
That
bring
should
that
be
back
the
if you
number
want.
one
but-
reasoning. Yeah, no, there's no way. That's insane. UCI, multiple promotion qualification matches. I mean, this is a heartbreaker. I mean, this is Gordo, in some essence, this is what UCI is. This is who they are to a team. They took Citadel to 5 games not too long ago. They go 5 games against Cupid Esports. And like you said, they have a pretty underwhelming CLOL performance. ACL, they get eliminated by some Quebecans, or whatever you call them, the
Quebecois.
Canadians, Quebecois. And the level of performance that they're able to put on, it is so highly variable. If they ever figure it out, if next year they can just lock into that top level that we've seen them play, this is a team that can definitely do some damage come 2026. But that's going to be the end of their NACL OQ run. Like, they're going to have to wait until spring, where they may have to run a similar bracket like this against the next generation of players that are coming in on top of heads.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a heartbreaker for UCI. 2 5-game qualification series. They will be the ones that we're doing the narrative bits about next time around as these series start to go longer and longer. 2 different Game 5 situations, 2 different opportunities to make promo tournament, and neither will be successful for UCI. Unfortunate for the Anteaters here, but we got to focus more on Cupid here. These guys show up big time. They make good on the promise that was made at the beginning of this series, that they should have been the favorites and that they are going to make themselves into the promo tournament. Barrett going to get a shot to get back into the NACL. The other 4 going to get a shot to join for the first time. And perhaps most importantly for Barrick, like it was a Nightstar, getting back in a bracket against Apex Mission Impossible, and perhaps getting another shot to be able to turn what is a incredibly decisive game number 5 into the other direction.
Yeah. It's so impressive because Cupid, each one of their members, right, had a game for themselves. Barrick on that Aatrox in game 4, pushing us to a game 5. Lycomos and Nightstar on champions that we wouldn't typically see them play in a more supportive style, coming up big. Multiple snipes from Nightstar to set up picks onto Strumpus, right? On the top side, in the mid lane, on the bottom lane, onto Gorica. And then obviously that flash silence chomp to end the series there. I mean, really well played from these guys. I mean, Nightstar had himself a carry game this series. Lycomons went crazy. Like, every single member played insane. I mean, Pika on Blitzcrank, by the way. It's crazy because it feels like I'm excluding Maddie, but Maddie, his designated role was 4 tank junglers, and then you play Pantheon. Like, that's unfortunate. You're not allowed to be flashy, but he played a damn good game into Rosethorn and everything that he threw. Very, very well played for Cupid. I'm excited to see this team, and I really want to see that rematch against AMI. I want to see the run back.
Absolutely here. And we are getting word, Jolly Rogers, with a 3-1 win, will join Cupid Esports in the qualification tournament. So you have your 6 teams: Apex Mission Impossible, Pulstar, Dorado Gaming, Citadel, Cupid Esports, and Jolly Rogers. We're going to move you guys over to AVL as we close things out here to check out what's going on over in the Aegis Vanguard League. But let this be a lesson to everybody, right? You can think of League of Legends as a game you play with your hands, but sometimes, like in Avaz's case, it is a game you play with your head and sometimes with your mouth. And with that said, thank you very much from myself, from Shivy, and from Caddy. And we will see you guys next time. Thank you all for joining us. ACL playoffs tomorrow here at 8 Eastern. Come join us. It'll be another set of elimination series with many of the same faces you have seen in this open qualifier. We would love to have you there. But until then, enjoy your night.